Check. Okay. Whew. Alright, that's working now. Yeah, the chat is not... I'm seeing it there, but I'm not seeing it on my side screen. Also, we should reset the stream elements. I realized that. Hey guys, we're just testing some stuff. Wait. Like, I can see you on the screen. It's okay. The sound stuff just needed to be restarted. They're not appearing. Leftmost button. I'm not too sure. I've updated a bunch of stuff, guys, so just bear with me. Yeah, I'm just not sure totally what's happening, but... Jacob did this cool AI TTS thing that I'm really excited to use, but it's just not... Yeah, the dock is just not, none of it's working. So the chat is loading on screen. The dock itself just doesn't work. Custom dock, all that's working. Apply, doesn't appear. If I just copy this URL and throw it in, will that work? I'm so in my dark femininity. Guys, I am so excited to outline the actual cringiest shit ever. It is rough. Oh, did we just get 10 donos? I think we just jumped up 10, so that's safe. That's right, I like restarted it right after. So I do this.
Iron Soul says excited.
I'm so excited with it. Okay, so I pulled it up. It's just like its own unique thing, but the dock is still not working. It's a little loud, Kay.
Krieger says, little loud.
Yeah, it is a little loud, hey? What would this be under? Is this under which asset? Is this highlighted message? That must be. So I will turn the properties of highlighted messages down. A little loud. With me as a psych/therapist, I'm never going to be comfortable publicly, like, ever being put in any role of, like, psych or therapist in any way. So I appreciate the invitation, Grace, but unfortunately that's not something that feels like a role I want to occupy. In like an hour. In an hour, I already have something booked to do. I've had this chick booked for like 3 weeks, so. Thanks for the invite, though. I'm booked in an hour. I appreciate the invite, though. You guys can DM me after I'm done and let me know if you still want to chat, like, afterwards. Okay, how is this for...
Grace Thorpe, aka Jones, says, oh,
So
okay,
loud.
gotcha.
Okay, that's a good AI voice. Oh my gosh. I feel like I heard Grace's voice in that AI, you know? I feel like it built like an emotional connection to Grace's voice there. Isn't that cool? Oh, okay, gotcha. I know it's super loud, I'm sorry. I'm trying to, I already dropped it by 2 decibels, but I'll keep going. Let's see. I'll just maybe put a limiter on it. Maybe 10 decibels? That's a lot, but it's peaking.
Chupa Chup says, why does this stream only have 21 likes? Y'all are heartless slowly.
I love this! Jacob, you did such a good job. These voices are so, like, not robot-y. It's kind of crazy.
Bird Fluke Williams says, Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters? Bro, guys, send me, like, the weirdest shit. Just send me the weirdest shit for me to click and listen to on stream. It's still loud? Okay, I will drop it. It's dropped, currently it has dropped 10 decibels, but I will drop it even more. I don't want to blast your ears. I'll add one more sensor. Let's go to, like, 14. This is a YouTube thing? No, this is a Google Chrome extension. It's super cool.
You are correct, says. Anti-disestablishmentaria, nism not so erudite.
I wonder if it'll get, like, better over time. This is so fun. Look it.
Peach Tea Lingo says, I like the new chat on screen too.
It's so sassy. Erudite. Oh, yeah, it struggled a fair bit with the anti-disestablishmentarianism, but in fairness.
Manred93 says, how can a clam cram in a clean cream can?
Oh my gosh, I'm so distracted. I don't know if I'm going to get onto anything else.
Reban Rubin says, can it pronounce corantos?
It can't say pronounce, apparently, but it can say Carantos. Wait, let's do it again.
Reban Rubin says, can it pronounce corantos?
Why can't it say pronounce? This is so funny. Oh my gosh. I love this. Okay, let's try peach tea.
Peach Tea Lingo says, yo como pollo?
Damn! It could speak Spanish? No way! Do my other comment in Spanish. Where's your other comment? I can't see it. I don't know where it is. There's just so many coming in from all the different chats. Chupa. I gave up. I can't find it. I've only been loading for like the last minute and it disappears off the top end. So like right now, Ghostbusters is at the top and the next person who comments is gonna disappear. So if it's not within like the last 100 comments, I don't think I can see it anymore.
Ruin 115 says, not so Erudite, can we get a poggers?
Not so righty. It's an AI TTS that Jacob set up.
Jacobus says, it's from 11 Labs.
I don't even see the super chats.
Cass C has donated say $2.00 and says Anatani Totsutehashi Fenchi Meowdesu.
What? It can read Japanese? Or Mandarin? Or Cantonese? What is that? Oh my gosh, Cassie! That's crazy! This is so cool! Who's the voice based off of? I don't know. Ask Jacob. He just clicked one voice and I was like, that's annoying. And then he did this voice and I was like, that's a nice enough voice. That is so cool. That might actually be a problem. We can't moderate that. We can't moderate it at all. But on the plus side, probably Twitch mods can't either. There it is. Moses Malosis' last comment. Fuck, where is it? Okay, Jacob, if you see Moses Malosis. Oh, okay.
Moses Malosis says, do you love black people?
Yeah, it doesn't understand love. I bet you if it was just O's with VE, it might work. It was Japanese. It was written in star, but it mixed in Mandarin pronunciation. Really?
Cassie says Japanese.
This is so fun. And so how this basically works here, I'll show you on my React screen. Okay, so actually, hold on, let me full screen this. So I just basically have like a link that I'm not showing you because if I give you, so here's the sketchy part, okay? I'm just gonna tell you all my trade secrets that probably Jacob doesn't want me to tell you.
Ruben has donated $5 and says, why do sprinklers go like and come back like TT?
Why did he just start like deep throating his mic? That was so. Oh my gosh! Okay, Jacob is like basically like my head tech guy. Anything that is tech related is him. So that means good things. And no, if it's tech related and fucked up, it's for sure my fault. Okay, so I need to be super careful because if you guys get access to the link, anyone can basically highlight anything on my screen. So I have to protect a link like it's my own child. But basically how this works, I'll show you, is say I want to highlight this, I just click it.
Moses Malosi says banger.
Banger.
Beef Pants says, chug that mic.
That was so crazy. I can't
Jack
believe
Daxter has donated $2 and says Cowabunga, combat cold cuts.
So how it's working is basically I have to highlight things, but if you super chat, it just goes through. So like if you want to like force my hand or like hear something and I haven't clicked it, that's how you're going to do it. This is going to be so disruptive until I get used to it.
Krieger says,
Did it just come? expect that. I don't know why that got me so hard. Oh my god. Oh man. I was expecting it. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. I should have.
Popers 1328 has donated $2 and says, "Foolish woman, I am all powerful now."
Nice. And then I think what can happen is that Jacob can probably change the dollar amount of how much has to be donated to put it through. Oh man, I'm crying.
You Are Correct has donated $2 and says Goonin in Magoon Cave.
And I think I can pause it, which is interesting, right? So it's pre-highlighting, so now I know, okay, these are super chats. And then I wonder, okay, somebody send a super chat. I'm gonna pause it just to make sure that it's only holding the super chats, not blocking them. So if somebody could send me like 99 cents, I'm so sorry.
Jacobus says it will auto-ready super chats and bits for now.
Okay, and that did not work. I tried to pause it and it's still doing it, so it doesn't matter. I can't see Squirtle now.
Raiders Cat says, "Can you see Squirtle now?"
This is so fun!
Shad 0W Panther has donated CA $1000 and says, "Hello, NSC. I would like to anonymously expose my ex who spent over $9,000 on my credit." Fargo Lefty has donated $2 and says,
"Oh, you got cut off!" And says what? Hold on. We're gonna re-listen to this one. Go ahead.
Shad 0W Panther has donated CA $1000 and says, "Hello, NSE. I would like to Ruda Mudcrab has donated $200 and says, "Chickens go cluck cluck, cows go moo."
Okay, hold on. We gotta get this one to play.
Ruin 115 says, "Yeah, lol."
Oh man. Hold on, we gotta get this one to play. We can do it.
Shad 0W Panther has donated
Yeah,
CA
it's cutting off super
$1000 and says, "Hello, NSC. I would like to anonymously expose my ex who spent over $9,000 on my credit card and abused me. This person is a large public figure and their name is John Cena."
What in the actual F? This is crazy. Why did it do all of that? It was in like flamboyant mode. Okay, I just want to make sure it works on all the screens now.
Angram says, "But what does the fox say? Ding, 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 ding again."
Okay, good. That angle worked. Wow, this camera needs to be fixed. Hello.
Jack Daxter has donated $2 and says, "Pause me, senpai. Yamite kudasai."
Oh my god, so cool. It's so good at reading, especially like other languages. I feel like I don't know. I feel like it's better. That's not true. I just can't tell when it reads Japanese and it reads it incorrectly. That's the only difference. I'm sorry. I just realized why I thought that it was better. Excuse my ignorant ass.
Just 4 Universe has donated $2 and says, "Chat, pass the Benjamin so I can go to Blinkerton."
Oh man. You have those auto-locking weights. I do, yeah. That wasn't bad pronunciation at all.
Stinkfist 570 says, "AI voice loves."
I did say it this time. With John Cena, it was like, John Cena. Let's try Roswell's.
Roswell says, "Ooh."
Okay.
Cassie has donated $2. Cassie has donated say $2. 00 and says, "Kawaii Mao Chian, that's adorable." Angie Carr has donated $1.99 and says, "Red leather, yellow leather." Yes, Queen.
I don't know. This chat is shadow at me. I can see you, Chupa Chupa. But yeah, some people are actually getting shadow banned on YouTube, and just so you know, it's not me. I can't do anything about it. Okay, do you guys want to do actual content now? Or do we want to just stay distracted doing this forever? Because to be honest, I could be argued either way. This is really entertaining, like immensely so.
Ruini 115 says,
You broke it! You broke it! What the fuck? Why did it do that?
Brady Gud says, I wonder what AU sounds like. Krieger has donated $2 and says, of bronze, and Blaze has donated $4.99 and says, Angie Carr has donated $1.99 and says, she sells seashells by the seashore.
You guys are out competing each other. I'll go back and I'll click the ones that aren't getting
Of
played.
bronze, and Blaze has donated $4.99 and says, all previous TTS made. Krieger has donated $2 and says, Obama. Nicholas Guiterres has donated $2 and says, this should be fun. Moses Maloses has donated $1.99 and says, nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Nobody.
Do you have to donate to trigger it? So I can click people, but because
Ruda
people are
Mudcrab
donating
has
so fast,
donated $2.00
there's no way.
and says to the someone W win the Namak Stein Kwai. Cass C has donated $2 00 and says, ready to get into my inner dark side, Nico.
Yeah, so you don't have to donate. I can click anyone's comment, but obviously, like, donate always takes priority. So if I click you and then somebody donates immediately after, it'll just play over. So I have to, like, kind of watch in between to, like, click your guys' thing if you're not donating. Yeah. How to donate, I want to say something in Serb. All you have to do is give, so I don't know if Kick is working.
Angie Carr has donated $1.99 and says,
you can donate
on. Yeah.
But if you donate bits on Twitch or super chats right now, those are working. I'm gonna ask if there's any Kick donations that work, but I don't think so. Kick is just more rudimentary in general, so we've just got like less from it.
Koshka47 says Kosovo Serbia.
I feel like that was bad pronunciation. Was that bad, Koshka? But I will try to click some of you kickers so you're not left out, okay?
Koshka47 says, how to donate, I want to say something in Serb.
This is so cool. This is, all right, I feel like the excitement is slowly starting, like I'm normalizing it. This is just my new normal.
Iron Soul says, can we do this with a Rick Ross voice?
Okay, so here's the crazy shit. We could do this with anyone's voice. As long as there's like enough audio out there, I can get anyone to be my TTS, but it'll read it not like, hey, Dest, blah, 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 but it'll read it in the way that like, with like the AI tonalities and stuff like that. As long as we like feed it basically enough like stuff. So we could do it with Destiny. We could do it with like Lav Loon, Kermit the Frog, Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan. Yeah, basically anyone. As long as there's like enough audio. Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Brian Moe says, click me, notice me, simpy.
click me, notice me, simpy. Please do Destiny.
Freakazoid says, dude, do a Cyrex TTS.
Cyrex. I don't know who that is. Alex Jones. Yeah, there's so, I mean, we could just like rotate it every day. We could do like, the biggest dono from the previous day can decide like the next voice for like a week or something like that. The President Sunday voice. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Sunday or like Rollo, Adolf Hitler, I suppose. I don't know if his tone of voice is iconic though. A Mr. Girl.
Ruda Mudcrab says, Mr. Girl, voice please.
I wonder if it decides the tone of voice. I feel like Rude Mudcrab, it's read this way a couple of times based on your name.
Tegmaf says, what up?
Joseph Stalin.
Chupa Chup says, do Seamus from Timcast doing Jordan Peterson.
Cyrex is one of the Tard Money clips. DMX would be epic. DMX would be epic. Just like resurrect.
Angie Carr says to Mr. Krabs' voice. Alice says you have to have the straw man voice.
Okay, this is so fun. All right, let's I did have some content planned before I get on to other things. So I have a conversation booked with somebody at 7. So I'm just going to keep that in the background. But I did actually want to talk about this idea. Although if we're distracted and content, then that's fine, obviously, but
Shad Zero Debut Panther says, the dude that narrates the Civ games.
man, I feel like it does some people so dirty because it makes your voices so high-pitched.
Nightrise says, not so erudite. Well, what technology are y'all using for the voice generation?
Oh yeah.
Ara Allen has donated $5 and says, how about Yoda?
If you could.
Ild says, can we choose the voice when we donate? Not so erudite.
That's a good idea. It's called 11 Labs. I don't know. I'll ask Jacob. I have no idea. But that'd be cool if you could like, if there was like a drop down menu of like names that I've like loaded into my system so that you can like pick the name of the person you want to read it out. That would be really cool. How is erudite pronounced? Not how it wants to pronounce it. It always says erudite. It's
Chupa
erudite.
Chup says, how is erudite pronounced?
Hey, he did it right this time. Good job.
Demune says, not so erudite. What's a psychometrist? My first stream.
Anyone in the chat want to answer that question? So TTS can answer the question. AI can't produce erudite either. It gets it like some of the time.
Jacobus has donated 500 bits and sees 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. This is a bit check.
Okay, well, it's going to be annoying if it reads all the bits out too. Because if somebody, like some people will donate like 25, 1, 1, 1, 1, and like crazy. Like somebody's going to troll. We know somebody's going to troll that way.
Reuben says, ask President Sunday what a psychometrist is.
Okay, yeah. So it sounds like my tech guy is getting a bunch of ideas from you guys. So he is going to look into whether or not we can like preload some voices so you can like drop down and select the voice. That would be super fun because then we could do like Jordan Peterson, Destiny, Mr. Girl. And we can just like keep uploading new voices that we like. Yeah. Hello? Why isn't it reading it?
Cassie says, it can't say, Nico. Poper's 1,328 has donated $2 and says, Sasuke Rudaita Sama.
Something Erudite Sama. I know Erudite Sama. Yes. Have a perfect little AI family that never fights and never burns bridges. Someone sent an email and several links to my YouTube channel. They're my former boss. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Cassie says, it can't say Nico. So sad.
I think it can say Nico some of the time. It seems to get like thrown off with words.
Angie Carr has donated $1.99 and says, stop trying to make fetch happen.
Oh my gosh, that one was so good. Okay, all right. Holy shit. I've been streaming for 30 minutes and I've done nothing.
Ruda Mudcrab has donated $2.00 and says, I look forward to the Duke Nukem LLLLLLLL.
Oh. Oh man, this is so fun. Why did he whisper fetch?
Angie Carr has donated. Caroline Rollins has donated $1.99 and says, can you do Andrew Tate's voice?
That would be so fun. Oh my goodness, there's so many fun voices that we could do, guys. Okay, I'm gonna try to focus. Okay. You gotta add the money up. I've lost count. I've lost track. I will look on my overlays just to see what's been donated because I've not been tracking it at all. Okay. And while I do that, we're gonna do this, okay? Because it's a really interesting idea, okay? I genuinely want to talk about this with you guys. Okay. Do laughs voice. I think when it comes to like people I have beef with, I should probably be really careful about using their voice on my stream. I can see a lot of drama coming.
Leonardo Perez has donated $3 and says Nebraska Kyla, best dark female character.
Ah, yes, truly. That is true dark femininity. Okay, so on to the actual content. So this came across my feed the other day, and I've noticed a trend on TikTok where it's like this weird, basically romanticization of just like being toxic. And of course, we've seen like some of this romanticization coming from like red pill spaces about like toxicity and stuff. And unsurprisingly, we're now seeing it also amongst like rad femmes. You can guess which one gets more social prosecution. We seem to like feminine toxicity and not so much masculine toxicity, but I think it's all toxic. I think it's all shit. So I thought it would be really interesting. Anna Kana did a really good video. It came out a couple days ago, so we're going to cover that. And then we'll kind of go from there. We've wasted like most of the hour before my talk doing this other shit, but it was very fun. So yeah, and I will do my best. This TTS is going to be really hard to pause for my editor. So I'm really sorry, y'all. Olive. I'm really sorry, Olive, if this is gonna be rough to edit for a while. I'm gonna have to get used to it. You had fun is not time wasted. True. All right, let's get into it. TikTok romanticizes anything, but especially like toxic behaviors in dating. It's like crazy how it's like, yes.
Stardust Phantom has donated $5 and says, throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one.
Wow. You guys can just compliment yourselves now. Stardust Phantom says, Stardust Phantom is the most handsome, wonderful, amazing person on the entire planet. Hello, Cause and Effect. Hello, Red Penny. Have you guys seen my new TTS? Isn't it so exciting? It's wild what they try to make acceptable nowadays. Yes. Okay. So let's go into this and then we'll talk about it, okay?
Let's talk about the rise of
It's super quiet. Hold on.
emotional manipulation disguised as dark femininity.
Ladies, here are some tips for making any guy
High-key
obsessed over you, being nice.
Let's talk about the rise of emotional manipulation disguised as dark femininity.
Ladies, here are some tips for making any guy
High-key
Obsessed over you, being nice doesn't make him
crave you.
Damian
fall in
Wooten
love
has donated
with women's
$4.99 and says, yeah, TikTok is full of toxicity. It literally blows my mind listening to some people's advice.
Yeah. And how much you get shit on as well. Like my channel on TikTok, I'll like stitch some of these like toxic piece of advice and be like, this is really bad. And I'll just get like shit. Like there'll be some people in the comments that are like nice and like, yeah, I appreciate you being like reasonable. But there'll be some people like consistently like going off on me. Just because I'm like, yeah, don't do this. This is like wrong. This is not something that we stand for in our society. Like there's no societal standard I've seen in North America where we go, yeah, these behaviors are okay.
the ground you walk on.
and make a man miss
Be
you
obsessed with
and chase after you. Obsess over you.
absolutely obsessed with you.
Basically, people have taken all of the manipulation tactics from pickup artistry and decided to rebrand and repackage it as a new kind of feminism. It encourages women to use the same manipulative tactics that have been historically weaponized against them and says, hey, let's just reverse Uno card this. What could go wrong? This whole movement of dark psychology and dark femininity exploits cis women's wounds. It offers women the promise of reclaiming their power, of protection, and taking control of their dating lives, when in reality, it's just a bunch of toxic techniques in a trench coat.
So a really easy mental trick to get someone to do what you want is by slipping a command into a question.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but go confirm a date with the wrong guy. Literally text him, see you at 7, and then say sorry, wrong person, and go silent.
Manipulation number 2.
let him hunt. That means don't initiate conversations. Don't text him. He should be the one doing that.
If you want men to give you everything you want, you have to manipulate them.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but next time you feel like being a little bit toxic, just text him here and go silent after that.
As a woman, you need to learn how to flip the script and make everything that man's fault. Even it don't matter what you do, you need to be able to flip it back on him.
And look, I get the appeal. Dating is confusing and it's hard and it's terrifying. It'd be amazing if there were a blanket set of rules we could follow that would ensure we wouldn't get hurt or played. Like, it's easy to hear, men don't respond to words. They respond to no contact. And use that as an excuse to shy away from the vulnerability it takes to communicate honestly. It's easy to learn about intermittent reinforcement and switch from available to intentionally withholding to gamify someone's dopamine system instead of genuinely showing up to build trust and connection. But the most ironic part of this movement is that it's telling women to be emotionally unavailable, to play mind games, and to always conceal your intentions. And that all of these behaviors will lead to love. What? It won't. I mean, how could it? Most of the advice.
Wizzle the Spaz has donated $10 and says my enlistment extension finally went through, so I'm finally confirmed for Vegas. See you there.
Nice. See you there. This is crazy shit. Like the dark femininity stuff. Because like, even when like pickup artistry was like back in its heyday, there was definitely some really bad pickup artists. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, simple pickup was kind of like, I would say like one of the gold standards. They were really not slimy. They did their best to like not manipulate. And then underneath them, there was pickup artists who would like put in things about like how to manipulate. But even back then, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just having a rosy glass. I feel like I remember them like, you had to think about it to understand why it was a problem. Whereas like this is literally just explicitly saying, do shitty things to people. It's so strange. Like it feels like this is something that pickup artistry never actually even got away with doing. Even though they're saying like, I know that we're just like flipping the script and like using what was like done against us, which might be true practically, like functionally true, but it's crazy.
Caroline Rollins has donated $4.99 and says this trend and the red pill make dating seem harder than it actually is. I hate it.
Well, the worst part, Caroline, you're not right. It's not just making it seem harder. It is making it harder because more and more and more, there are like enough people who are like unthoughtful enough to go, I'm going to try this. And there's enough people being like, I'm selfish. I'm just going to put my own personal wants above everyone else's in my life, which is essentially what this is. It's like manipulate and like be nasty to people for your own gain. And there's enough people buying into this that now that you know that this is out there, anybody who's in the dating game is going to constantly be like, is there any like weird manipulation tactic being used? And just as a pro tip, all we can do is hear what these like tactics are that are being like talked about on TikTok. And if you ever see somebody doing this, like writing here and then going silent, run away from that person. You do not want to be in a relationship with that person because they're clearly using tactics that they know are explicitly listed as manipulative and like dark.
Vim has donated $5 and says, time for my vocal exercises. Muda, 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 zawarudo.
Oh, you guys are having too much fun with this. I love it. I'm glad that you like it so much. I don't know why it's up twice, though.
Fargo Lefty has donated $2 and says PUA is amoral. It's so sociopaths.
What? PUA is amoral. Some of it is amoral. Some of it was really bad. The problem is that it was like veiled, right? Like the problem with that I'm comparing, and again, I already said I could be rosy, is a lot of the old pickup artistry stuff. So like mid 2000s stuff that I saw, you would have to think about it to understand, you'd have to think about the implications of it and be like, oh, that's really slimy. They would never explicitly be like, this is manipulative and toxic, but it'll like get mind game. It'll like fuck them up mentally. Whereas dark femininity is unironically saying things like, this will mentally fuck people up and make them obsessed with you. They'll become addicted to you because you're like intentionally giving them like you're love bombing and then stonewalling, which is a pattern of love bombing and stonewalling is technically classified under like, if it's bad enough, it could be considered like emotional abuse. It's actually crazy. But I could be having, you would have to moralize.
Jacobus says that scene has 2 copies of the source, I think.
That scene has 2 copies. Okay. Yeah, this one it must. Where's the, oh yeah, I see it. I see it. Okay, fixed. just gonna delete this one.
It also seems to be sort of like repackaged and distorted lessons from the 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene, a cult
Shad
classic.
Zero W Panther has donated CLA $2. Popers 1328 has donated $2 and says, "Halt, you're having a bit." Angie Carr has donated $1.99 and says, "Why be Regina George? Be a Karen Smith. #orange."
Okay, hold on. We missed a bunch.
Popers 1328 has donated $2 and says, "Helicopter Gunship has donated £2 and says, I'm Black Pill AF, but it's so hard not to simp for you."
Okay, I'm gonna try pausing the alerts because what we could do, because I know that a lot of people who actually want to watch the content are gonna get really mad really quickly. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to figure out how to pause the alerts. I don't think that pause actually works. I think I might need to turn off the alert bell as well, potentially. The auto's turned off. Hopefully it'll stop it from coming through. And then when we get to the end of the video, I'll play them all and we'll react to them again. So we'll do like little segments of it, okay? So if you pay money for alerts, it will come through, but I'm going to time it to after the react content, okay? Just so that the rest of people don't get angry and leave. I hope that pausing worked. We'll see. I haven't gotten another super chat, so it's really hard for me to know. So bear with me as I'm like learning how to use this. Nope, not that. Okay. Okay, hopefully that works. We'll see. Can I make them even quieter? Yes, I can make them quieter.
Distorted lessons from the 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene, a cult classic that outlined Machiavellian tactics that are so effective. This book has been banned in several US prisons.
There are two laws. One of them is make others come to you, and the second law is use absence to create honor and respect. One of the laws is, I think the most important, basically make people dependent on you. They need you and they can't get rid of you. So you need to make sure that your position in a company, in life in general, you're the only person who can do that.
Law 20, do not commit to anyone. If you allow people to feel they possess you to any degree, you lose all power over them. Give them hope, but never satisfaction. By not committing your affections, they will only try harder to win you over. Encourage the attention, stimulate their interest, but do not commit at any cost. Desire
Self-growth TikTok. Okay. Come on, there's no way you've got a TikTok called self-growth and you don't have like some level of self-awareness of being like, this isn't really self-growth. Like, unironically, this like self-growth hustle culture, like grind shit is all blended together to make this like noxious, like self-help was annoying in the past because you like would meet some like 25-year-old improver Chad who was just like, I wake up at 4 a.m., I do 37 squats, I run for 2 miles, I do 52, they do like the like One Punch Man workout routine at 4 a.m. Then I go home and I drink my green smoothie and then I read 5 lines from a Stoic passage and I meditate on them for an hour and you're just like, bro, chill, right? That used to be self-help and how it was like annoying. Now it feels like self-help has just turned into like ethics don't matter. Being a good person doesn't matter. How do you get your own bag? That's all that matters. It's like unironically like kind of the Carantos logic when I was talking to him where he was like, I mean, is it bad if it worked? And it's like, you can do bad things that work. Yes. It's crazy.
is like a virus.
Now, if there is one silver lining to dark psychology, I think it's the awareness, right? If you're familiar with these emotional manipulation tactics, you can defend yourself against them because you can spot them, but don't perpetrate them. I think one of the most fascinating people to offer this kind of awareness is Kanika Batra Matheson, a self-proclaimed diagnosed sociopath who wants to clue you in on the potential weapons being used against you.
I'm a diagnosed sociopath, and these are the 4 stages of narcissistic abuse.
Also, I'm about 90% confident that she is not a diagnosed sociopath. Do you want to know why? We don't diagnose sociopathy. You can we can't even technically diagnose psychopathy, but sociopathy is just like layman's terms for antisocial PD. So maybe she has antisocial PD, but all these people like being like, I'm a diagnosed narcissist. Let me tell you my experiences. I'm like, I don't believe you ever. So do not go to this girl as a source of like what they actually think about. I could be wrong, but it susses me out to the max.
Love bombing, of course, is the beginning of it all. You're going to be idealized by this person. They don't know who you are. They're going to project what they want onto you. And you will feel like the center of the universe. You'll get calls, texts, you'll get showered with gifts. Just until you fall short. Once you become a real person and not their fantasy, you're going to become very devalued. All of that attention is just going to be snatched from you real quick. You're going to wonder what you did wrong. And let me tell you, you did nothing wrong. You'll get less and less communication, and then before you know it, you're discarded. Don't think you're ever going to get closure, by the way. That's a narc's favorite form of control over you. Then, if they lose narcissistic supply elsewhere, they'll come back to you. They'll give you little bits of attention that you'll be begging for. They'll try to bring you back into their life with the original love bombing. Be vigilant. They're doing it for themselves, not for you.
And look, I have no doubt that some of the people creating this kind of content ultimately have good intentions. There are messages encouraging women to center themselves, to not drop all of their priorities and restructure their life for a man they've just met, and to heal their own attachment wounds so they can show up as their most secure, confident selves.
Why do you have to call it dark femininity? Are we a bunch of like drow characters like running through being like, I'm a rogue. Unless I am an edgy, cool Tumblr goth chick, I can't develop self-value and confidence and boundaries. I need to create a dark feminine fictional version of me. That's not real. I just act like it's this other element to myself, like an elemental being that I can summon at times, but it's not real. It's just like all this shit's weird. All this, it's just weird, and it doesn't feel like it's helping women that much. It drives me crazy.
Damian Wooten has donated
still working.
$4.99 and says that was at least not as harmful, but now it is extremely antisocial behavior. These people are disgusting manipulators.
True. Okay. Pausing. Didn't turn that off. It just paused the chat itself. I don't know how to turn this off. Hold on. Oh, you played it. Okay. So the pause is working. Okay. The pause was working. Ahmad just played it for me. Okay. I'm getting gaslit by my TTS now.
But I think for the most part, the dark psychology and dark feminine movement really gets it wrong. There's a great article by Camille Sajid-Pejcha who articulated the exact conundrum. The problem here lies not in the art of the tease, but in the fact that the people turning to TikTok for dating advice are likely in the same demographic as those who desperately want to experience real love, and instead are perpetuating the same cycle of emotional toxicity that made them so afraid to be vulnerable in the first place. It's a pitfall people fall into again and again. The idea being that empowerment involves appropriating the techniques by which you yourself were oppressed, which ironically tends to perpetuate the status quo. And that's the biggest con of dark psychology, right? Its tactics create the result it claims to solve. All of this advice, right?
First of all, just remember anything labeled dark psychology, there's like a 90% chance that it's not real science at all. It's just manipulative shit that people thought up of. I'm not saying it does or doesn't work. It's hard to say, but be cautious of that. And just, on my side, I'm setting up a chat. So just like the red pill. Yeah. It's almost like all these people giving advice about how to become like a ruthless, unethical, bad person in your dating relationship don't care about their viewers' happiness. It's almost like they're just here to get your dollars and emotionally suck you off. This is if you find this repulsive as a man, this is the same shit that's happening with the red pill all the time. This is like at the end of the day what like Fresh and Fit and whatever podcast has become. It's just like emotionally masturbating you for like why you're having so many problems. And it'll say some things that are like kind of true some of the times about some people of the opposite gender. There are really shitty men. There are really shitty women. There are really shitty non-binary people. And in between is a whole bunch of messy people. And there's a good chance you're just as messy as the next person you're trying to date. You're just not looking in. Shocking, I know. Shocking. Okay. You can finish this, guys. We've got a minute.
All these emotional manipulation tactics are great if you want to find someone who's insecure and avoidant and values the chase more than they do a genuine, profound connection with you. But if you want real love, if you want to experience true intimacy, I don't think you can build that on a lie or a game. You can't form real trust when you are behind a wall pulling the strings the entire time. How can true love develop when you're mentally playing chess with someone's feelings? Love requires bravery. It demands that we show up, that we show our soft underbelly and hope that we don't get stabbed. And if we do, it requires us to dust ourselves off and go back onto the battlefield. Love demands courage, honesty, patience, and compassion. It's about not letting your emotional wounds harden into scar tissue, but to keep softening again and again, with the trust that there is someone out there who can hold your heart with the same gentleness that you'll hold theirs. Oh. I'm just gonna wait an hour to text back to this, but it's because I'm busy. I'm Anna Akana. Thank you to the patrons who supported today's video. And
okay, here's the actual reason why I think this is like so fucking cringe. Okay, the worst part of like all of this type of stuff is what it actually does is it takes because the only people who listen to it and implement it are probably somewhat like emotionally damaged and like lost, which is fair. You're allowed to be emotionally damaged and lost. I have no problem with that. But it leads to this issue where you have a whole bunch of like emotionally damaged, just like lost people who like probably need to go to therapy and might like look at some of these like weird coping behaviors that they develop that are like pretty unhealthy and like harmful to other people's as like harmful. Instead, you have this entire worldview that is convincing them that they're actually playing like a Giga Chad 8D chess and they're like Owlman from Batman who's like plotted ahead and accepted the darkness of the world and is realistic and mature and like all this like cringe shit basically. And so like so many of these guys, like especially like when I talk to like guys who are like really into Fresh and Fit specifically, like defend it really, really religiously. Which there's a good chance you're not here unless you're hate watching me, right? But like the people who are so bought into Fresh and Fit that they would never stand to be in my chat talking shit about Fresh and Fit, right? When you do talk to these guys, they unironically think that they're playing like 9D chess and they're being like, oh yeah, I manipulate. And I'm like, you're just still being emotionally reactive. You're just like learning ways to like put up like emotional self-defense. That's it. You're just like learning more harmful, probably more effective, but more toxic ways. And you think you're playing 9D chess. But the reality is that like, you're probably like, oh, I like this girl. She's kind of a sweetie boo. And then you get insecure and you're like, oh no, it's 9D chess time. And you like type some shit like, we'll see, honey boo, you know, I'll pick you up at 9 and then like ghost her for the rest of the night. And you'd be like, yeah, I'm making her desperate. And I'm like, nah, you're just avoiding it because you're insecure. And you've convinced yourself that you're playing 9D chess when you're actually just full of maximum copium. Like there's nothing more annoying than people who think that they're Owlman. Do you guys know who Owlman is? I want to make sure everyone knows this meme, okay? Batman's Owlman.
Welcome to Earth Prime. Before there was thought, there were people making a second. Came chaos. With every choice we make, we literally create a world. History branches in two, creating one Earth, where we made the choice, and a second, where we didn't. That's the secret of the universe, you know. Billions of people, making billions of choices, creating infinite Earths. Some so similar to each other you could spend a lifetime searching for any distinction. Others so radically different, they defy comprehension.
And all of the branches originate here.
Every version of reality balances precariously on this singular Earth. It seems so different from the Earths we know. I can't imagine what series of decisions led to this world hurtling out of its orbit. But I know this. The source of the cataclysm was the same as it always is. Man.
You can't be sure of that. Anything you know.
Like, unironically, this is how all of them think. Like this, the girls who listen to dark feminine, like, TikTok shit will unironically be like, and I've come to the source of all of the problems in the world. It's men. You're just like, okay, girl, you're not edgy. You're not some super villain. You haven't like come to a novel conclusion nobody's ever come to. You're just hurt. All right. Unpausing TTS, okay?
Reuben Rubin has donated $2 and says think playing 9D chess, but really little d chess. Graham Paltakan has donated $5 and says, how can I learn to plat this 9D chess you speak of?
You can't. You can't unless we become Owl Man. All right? I will be updating the money, I promise. I'm not trying to like neglect you guys. I don't know where she is. I'll be the end world if it doesn't work out. I want to know how Owlman coped with the death of his parents. I am the guest. I am at work. You're a liar. You're not at work. All right. Shoot. And it does look like when I pause it, it just stops them.
Thiago Souza says, you need to become a 4D being like Jesus and be able to go through walls.
I'm definitely close. You're right. You're correct. I'm absolutely close to extra time. Don't worry. I'm gonna check that next. I promise you I'm not gonna neglect the money stuff. I just, I have so much power, I've thought this head. You are correct, okay? I'm actually playing 9D chess here. I look like, a confused, lost, Twitter-pated young lady. But in reality, I'm just extending the amount of time I can sit here on the mic while guys and girls play... guys and girls pay money for my TTS so that I can just never make content. I can just pretend to make content and actually just listen to funny TTS things, okay? I am Owlman. I am a Giga Chad creature who has realized that truly the bane of all women's problems comes down to men. And the bane of all men's problems come down to women. That's right. I'm a pick-me for both sides. When I talk about both sidesing, I'm both sidesing both, okay? I'm a girl's girl and a boy's girl, okay? Everyone loves me and hates me at the same time. It's very based.
Cause and Effect says, they are so insecure that texting too soon was the reason they can't find a date. Truth is, their interest was so low that they could only be interested if you played games with their self-esteem. But guess what? There are women out there who don't take kindness for weakness and who actually like you and don't need this asterisk to stay interested.
I don't know about that. That sounds like some fucking blue pill shit.
Angie Carr has donated $1.99 and says, what's a female equivalent to Giga Chad?
Giga Stacy, of course. A Giga Stacy. All right, let's check session data. Ah, I found it. We are at 121. Got it. Okay. All right. Well, I guess she's not coming? Question mark? Or maybe she's now there and waiting for me. She meeting me. All right. Well. Schrodinger Stacy, Giga Stacy just don't roll off the tongue as well as Giga Chad. I know. Look, there are some feminine insults that roll off the tongue, like pussy. Pussy just rolls off the tongue. Giga Stacy, less so. So I went on like a bit of a rant today, and I found a whole bunch of these like people, these girls doing dark femininity advice, and it is a wild space. Okay. Femininity tips. Okay. So you're all we're suffering together, okay? And we're gonna look at the most viewed videos just so that we know how depressed we can be about the world, okay? First off, 12.5 million.
Okay, the fucking eye trick, let's talk about this. Because I've witnessed firsthand fully grown men fucking crumble when I do this. Is it a little bit toxic? Meh. I see it more as a social experiment.
Is it toxic? Maybe. Is it an experiment? Yeah. Does that mean it's not toxic? No. Did I think about how these two things don't exclude each other? I did not.
Don't come for me if people start falling in love with you, okay? I saw this from a girl on TikTok and I can't actually credit her because I've seen so many videos on it, so I don't actually know who made it up. But it's psychology based, so let's get into it. So you're sitting, you're chatting, you're having a conversation with a guy, and I found this works best when you wait until they're like really passionately talking about something, like it's not like a to and fro conversation, like he is talking, he is in the zone, probably mansplaining something really simple. Anyway, so you're...
I imagine. Wait until he's in the zone. He's excited talking about something he's passionate about. Probably like mansplaining, aka you're not listening, you're 90 chessing in your head the eyes trick that you're about to do. Just so it's clear, most women we don't claim these women, okay? This shit is awful and I reject it, okay? They're not my girls, okay? You're out of girl club, get her.
Gonna look them in the left eye.
Is it just not playing for you guys?
Then look down at their mouth and then back up at their right eye, like a triangle. Not too short that they miss it, but not too long that it looks a little weird. And if you throw in a little smile after. And here's another one I love, which definitely is toxic. But if a guy's being a dick...
Okay, so the eye thing isn't even toxic. It's just a good way to flirt. Like, it's just teaching girls a little bit like girl riz, basically. It's not even toxic. The only part that's toxic is you're not listening to him. You're just doing it to get him to be like obsessive about you, right? Like the only toxic part, like the fact that she even called it toxic shows you her intention going into this behavior. Because learning like a little bit of like eye contact riz is fine. There's nothing wrong with like being like, oh yeah, honestly, like looking at his like left eye, looking at his lips and then looking up to his right eye probably is kind of sexy, especially like a little smile afterwards. Sure, a lot of guys would find that really cute and attractive. The only reason she's saying it's toxic is because she knows she's exclusively doing it for the wrong reasons, which isn't to attract somebody that she's into. It's to just make him think that she's attracted to him. Crazy.
And you want to make him feel a little bit insecure. Just while he's talking, just every so often glance up at his forehead and back down. Just keep doing it. Don't say anything. Just like if they're having a go at you, whatever, just listen, but just look up at his head. I actually just do this for comic relief at this point. And if you want to step into your dark feminine energy, then definitely check out my playlist on it and hit that follow button because I post so many tips on here. So go test out that eye trick and let me know how it goes.
Okay, and if you guys want more suicide fodder, look at the top comments. Works like magic, queen for this, probably man explaining something very simple. LOL, isn't that true? Instructions unclear. Now my dog is in love with me. Ew. Ew. White women, man. Guys, the guy I'm dating only has one eye, so the triangle won't work for you again. This is the only comment that's actually just funny. Okay, and I just want to look at her page because you know it's the crystal bitches, okay? Of course it's the fucking Scorpio crystal shop chick, okay? Well, I was looking through her page before, okay? Hold on. There's a couple videos that went like super viral. Oh yeah. My realization that Tuesday, August 1st is going to be the most powerful day for some energy crystal shit. And then literally, there's another video like right after. Hold on, where is it? Either just above. Oh yeah, okay, so 1.9 million. And then literally a little bit later, realizing Tuesday the 8th of August is literally the most powerful crystal day. So I don't know if just her predictions are bad or if there's just like, we've just been having world-breaking crystal power days. But of course the chick who like is self-reporting and being like, this might be a little bit toxic. It's not toxic unless you're doing this with really bad intentions. That's what makes it toxic. So the fact that you think it's toxic, either there's like some like weird shame stuff going on, or you know that you're doing something bad. So I'm gonna go to her psychology tricks. There's only 2 posts. Oh, dark feminine energy. Here we go. There's tons in here.
You tricked me. Tricked you? No, I saved you.
Oh, it's so cringe. It's so cringe. Oh my glob. Is it too loud? Is it so loud compared to me? Okay, which chat is it coming through? I think it's this one. I'll just turn it all down for you. That is so... This is like the same level of cringe. Have you guys ever seen the like male thirst trap videos where like it'll be like, point of view, I'm your boyfriend and I realize you have your period. And he'll be like, that's totally okay. We can just leave. Can I get you anything? Chocolate? And it's just like so cringy the whole time. You're just like, this guy actually thinks that this is good. This is the same energy, okay? Hate. Here's how to embrace your dark feminine energy. Be you. Practice the law of detachment. Tap into your free spirited side. Dance and seduce yourself in front of the mirror. All right, Kyla. Look at me, Kyla. Look at me. La 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 la. How do you do that? Honestly, is this my problem? Am I not able to unlock my dark feminine because I don't know how to seduce myself in front of a mirror? I don't know. That's crazy. Have you guys ever done it? Dance and seduce yourself in front of a mirror. I don't know what that means. Does that mean like looking into the mirror and then being like, I should play the TTS sound in the background while I do this. And then you do like the sirenized, which is I think I always have sirenized because my eyes are canceled tilted up. But it's like, no, hold on. Is this siren? I can't do it. Clearly I have zero riz. I need to seduce myself in the mirror more often. And maybe I would have better dark feminine energy. You know what? I realize what I actually am. I'm the woman from the outside looking in and being like, this could never be me. So I'm mocking it because it makes me insecure, okay? Master the siren gaze. Discover your signature self. Focus on things you're passionate about. Assert yourself. You are not a pushover. So apparently the dark feminine is a mixture between established and aesthetic. Slightly have bad emotional regulation, emotional detachment, and then also just like establish self-worth and boundaries. Okay, cool. That's dark feminine energy, apparently. We could just call that healthy feminine energy, to be honest. I would say healthy femme is many of these things, but who am I, you know? Okay. All right, we need more chats.
Angie Carr has donated $1.99 and says, Crystal Chick, a snake charmer, toxic snatch.
Toxic snatch. Damn. Angie's calling her snatch toxic. Angie, that's toxic. Have I done or said something I thought they cared about? Wounded feminine. This is so cringy. It's so cringy. It's so fucking cringe. Holy. Okay, let's see if there's more here. Okay, this is going to be aesthetic stuff. I don't mind the aesthetic stuff. That's all fine. Whatever. Dark femininity tips. It's so cringy.
People are gonna be drawn to you like a magnet, like you've never experienced before. Hi, Mimi. This is how to activate your dark feminine energy. Number 1, keep your life a mystery. Don't overshare on social media. Keep some parts of your life personal. Number 2, learn to say no. Don't FOMO. If you don't feel like going out, then don't. Protect your energy fiercely. Number 3, talk slower and make eye contact. Pro tip, if you need time to think, don't look away.
These are literally all just like social confidence skills. Every one of these is just like essentially like fake it till you make it social charisma skills. Talking slower. What are some of the other ones she said? Talking slower when you're thinking, don't looking away, but like looking straight at them. That's actually a little weird. Don't just do that. Don't FOMO. Fear of missing out. FOMO is fear of missing out, in case you don't know. Isn't this just healthy energy? Yeah, this is the problem, right? You got to like add a trendy name. And the problem is that there's lots of healthy things in here lumped in with horrible things. Horrible things.
Instead, if you're nervous, just look at their nose. Number 4, always take extremely good care of yourself mentally and physically. Your skincare, your makeup, your diet, your workout, your style should always be at a 10. Number 5, start wearing a seductive fragrance. If you're usually a floral powdery perfume gal, girl, it's time to switch it up.
This is the manosphere being like, wipe your bum. Figure out a good beard routine. Shower and don't use 3-in-1. Buy shampoo, conditioner, and a popular skincare routine. This is the exact same shit where they're like, okay, girls, smell nice. Learn how to have aesthetic. Learn makeup that you like to do. Exercise regularly. Learn how to have social skills. It's literally this. This is all great advice, by the way. None of this is a problem. This just isn't dark feminine energy. Or if it is, I guess dark feminine energy is just like what most people do. Also, like, it doesn't need to be out of 10, okay? There's some like perfectionism going on here. You just need to like look good, feel confident in yourself. You don't need to be a 10 all the time. Clean your room, yeah. Don't raise your kids to be people you would hate.
Choose a more bold, intense, and intimidating scent like this. A girl in her dark feminine energy will never beg for someone to change. She will leave things and people that no longer benefit her.
Like, this is probably good advice for like 70% of North American women of like learning like, hey, if people are really toxic towards you, you don't have to just like stick around. That's actually really good advice for a lot of women because a lot of women like actually need that advice. But the tag on of if they don't benefit you, leave you behind is really weird. What do they think about children? Do you think your 1-year-old benefits you in any ways? They're just like annoying. They cry all the time. The only thing that's nice is like you think that they're cute. Literally, that's it. Question mark. This is some crazy shit.
Has very clear boundaries. That she is selfish when it comes to prioritizing herself, but she stays humble because she doesn't need to prove herself to anyone. When she walks into a room, her confidence and her magnetic energy will be so loud and felt without words needing to be said. But be careful because once you've tapped into this energy, some people, especially men, will try to come into your life to disrupt your peace. Be very picky with the people you allow to be in your presence. Remember, quality over quantity. Okay, I love you always. Bye.
Stand this girl's girl, guys. Girls girl is the virtue signal, by the way, of being in girl club. Yeah. I just want to see something. I just want to see if something would come up. Oh my gosh. Look at this shit. The person who made this video is convinced that in another life they were a vampire woman, a vampire queen, okay? They're convinced. There's no other explanation. When he thinks you're sweet and innocent, but you're actually just a really good manipulator. Oh, so he's giving you the benefit of the doubt and it turns out you're actually just a massive asshole? I don't know why we're like celebrating this. And of course, what is the top liked comment on this video? Any guesses? Any guesses? It's crystal people again. Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpios, okay? I don't know anything about any of these things. But bro. Now, you know, I used to think it was cringe when men are like, you know, crystal girls are kind of like a red flag. Because I've always known like really nice crystal girls who are just like, I just love astrology and my gems. And I'm like, okay. I don't care. And it's like kind of cute. Like when you like talk to them about it, they're like, yeah, like this works with me because I'm like a Virgo and it means like this and this and this. And like hearing them just talk about it, I just think it's cute. Like I don't think it's a big deal. I like listening to people being excited about things. I don't know. I'm crazy, but I like to see people happy and I like to encourage them in their happiness. But now I'm seeing a whole other side to the crystal girl. Okay. This is some crazy shit. That video, by the way, had 2.5 million views.
Beware of this manipulation tactic that women use with men. My name is Adele Kelleher, and as a certified dating and relationship coach.
Certified, by the way. She's certified. Can I get certified? Certified dating coach. I wonder if I could certify. Oh my gosh, there's Heart Coaching Academy, guys. Look, I can now get certified. Dating coach starter kit. Wow. Become your own boss. Become a dating coach in just 12 weeks. Specialized one-on-one support. Graduates receive lifetime access to all course materials. Graduates have potential to earn 6 figures. Certified date coach. Look at all these certified dating coaches. So many certified. I don't want to deal with you. You're fine. Go ask your dad. You're just bored. Go find a toy. Go find a toy. Certified.
Frachinema says 6. The sun and the stars, the cosmos and the mind says, wow, a degree mill for scams.
Guys, I wonder how much it is. I'm so tempted to get one of these just so I can dump people in the certified dating. Like, I don't really want to spend the money for a meme. Program details. What do you learn? Earn a full-time income by helping others fall in love.
Hey there, my name is Christine Hart, and I'm the founder of Heart Coaching Academy. I help people just like you start and build a successful career as a date coach. Whether you are brand new to the coaching industry or looking for a change within your existing practice, I can help. And there are many benefits to enrolling with Heart Coaching Academy and becoming certified. Some of them are varying start dates. You can start my 12-week training course at a time that is convenient for you and learn from the convenience of your own home. You also have the option to take my 3-day one-on-one in-person immersion.
Guys, look at the modules. There's only one module about actually how to deliver your services. The rest are about business. The rest are literally finding clients. Oh no, sorry, there's 2 modules because there's this one, how to learn to listen, good skill, and this one, I suppose. Because this one is not delivering coach like how to be a good coach. It's like logistics, like Skype, shit like that. So there's 2 modules out of 12 to teach you how to be a really good dating coach. I'm going to guess that they give you no actual advice. They probably teach you like three things: positive reciprocity, mirroring, and like basically, what would we call it? Like soft confrontation. That's probably like the 3 really basic, like social interaction skills that they teach you, and then they just let you be free. And then common pitfalls and stuff, I'm super curious because they say it's like based on like learn common personality types, and I doubt that it's real personality types. Anyways, let's see what the certified dating coach has to say.
Make sure you save this if you ever find yourself in this situation. Now, this tactic can be used by men, but more commonly is found with women. It's when they
I see you, Angie, and other ladies in the chat.
String you along, specifically a male friend who they know has more feelings for them, but is keeping them around for the attention or the benefits, has no intention of actually being more than just friends with them. Beware of this manipulation tactic.
Okay. Bro, I don't know how I don't understand how there's this on the internet and Sunday's like, you know who I need to stop? Erudite. Why? Therapy help finding seems kind of weird, and I don't understand what her degree is in. It's crazy. Oh, man. I am so I've been having a thought recently, and it's this. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about sexism, okay? So there's a recent research that's been coming out. I talked about it a couple of days ago, which was research about basically benevolent and hostile sexism, and how women tend to overestimate hostile sexism and underestimate benevolent sexism that they're receiving, and men do the inverse, where men tend to overestimate benevolent sexism, so giving the benefit of the doubt based on their sex, but underestimate hostile sexism. And I was talking about this with a friend. I won't like name any names or anything, 'cause it's pretty personal, but talking about like just a situation that's come up in their life a little bit, and he's really struggling in his relationship. And he's like, man, I feel like a really bad person for being like, I feel like she's being really selfish here. And I was like, but she is being really selfish. Like this is how like messy relationships often go, is like it often ends up with like two people, especially towards the end, being really, really selfish. Like she is doing selfish things. I'm not saying that you're perfect and you've done nothing wrong. I'm just saying like everything you've described to me is kind of selfishness. And that's doesn't mean that she's evil. And he was like, I know, I just like, it feels bad to like say that like this person, this like woman in my life is like selfish. And I had this realization, which is that so many things that get labeled in our society as misogyny, some of it is misogyny. Like there is misogyny out there, obviously. There is sexism out there, obviously, towards women. But a lack of benevolent sexism, I think, is often actually construed as sexism and misogyny. So a really good example would be, for example, if a woman does something that's like really toxic and nasty, it feels like people feel a need to like pull punches and like soften up and be like, yeah, but like maybe she had her reasons, or maybe she just didn't know. Like they extend her maximal levels of benefit of the doubt and maximal levels of grace, which is crazy, because if a man did the same behavior, he'd probably get extended no grace and none of this. And I realized that so many things that are getting labeled as misogyny right now is just a lack of benevolent sexism, which is what I'm calling infantilizing women. But infantilizing women isn't quite it necessarily. What it really is a lack of benevolent sexism. We're not saying, oh, you're a girl, therefore you can't be doing as many bad things. You're gonna like pull my punch. It has been blowing my mind. Once I realize this, I like see it everywhere. And I'm not saying that misogyny, real misogyny, doesn't exist. It also does exist, right? Just watch Fresh and Fit. There is absolutely very real misogyny, but a lot of things that are getting labeled as misogyny is just a lack of benevolent sexism. And see, I have this thing where I don't really like benevolent sexism. But like maybe that could be like my stuff. So I wanted to talk a little bit about feminine characters and femininity and stuff. I don't know if you guys saw, but I recently released my second video essay called Losing Sexism. On my like femininity video essay series. So please check that out. I'm really proud of it. I worked really hard on it. And I wanted to talk a little bit today with you guys about why so many like female movie characters and stuff are the worst. And it branched off of like some of the Snow White stuff that I've been seeing. And when I say Snow White, we should really say like Snow Brown and like the 7 magical beings or whatever it is. It's like the Snow White film is getting the worst PR ever right now. It's kind of crazy. But yeah. All right. Hold on. Let's do a little bit of this.
Popper's 1328 says, or if she literally commits a crime.
Yep.
Super Destructo says, I think I saw studies showing female judges are more fair because male judges go extra easy on women.
Yep. Men tend to be like one of the biggest givers of benevolent sexism, right? Like this is why like women will often be harder on women and men are often harder on men. Like that both are true at the same time. So I think Lily Lotus said Barbie. Yeah. Barbie is actually, I haven't seen the film, but from everything I've heard about it, Barbie is actually a good example of like an okay female protagonist. She doesn't seem like she does a lot of self-change, but she seems actually more real and human than almost all of the recent like leading females I've seen coming out of Hollywood for like the last little while. So we're gonna watch Abby Emmons. This came out a year ago because I think she does a really good job discussing this idea. Because I think it's an interesting topic.
A bronze and Blaze has donated $4.99 and says snow off-white.
Yeah. The Snow White shit. Have you guys seen the Snow White shit? Just so you guys have some context for this, maybe. Let's see if I can pull some of it up. People are like losing their brain about it. Bad PR.
You know, I'm beginning to believe that Disney are experiencing some kind of corporate survivor's guilt for all the money they've made over the years and have resolved to do everything in their power to correct that mistake. Whether it's tanking every single brand under their umbrella, or getting into ridiculous political battles they can never hope to win, or releasing flop after flop that have burned through hundreds of millions of dollars, it feels like the company is conducting its very own Viking funeral on itself while it's still alive. And since they've more or less run out of ideas for new things to create, they've decided to pilfer their back catalogue of classic animated movies with a series of soulless, cynical, cash grab live-action remakes. The problem is that the first few films actually did pretty well at the box office.
This one's good. Okay, the Lion King remake was really good. I liked this one.
So they've decided to put the brakes on their latest project with an unnecessary race swap of the main character, rewriting and undermining the core themes of the story to make it acceptable for modern audiences, and hammering it all home with what I can only describe as the single worst collection of sounds ever recorded by human technology in all of history.
Remember my song in the swamp when I was like, whap, chicka, whap, whap, chicka, whap.
And they look set to repeat this not-so-winning formula with their next live-action remake, Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. Oh wait, sorry, Snow White and the Seven Magical Diverse Gender Non-Conforming Vertically Challenged Creatures.
Thank you!
The thing is, Snow White is a bit of a special one for the Disney Corporation because it was their very first feature-length animated movie made by Walt himself way back in 1937. Taking its inspiration from a 19th century German fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm, it tells the story of a beautiful young woman who gets betrayed by her evil stepmother and eventually takes refuge in a forest with 7 dwarfs who give her shelter and protection. And when the evil stepmother comes back to finish the job, they risk their lives to defend her until eventually she gets found by the handsome prince and brought back to life with a true love's kiss. It was a timeless story of betrayal, friendship, loyalty, sacrifice, and the redeeming power of love. And adjusted for inflation, it's still the highest grossing animated film of all time.
Whoa, I had no idea.
And one of the most important movies in the history of cinema. Now, call me crazy if you like, but something tells me this remake isn't going to be so well regarded. The problems began early on with the casting of Rachel Zegler as Snow White. Now, why was this a problem, you might ask? Well, the original German folktale describes the character as follows. Schneewittchen hat Lippen rot von einer Rose, Haar schwarz wie...
This is the critical drinker, guys,
Ebenholz und Haut weiß wie Schnee. Or, in less world-dominating terms,
Somebody should write that in TTS so that we can hear that again from TTS.
Snow White had lips red as a rose, hair black as ebony, and skin white as snow.
Yeah, that's the point of her name, Snow White. It's like, I don't actually care about like Halle Berry, for example. Like, I don't care about Little Mermaid being black. I don't care about any of that shit. She's a mermaid. But when the character's like name is Snow White, largely because of like it's a play off of her skin, like how pale white her skin is, it feels really weird to just cast it as not a, like, it would be like I was thinking about this the other day. How would people feel if Tiana from like Princess and the Frog was casted as like an Asian woman? I don't think anyone would be okay with that. Or even worse, what if Tiana from, again, Princess and the Frog was cast as like a white woman? People would lose their shit because it doesn't make a lot of sense, especially with the story around Tiana. It would especially make no sense around Tiana, right? Because it's like the story is inherently connected to her blackness. It would be super weird. Just like much of the story is connected to specifically the snow whiteness of her skin. But whatever, like her name.
Skin white as snow. Skin white as snow. Sure, okay. I mean, you'd think that Disney might have learned from The Little Mermaid that...
And when they first cast Rachel, I was like, that's a little cringe, but I can get over it because Rachel is a really, really acclaimed Broadway singer. So like a lot of the songs and stuff that Snow White sings, her voice is like perfect for it. She's very petite and small. So like in a couple ways, I was like, I could like, even though I was like, that's a little weird, I could get over that. Like, it's not actually the end of the world. I don't care about like races in and of themselves in any way, unless the race is inherently connected to like the story itself, right? Like Princess Tiana.
Imposing 21st century American cultural norms by race-swapping major characters from popular European fairy tales doesn't tend to go down too well, but whatever. As long as they nailed the characterization and stayed true to the themes and ideas of the original story, I'm sure it would all be fine.
This Snow White is going to have a modern edge to her, a modern edge to her, a modern edge to her.
Cartoon was so focused on her finding true love, and it's really not even in her mind at all in this film. So focused on becoming the leader and how to find her own agency.
Of course she does. Because why have a story about the redeeming power of love when we can focus instead on the only thing that truly matters in life? You. Don't you see? It's about what you want, what's best for you, what makes you happy, and everyone else can go fuck themselves. Now, where have I heard this sentiment before?
It's also updated with the current times, you know? It's not just all about a boy, you know? It's all about what she wants for herself.
Jesus, it's like a bunch of robots that have all been given the latest software download at the same time. You know, I love how Disney are still trying to sell this idea of strong, self-actualized female protagonists pursuing their life goals without the help of a man, as if it's some crazy new idea that's never been tried before, instead of, you know, the plot of literally every single movie and TV show they've made in the past 10 years.
Well, more importantly, strong female leads have always been beloved by people. Like, the thing that's annoying to me is it feels like he's like being like, who wants strong? Like, so many people's critiques like, nobody wants strong, independent women. It's like, that's not true. We don't want Mary Sue's, right? We don't want bastardized writing. That's what we don't want, right? But like, what's the chick from Terminator? What is her name? I always forget it. But she's like an iconic character. And in part, the story... What's her name? Somebody say it. Somebody say it. I know one of you will get it. The chick from Terminator. Sarah Connor.
Billy M says, Sarah Connor.
Thank you. Sarah Connor is made interesting by the fact that she's a woman and she's kind of like a luck case, right? She's not alive only because she's a strong, independent woman, right? Like anyone when watching that is like, well, I'd be dead because I don't know. She just gets lucky. Everyone else dies and she just kind of gets lucky, right? And then part of the story is made interesting because there's this dynamic of her like having to overcome like distinctly feminine characteristics. Like there's so many good female lead characters from the past that we have had and people adore them. So the idea like people being like, oh yeah, we just need more strong, independent women, you know, that's what we need. It's like, no, we need well-written, real characters. I'm so tired of them like shoving down young girls' throat this idea that like, oh, you're a girl, you're perfect, you're never wrong. If you feel uncomfortable, you're always right. You're a girl boss and anything you put your hand to, you'll just be good at it. And it's like, that's not real. That's not me. Like, if that's what new femininity is, I'm fucked because I'm messy. I'm insecure. I'm anxious, right? I sometimes take out my anxiety and insecurity on the people around me. Lots of things that I try to do, I suck at. And I have to work really, really hard to be good at the things that I'm good at. And like that to me is girl bossing. But like And that's like beloved characters that we appreciate. Nobody cares about whether the lead is a male or a female. They care if the writing's interesting, right? Like in many ways, like I feel like people have actually historically loved female leads specifically because the writing around female leads was so good and the casting was so good. But anyways, that's just me. Okay, anyway, sorry, done.
This isn't new or inventive anymore, and you're not impressing anyone with this shit. In fact, all you're really doing is taking away timeless elements of the original story and replacing them with a vacuous, shallow, and ultimately meaningless facade of female empowerment. You don't need a man, you don't need love, you don't need attachments to other people, in fact. You just need to be strong, be empowered, be a leader, and buy more of our products. I mean, okay, maybe the main character's a bit of a bust, but what about the dwarves? I mean, really, they were as much of a collective protagonist in the original movie as Snow White herself. They went through a real character arc together, they learned to work together, to take advantage of their unique skills, to risk their lives for someone else, and ultimately they learned the value of friendship, loyalty, and sacrifice. Oh wait, they're not actually dwarves anymore. Not since the towering intellect of Peter Dinklage weighed in on the film and decided that the portrayal of dwarves in the original movie was backwards and insulting.
You serious?
Peter, mate, you understand that those characters were actually the fantasy species of dwarf and not actual humans afflicted with dwarfism, right? Either way, the result was the same. Someone was angry and things had to change. The dwarves were shit-canned and changed into magical forest creatures, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, and 7 roles that could have been played by dwarf actors were basically erased.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Honestly, you'd think that Peter would have been the bigger man.
Was Peter actually the one who got rid of that? I don't want to get rid of this. I thought he was a, like...
It's be
Get rid of dwarves. Okay, he's at... Okay.
Peter Dinklage destroyed Disney, and it could end up costing the company over $100 million. Disney has cast Rachel Zegler to play Snow White, which caused a lot of controversy because Zegler is Hispanic and the character is traditionally German. That controversy is being compared to Halle Bailey's Little Mermaid, which did lose $50 million, making only $555 million in a budget of $250 million. Peter Dinklage comes into this as when Rachel Zegler was cast, he laughed at Disney saying it's fake progressivism. The reason being that Peter Dinklage, who does have acrodontoplasia, finds the depiction of the 7 dwarfs very offensive. Peter Dinklage said that Disney casting Rachel Zegler is their way to feel good about themselves while ignoring a much bigger problem. Peter Dinklage was criticized by some actors with similar conditions, like Dylan Postl said Peter Dinklage was being selfish and that community needs more work. There's now an effort in Hollywood to not cast little people and instead do things like cast Hugh Grant as an Oompa Loompa. Peter Dinklage ultimately did get his way on this one, where Disney said they will not have the 7 dwarfs in the Snow White movie. He said it's now being reported they won't be little people and will be called the 7 Bandits.
Wait, who? Because there's one dwarf in this. Who's the dwarf? Cast of 7 dwarves. There's one dwarf. 2023. Oh, it's 2024. Top cast. They have one person with dwarfism on it. Dancer. All cast and crew, okay. Dancer. There's dancers? They just didn't list the fucking dwarves here? Are the dwarves just not important to the story now? Gal Gadot. Is Martin Kleba? Okay, he has dwarfism. Okay, there's at least one guy with dwarfism. Great, all right. Okay, guys.
And given his fellow actors a chance, but I guess not. Maybe he's got an elevated sense of...
Hold on, gotta check chat. This is literally short face. Not just because of the political element across the board, but it's a major component. Peter Dinklage pulled his tiny little ladder up behind him. Whew.
Sundry Clown Car 295 says, I guess Peter Dinklage didn't trust the American people to be able to tell the difference between magic smithing goblin and person with achondroplasia, which traditionally not incorrect.
It's just really weird. It's really weird that like he specifically is upset about this, because it feels like there's not a lot of roles in general for actors with dwarfism, for like a number of reasons. Even like my understanding is it's like hard to like run them with like outfits and stuff like this. So it just feels like a really weird, like, stand to take, basically. All right, let's see, Alistair, if this will come through.
Alistair Blue has donated 5.00 and says, I took up saxophone because I found Lisa Simpson cool as a kid. Non-sexist people don't need characters to share their gender to make them relatable.
True. True.
Of his own importance or something. So let's consider what we've got so far with this thing. A classic European fairy tale about a young woman with skin as white as snow, played by an actress of Colombian descent, so that everyone can see themselves in 19th century German folklore. A story about the search for true love that's no longer about true love, in order to avoid offending the lonely middle-aged feminists that'll never actually watch the movie in the first place. And supported by 7 dwarves that are no longer dwarves, in order to avoid offending Peter Dinklage.
Fuck.
But hey, at least it'll probably look good, right? I mean, these live-action movies cost hundreds of millions of dollars, so you can bet it's going to be up there on screen for all to see.
Wait, she looks great there.
Now, I have to admit, I didn't react to these pictures at first because, like a lot of people, I naturally assumed that they had to be fake. I mean, they've got to be right. There's no way a big-budget movie could possibly look this shit. And for a few hours, at least, it seemed like I was right. Then the confirmation came back from a Disney spokesman that they were, in fact, real photos from the movie set.
My God, they're real.
I just can't anymore, man. This—
Wait, but her hair is up. Wait, okay, this is stupid. None of this matters. None of this, literally none of this matters. Their outfits, like, it still could look good on camera. I don't know if I agree with this. Her hair is literally up. I believe that this will all be removed. It's like adding in like curls and volume. I doubt when she's on camera, she's got just like 90,000 random pins in it. It's a grainy photo. And again, the cringiest part is just that they're not 7 dwarves. There's just a dwarf. It's really weird. That's the weird part. And a really fucking tall guy.
Of everything wrong with modern
They should make these two hate each other.
entertainment. It's what happens when you're so desperate to showcase your progressive credentials and conform to the endlessly growing list of contradictory demands and nonsensical restrictions that you end up tying both of your creative hands behind your back. And what you ultimately produce is just as soulless, joyless, and pointless as the people you're desperately trying to win approval from. Because here's the thing, whenever you ask them what they want next, no matter how far you've already gone or how much you've sacrificed to try to appease them, the answer will always be the same. More. No matter how many concessions you make, how many problematic elements you mercilessly hack away from your story, how many progressive characters and themes and mindless talking points you awkwardly shove into your narrative, it will quite simply never be enough.
Okay. I don't care what his talking about. It's all right.
For me, because I'm the strongest, so it's just, there's no competition for me because I'm the strongest, so it's just kind of like a different.
Oh, you should let her think that.
It's just a fact. It's not a personal opinion.
No,
and it's
no.
not a reflection on what you can't do.
In Brie Larson's defense, she had no other character trait to fall back on. Black Widow and Captain Marvel are 2 of the most iconic female characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Although Captain Marvel has superpowers and Black Widow does not, they are both skilled fighters, mentally tough, courageous, smart, and independent. They are both considered strong female characters, but what if I told you that one of them is actually stronger than the other? And it's not the one with superpowers. I'm Abby, and this is Science of Story, where we come together to explore the secret ingredients behind our favorite stories and learn how to use those ingredients to make our own writing unforgettable. Are you a writer on a mission to craft strong female characters? One kind of story, you're apathetic female characters who go around smashing things and beating people up just to prove they are tougher than everyone else. I mean female characters with strengths and weaknesses. Female characters who aren't afraid to show emotion, but also aren't afraid to fight when they need to. Female characters with deep internal conflict, desires, fears, and misbeliefs that hold them back from finding true happiness. In this video, we are going to—
I'm kind of bored. I don't like her video. Let's see. I feel like I'm not going to like this.
feel powerful and strong. Whether this aggression is physical,
Nah, I'm bored. Too analytical. Oh, it's Critical Drinker again. All right, we'll do this. This is the one we just watched.
Sarah Connor, Clarice Starling, Buffy Summers, Ellen Ripley, Marion Ravenwood, Princess Leia, Dana Scully, Samantha Carter, Eowyn, Vi, Aaron Sun, Nyota Uhura, Beth Harmon, Kara Thrace, and Rita Vrataski. These are just a few examples of the many intelligent, complex, compassionate, brave, compelling, and well-written female characters that have emerged in the past 50.
Gina Carano was trash. Oh my gosh. Okay, 1 second. I need to grab water. Okay, guys, I'm gonna click like 4 things.
Snakeballs89 says, Black Widow does have superpowers. The Trib one says, how many of them are the main character?
I don't know. I guess we can check. I feel like Ellen Ripley is a main character, right? Is Ellen Ripley the main? That's a good question, like genuinely. I hate this YouTuber's voice.
Not Dirk says, I hate this YouTuber for his voice and his voice only.
She's the protagonist. Okay, so she's the main character. I think Sarah Connor is also. Main protagonist as well, yep. Who else did he list?
Brave, Beth, Eowyn, Vi.
Eowyn is not. Vi is a main character, I feel like.
Aaron Sun.
I don't know what show this is.
Nyota Uhura, Beth Harmon.
She is the main character.
Kara Thrace.
Don't know what that
and
is.
Rita Vrataski.
She is also the main character, or one of the main characters. Okay, so a number of them were main characters. So this actually brings up a really interesting talking point, because one thing that I think is actually really legitimate is that female lead representation is probably lower than it should be. Right? So like there's an issue that got like kind of pointed at being like, well, there's not a lot of like main female characters in like hero stories and stuff like this, and like action and like big drama leads, which was kind of interesting. Specifically like fictional hero characters, I think. Which was true. And I'm all for like increasing that, especially if you can like write an interesting story about a woman who's also like a leader. The issue is, here's what I actually think happened. Is when there's a lack of this type of representation. And people were like, that's true. And so then we went, okay, how are we going to solve that? And we're like, we know we're going to write really annoying men, but as women. And nobody thought, you know, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Why? Why are we doing that? I think that's mostly kind of what happened, which is very cringe. It feels like when you look at like Captain Marvel, she is the worst. She's the worst character ever. She's boring. She doesn't have a personality. She just sucks all the time. She's just mean to people all the time. It's like, if this was a male protagonist, everyone would hate him still because they're unlikable. They're irredeemable. They're just like cocky, and then they just like save the world. Literally the worst character ever. So what we actually need is female leads that are written well. Nobody likes Mary Sue. This is why like The Last Jedi sucked, because she was just like magically couldn't use the Force and then suddenly like fought against like Kylo Ren. Like no problem. That was ridiculous. Like the shit that she was pulling off was just like, this literally took most Jedis years to train. Even like Luke took years to train this shit. And she's just like, for no reason. Doesn't make any sense. Literally makes no sense. That's not likable. That's not a person. That's a shell. You're just inserting a vagina, giving her superpowers because apparently benevolent sexism is the only way to empower women now. It's cringe. Fuck off.
Vivi Witch says, would an actor be harassed the same way Brie Larson was, though?
No. So this is one thing that I think is actually unique about women. So I don't think women get hated on more than men necessarily. I think because again, let's assume that Brie Larson was Brian Larson acted the same in interviews as Brie Larson did, was just as like cocky, just as ungrateful. So all the things. I don't think so. What I think is unique, like when I talk to like male content creators, I don't actually think that I get like more hate, for example. And I don't think most women get more hate. The issue is that for women in this space, there's like this bottom barrel like group that has the most obsessive vitriolic hate. And it's like always directed towards women because it's usually like some of the most antisocial men who like hate women. So the types and specific like obsessive levels of hatred that I think women get specifically are really weird. Like if I go to DGG, for example, most people there like me and it's like pretty normal. But if you actually watch the chat, a lot of times when I go on screen, it'll seem like people really dislike me in DGG. But if you watch the names, it's the same 6 people. Like unironically, I had Nick count the other day to be like, can you just like try to get a feel? I can see a lot of negative comments. Like, just want to like know what the theme is basically. And he's like, it's literally the same 6 people. It's the same guy and a couple other guys just posting the same shit obsessively. And so I think that that's the disproportionate thing that women experience distinctly is like when they get haters, some of their haters just dislike them. But then there's this distinctive group where it's like the hatred that they have for you, it's fucking personal and they never let it go. Name them and shame them. Nah, it's okay. And so I think Vivi Witch, right? I think that is something that you're pointing at correctly, which is like the hate that she got was probably semi-proportionate to the role that she had and the way that she, like her PR, she managed it. She was pretty unlikable. But I suspect that what she's experienced as a result is a disproportionate level of like obsessive kind of bottom barrel scumbag types who have now obsessively hate her and like take every opportunity and like go out of their way to just like shun people. Like, for example, I had this guy for like 6 months. Every post I made anywhere on any social media, he would comment like there was like 3 options of comments, like hateful comments he would make about me on every Instagram post, every tweet, every YouTube post, every TikTok. Like that is a dedication. I've asked like even like Steven stuff like, do you have this? And he's like, no, like that's really fucking weird. So there is a disproportionate thing that does occur there. But I don't know. The problem is that what we'll say is women just get more hate. And it's like, no, it's a different type.
Fargo, Lefty says, Erudite is taking names of asterisk, 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 asterisk talkers.
I hope that responded to you well, Viv. But thanks for the comment. I haven't seen you back in chat. Oh, yeah, there you are.
Vivi Witch says, SR, false accusations tend to be looked down upon.
Kind of. If accusations are proven to be false, they are very looked down upon, even by other women. The problem is, in social media, the line for what we call false is really, really high. We tend to like believe victims first, which is like a good intention, but it leads to situations of like, how do we know an accusation is false? That could be really tricky, especially if you get into the situation of like he said, she said, and both stories kind of sound possible. I think in the general, when you have that type of situation, especially in social media, again, not in judicial courts, but in social media, there's almost always a belief in like the woman versus the man. Okay, back to this.
These are just a few examples of the many intelligent, complex, compassionate, brave, compelling, and well-written female characters that have emerged in the past 50 years of film and TV. Characters that have left their mark on whole generations of audiences to the point where they still resonate with people years or even decades after their creation. But then there's a different kind of character. A shallow, trite, cheaply made, gratingly unpleasant facsimile of these excellent ladies of the silver screen. A phenomenon known only as the strong female character. Honestly, it seems like just about every character without a Y chromosome these days automatically has to be labelled as strong. It's one of the first words to come tumbling out of the mouths of the writers, actors, directors, and marketing departments whenever they're asked about it, and it's been overused to the point where it's become completely and totally meaningless. Just another expected buzzword in the endless corporate approved word salad that has to be sprinkled on every new project now.
He made this in Be Funky. I recognize all these stickers.
In fact, Emily Blunt said it better than I ever could. It's the worst thing ever when you open a script and read the words strong female leads. That makes me roll my eyes. I'm already out. I'm bored. Those roles are written as incredibly stoic. You spend the whole time acting tough and saying tough things. Oh, stop it, Emily. I can only like you so much. The thing is, though, she's absolutely right on this one.
God, that movie was so good. What movie is that? The one that Emily Blunt was in where she's doing like the cool push-up shit? That is such a good example of like an actual strong female lead that is in many ways capturing the archetype they're looking for that is like too tough for school. But the movie's so interesting. It's with Tom Cruise. Those are the aliens. You guys know Edge of Tomorrow? Yeah. It's so good because she's written in this way where she's like kind of like the cold, ruthless bitch. But throughout the story, you don't really like her at first, but you kind of respect her because they portray her in such a way where you're like, there's probably something here. Like there's a reason why she is the way. She's not just like, I'm a woman who's in the military and fights people. And then as you like get to know her, you see this like deep, like horrific story of her life as like why she's developed the like emotional callousness that she like expresses. And by the end of the movie, you see like those callous edges being like rubbed off. It's such a good story and it's such a good female character because she's in many ways like kind of a cold-hearted bitch. And then when you get to know her, you realize there's a reason why she is the way it is. And her being cold-hearted isn't the best thing. It's just a coping mechanism to deal with pain, right? Like, that's so interesting. That's so real. That's a real character versus just being like, why am I a cold-hearted bitch? Because it's a good thing. It's like, huh? No, it's not. Why are we pretending like this is a good thing? I just want female characters. I just want the first Wonder Woman back, you know? I want the second Wonder Woman, the like Wonder Woman 2, to be thrown out. And for us to just go back to like the first Wonder Woman. Such a good female superhero. Black Widow even, especially like Black Widow. I haven't seen her actual main movie, so I don't know. But when she was like just in the side stories and stuff, that's a really good female character too. And she's kind of like cold-hearted, edgy, and like all sorts of things. And again, there's like reasons why. Women need to be allowed to be more flawed and fail. Yeah, it's such a bad precedent because most women, when they look at Captain Marvel, can't map onto that. And so the best we can do is like LARP and pretend like this. And then we like ask ourselves like, why are women so like anxious and insecure underneath anyways? It's because we have all these like influencers and now like female hero roles being held up as like, I'm a girl boss who don't care about no things. And like, what is the 13-year-old going like, well, I'm not a girl boss and I do care about things all the time. So I guess I'm a failure. Like, what? It's cringe. Just like, by the way, empty, shallow, vacuous shit male leads suck. And interesting, well-written male characters are just lovable and people like them. It's almost like good writing is the common denominator here. It's almost like it.
Strong female character cliche is as hollow, simplistic, and meaningless as all those soulless corporations that'll happily use social movements as an excuse to sell you more useless tat that was probably made in an Indian sweatshop. But why is this happening? What is it that makes a good female character different from a strong female character? Well, let's explore this together, shall we? The first problem is one of competency. See, one of the core elements of any character arc is presenting them with a challenge or difficulty that they have to overcome, whether it's an opponent to be defeated, a goal to be reached, or even a personal
Katho says, zero flaw male characters do not get the same backlash, though.
Yes, but I think in part it's because of two things. Number one, they get less backlash because I think that we've had a much more vacuous sense of masculinity for a lot longer, and so it maps onto our expectation of it. So there's way less backlash. And, you know, fiction about fighting specifically, I think there's an element of reality that, like, you can be essentially a more vacuous, empty male, and your role still makes sense. Whereas in the case of, like, if you're a normal human female, and you just are, like, magically owning the fuck out of everyone, it doesn't make as much sense. So, like, it breaks you out of the immersion a little bit more. What is going on out there?
Sundry Clown Car 295 says there are also more male character present and past, so shitty male characters find it easier to sneak past.
I also think that in general, our society has actually just dedicated a lot less time to talking and thinking about masculinity in, like, a real way. In part because we have a society that assumes masculinity is, like, default. So we, like, don't even track it sometimes as masculinity. Whereas I think in the case of, like, female leads, part of why it's getting so much attention is because intention is specifically being drawn to it, and, like, them trying to be like, look at this amazing woman, and everyone's like, he sucks. Whereas, like, in the, like, a lot of these, like, vacuous, empty males, it's not like there's not, like, this political drive behind Hollywood for, like, us loving whatever male. I can't think of, like, a random vacuous male character off the top of my head, which is to your point, by the way. But I also see a lot less, like, politicizing from Hollywood about it. Whereas, like, when Brie Larson came out, there was tons of politicizing attached to it. So it, like, led up to a larger social reaction because they were driving for being like, isn't this ideal? And everyone was like, no. Whereas, like, if you just have a shit action with, like, a empty guy, but there's no political drive being like, isn't this guy ideal? Then people are like, oh yeah, it was just, like, a shitty, like, C-rated action movie. That's kind of how I view it. And like I said, I think in general, there's a lot more energy and attention on discussions around femininity right now than there are on masculinity. Like, overall, there's a lot more nuance.
Failing or weakness that has to be tackled. All of this stuff requires the character to grow or change in some way to become better than who they were before. They'll often be given some kind of mentor figure to guide them on their path, and they're likely going to struggle and fail along the way. It's all part of the learning process, and the more you see a character suffer setbacks and personal failures, the more you tend to empathize with them. It's basic human nature. Storytellers have known this for thousands of years, which is why most stories tend to follow the same basic structure, taking the audience on an emotional roller coaster and delivering a satisfying payoff by the end. But strong female characters don't work that way. A strong female character will almost always be supremely good at whatever she does, either succeeding right off the bat or teaching herself with minimal effort. They're generally not allowed to have older mentors to teach them things, especially not male ones, because that would send out the message that women need men to help them succeed. The result is a character that doesn't really face any serious struggles or challenges or suffer major setbacks that they have to bounce back from. They're almost never allowed to fail because the writers incorrectly associate failure with weakness rather than seeing it for what it actually is, a necessary part of personal growth. Failure itself doesn't define the character, it's how they react to it that matters. And if there's no failure, then there's no chance for growth and development. What strong female characters tend to focus on instead is
Oh my gosh, this train is losing its brain. Can you guys hear it? He's just laying on the horn. Oh! By the way, we get it, train. Thank you. He's still going. All right, Twitch, I think you're back. Oh, fuck, you're watching this guy. Yeah, he's definitely interesting.
Lonesome Cowboy 22 says,
Why did it not read your name? Why didn't it say beep? What?
B-Pants says, toot toot.
Toot, toot, toot. He's still going. Wait, now there's another train going. Wait, what if there's like an explosion that something weird is happening. He's still going, but I can hear another train. There's 2 trains now honking, which there shouldn't be 2 trains on this track. It's just a single track, so there shouldn't be 2 trains. I wonder what's going on. We'll miss you. Yeah. That is so weird. This morning as well, our like train like signal thing that comes down, we can like hear it from sometimes from where we live. And it was just like high pitched, like not even beeping. It just like was like screaming also for like an hour straight. It was so annoying. I got very little sleep.
Self-actualization, the idea that she already has everything she needs to succeed, and all that's required is to let go of the limitations imposed on her by others. The message to the audience is simple: you're perfect the way you are, and it's the rest of the world that has to change. Nice one. Can't see that backfiring for people when they try to apply that to their real lives. Take Captain Marvel forcefully removing the control chip that keeps her powers contained. It's a symbolic gesture of the strong, empowered woman throwing off the shackles imposed on her by society so that she can realize her true potential. It's a nice idea that probably had the writers patting themselves on the back, but the problem is that when you remove struggle, failure, weakness, and vulnerability, you don't leave the audience with a whole lot to empathize with. We don't need to feel invested.
This is why like Superman got really sucky. I don't know if you've ever heard like the writing about like the paradigm of like Superman, how like over the years as writers like powered him up, he increasingly needed like bigger and bigger problems because he was like too perfect and they like couldn't write anything. Which is why in many ways like I think Superman's a really boring superhero in a lot of ways. Like he's just like nice and never really struggles, is just good at everything and has almost like it's just not a very interesting character. And there was like I know there was like an issue, like a drama that happened in like 60s, 70s around Superman specifically because like writers just kept making him too strong. And they were like, now it's a boring character. There's nothing to do. This is why everyone loves Batman. Yeah, this is why Batman is such a much more popular superhero. Because he's just more well written. He's more realistic.
In whether a strong female character is going to succeed because the writers give us no reason to question or doubt it. And what you end up with instead is an empty shell of a character with the superficial appearance of strength and empowerment, but nothing substantial or meaningful driving it. And it all just comes across as wish fulfillment, the desires and angst of the writers to see their character do the things they always wished they could do. And if you want an extreme example of this, just watch an episode of She-Hulk. Which brings me along to my next point. Physical strength. One of the most tedious and embarrassing aspects of modern movies is watching a 100-pound actress plowing through a series of extremely accommodating stuntmen twice her size.
True.
Because the writers mistakenly believe that the only way for a character to be strong is through feats of actual physical strength. Because after all, how can a woman possibly be equal to a man if she's not as physically capable as him? The problem is,
And here's the thing, it wouldn't be as bad if they weren't literally like the skinniest women on the planet, but it's like they're simultaneously holding up some of the like worst body standards for like women's eating disorders in the world, like literal rail thin women, and then they're making them do things where I'm like, at least make her a muscle mommy, okay? If she was a muscle mommy, okay, if she looked like fucking lean beef patty, then I'd be like, okay, sure. It's a little, it's probably, you know, the stuntman's fucking huge, but instead it'll just literally be the tiniest woman ever. And I'm like, I'd have to starve myself for 6 months to look like her. And she'll be like, and the guy will be like, oh my God, and just like fly backwards. It drives me crazy. It's like double disservicing women. It's just like, you need to be stick thin, but also when you're this stick thin, you'll be powerful. And it's like, nope, you're gonna struggle to lift books, okay? I've been that thin. You're not very powerful. You're just tired all the time. She-Hulk is a muscle mommy, though. That is true. I don't think anyone... there's probably some people who were shitty about She-Hulk specifically because she was muscular. Because there's always like a couple of like super cringe men who are like, women with muscles are just men. And if you're attracted to that as a guy, you're slightly gay. And it's just like, no, you fucking weirdos. But She-Hulk sucked for a million other reasons. Again, the writing was terrible. It's just a terribly written TV show. It's actually, have you guys seen She-Hulk? Here, I'll just look up a clip of She-Hulk. It's so bad. I won't even look up like bad clip. I'll just look up She-Hulk clip. Just trying to find like a neutral one. All right, here. I also won't be able to play this for super long because it's Marvel and my YouTube will get capped, but.
My car!
You need to back off.
And waste this outfit? Eugene, get out of here!
No super suit!
You're making a mistake.
You made a mistake when you messed with my client! Because now I'm gonna whoop your ass.
My ass remains unwhooped.
Yeah, let's fix that.
It's just such bad. Huh! My ass remains unwhooped! Oh, really? Oh, really? Not very fit-looking daredevil. I would like to amend that situation for you and commence much ass whooping. And all the boomers went, it's just the writing. It's just the writing of this TV show shit. It's just like the worst ever. Wow.
Where are you going? We're not done.
You're very persistent, aren't you?
You're very annoying.
Also, why are they fighting? I don't know.
Come on!
Is that a thing the Hulk could do?
Gotcha.
Whoa, 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 Jen.
Matt? Wait, do you pretend to be blind, man? Because that is really problematic.
No, I'm blind. Relax. I have a spatial method that I use to see.
Oh, like echolocation.
It's just so bad. It's bad. And it's as bad as like most of the current Marvel action TV shows. They're all shit. All of them. Like isn't there like a Nick Fury and the Agent something? All shit. Shit writing. Just terrible. Yes, Thunderclap. Okay, Thunderclap is the thing. Based, okay. I don't know my Hulk lore very well, so.
You're always going to have a tough time selling a fight between a man and a woman on screen, for obvious reasons. Men are generally bigger, stronger and more robust, with denser and heavier bones, stronger muscles, broader shoulders, longer limbs and superior upper body strength.
Graph.
Chart. Add all of that stuff together and you've got a huge advantage when it comes to the application of physical violence. The problem...
Violence? Add it all together and you've got a major difference between the application of violence. I wonder if my TTS can write violence like that. I do have donations on. They're working, Melissa. You could TTS as much as your heart tells you.
Beef Pants says, Secret Invasion.
Jessica Jones was good fight. I mean, Jessica Jones was mid. It was okay. It was like it was compared to what they put out now, it was like the top. And it's all been downhill since Jessica Jones, for sure.
The problem is that this reality doesn't gel too well with the modern Hollywood ideology that men and women are exactly the same.
Like, look at how skinny that chick is. She's supposed to be Batwoman or whatever.
Everything. So how do they get around it, you might ask? Do they carefully structure and choreograph male-female fight scenes to have the woman make clever use of her environment, the element of surprise, or improvised weapons to even the odds? Do they hire large, physically imposing actresses who actually look like they could take on a fully grown man? Or do they say, fuck it, we'll just pretend that size and strength doesn't matter anymore? I think you know the answer already. Like in this.
Look, okay, we want to be woke, but that doesn't mean that we want to challenge the harmful body standards that are completely destroying women's mental health and psyche. No, we just want them to see women being superpowered, okay, and Giga Stacy's. We don't want to change beauty standards, okay? We want our slightly anorexic actresses also being overly powered, okay? We're woke, but we're not like that. We're woke for like virtue signal points, not for like actual benefiting society shit, okay? It's not the same thing. Doing the benefiting society stuff is hard, you know? Doing the other stuff is easy. It makes us feel really good.
Scene from The Woman King, where a 57-year-old, 5'5" Viola Davis takes on a 29-year-old, 6-foot-tall man who's built like a heavyweight boxer. He's literally half her age and
what did she do to the horse? Did she fucking chop the horse
King,
down
where a
as it's running?
57-year-old.
Okay, that alone is crazy. Imagine a horse is running at you. You get it in your sword. Their bone is right there. There's a good chance your bone is like, your sword is going to get like lodged into the horse's like shoulder blade. And you're going to get fucking jerked around. Horses are big. I don't know if you guys know this, but they're big.
5'5" Viola Davis takes on a 29-year-old, 6-foot-tall man who's built like a heavyweight boxer. He's literally half her age and twice her size. A single one of these haymaker punches would probably shatter most of the bones in her face,
Oh my gosh.
fracture her skull, and cause severe brain injury.
Oh my gosh. Please tell me she has superpowers though, right? Because the only way it gets made up for is like Captain Marvel being stronger than her. I don't really care because she's a fucking superhero. I don't know about the strength differences. Like, that doesn't matter. But the moment you're all humans, that's where it matters. Or if you're a superhero in a world where training montages seem like required and you just get to skip that part. No, she's a normal person? Okay. Well, that's cringe.
Injuries. And yet, there she is, tanking them like she's Rocky Balboa. Nobody is buying this because they know that an actual fight like this would be over in about 4 seconds. But if you want an extremely rare example of how stuff like this would actually go down, check out this scene from Sicario where main character Kate punches a CIA officer full in the face as hard as she can, and it barely even phases him. Then he promptly knocks her on her arse in response. This is what actually tends to happen when you try to take down someone who's bigger and stronger.
Is that Emily Blunt again?
And tougher than you. And the thing is, all of this stuff misses the point that actual physical strength isn't what makes a character strong. Someone who chooses to fight even if they're at a massive disadvantage is actually a lot braver and more compelling than some overpowered superhuman who dominates everything around them. Like in this scene from Lord of the Rings where Éowyn makes a stand against one of the most powerful and terrifying enemies in all of Middle-earth. You can see how frightened and tiny she is compared to him. She's basically a fly that he could easily swat away, and the fact that she doesn't just break and run speaks volumes about her strength of character, which is a lot more important than the strength of her muscles. The point I'm making here is that all of these attempts to push female characters as the physical equals of men comes across more like envious wish fulfillment or spiteful revenge fantasies rather than believable character traits that fit naturally into a well-rounded story. More often than not, it's the writers pushing their own desires and personal ideology into the script rather than trying to tell a compelling story that resonates with audiences. Now, none of this is to say that it's impossible for a woman to beat a man in a fight. Of course it is. The differences between them aren't that huge. huge, but it has to be carefully thought out and implemented to make it look believable on screen. Sarah Connor was an awesome kick-ass fighter in Terminator 2, but the film never tries to pretend that she's bigger or stronger than the men around her. Instead, she uses weapons, the environment, surprise ambushes, threats and hostage taking to even the odds. And it works. You believe that she could actually accomplish the things she does, and the natural result is that you buy into her character more. One other weird aspect of the strong female character is their general lack of human personality traits and redeeming qualities. Instead of being altruistic, or compassionate, or protective, or vulnerable, or quirky, they're almost always written as stoic, emotionally closed off, blunt, dismissive, prickly, domineering, or aggressive. The very same masculine traits that the writers seem to find so toxic and unacceptable in men. They very rarely have any kind of romantic.
So here's the biggest thing that I guess I want to point to. He's going to keep blathering on here, which is, I think for especially us on the left, this like makes us uncomfortable because we're like, do women really need to get shit on more? There's enough. There's a lot of it, okay? There really legitimately is. And I think, especially if you're like left leaning, and when you watch this, you're like, I get it. Like, I agree. But also, like, come on. Like, women get shit on a lot. They get disproportionately hated on a lot of the time. They get, like, disproportionate levels of vitriol towards them. Like, is this really fair? The biggest thing I would point to is it is a growing phenomena of frustration that I think is born out of something legitimate. And while I think that there's a separate and important conversation to have about, like, the male hero archetype and the harm that it does to young men, the problem is that in the name of like feminist empowerment, we're offering women protagonists that if we saw Captain Marvel written identically, but it was a male actor and it was written in the 2000s, we'd call it toxic masculinity. That's what we would call it. Captain Marvel, Brie Larson's character, the way that it's written, especially if it was written in the 2000s, every single person would be willing to just like dismiss it as toxic masculinity. And the way that you empower women isn't by just beginning to embody the traits that you told people is bad in the first place. Like, they were bad. And the issue is that this stuff keeps happening. Have you guys ever heard of The Power? This is another good example. And this stuff is popular enough that they're making more of it. The Power is this TV show that is about I think it's on Prime Video. Yeah, it's on Prime Video, and it's about a new evolution because women are feeling so threatened in the world that they evolve a new organ in their body, like electric eels, that allows them to create like electricity. So now women have this power, young women, hundreds of them, have this new power that has evolved because women have felt threatened by men for so long. And the show is, I would say, misandrist a lot. And then does like cringe, empty, like, I'm a boss woman. Like a guy says like, okay, like the chick is like getting upset at him. He's like his boss or whatever, or they're like coworkers. And he's like, yo, chill. Like, don't get your panties in a knot. And she's like, my what? And he's like your knickers in it. I was just like, I'm saying like, don't get upset. Like, sorry. I'm just saying like, relax. We'll take care of this. Like, you're right. That's what he's saying. He's literally acquiescing to her. And then she goes home and she's like, I'm just so tired of this sexist pig. And her husband's like, absolutely. I can't believe you'd have the audacity to say your panties in a knot. And it's just like, can we just fucking chill? Can we just relax? And so I think the biggest thing for the left to realize is like, this is a trend. This is happening in Hollywood. It is gross. It is contributing directly in many ways to young men getting drawn towards type like Tate figures. Because all they see is TV and shows that are celebrating misandry, that are celebrating villainizing basically all men, and yes-manning women, even in instances where they're just being fucking assholes, and then pretending like that's based giga queen behavior, when it's not. Like, good women exist. They can be written, and we should write more of them. And we've failed women historically by not writing more female leads that are real. But I think while we acknowledge that, we have to acknowledge the space of being like, and yeah, all of these characters aren't just like cringe. They're actively harmful. masculinity. It's gonna happen. Crystal boys are gonna happen, okay? Do we get a raid? Do we get a little Twitcher raid?
Lonesome Cowboy 22 says need good men for good women, though.
I agree. And I think that there is like a crisis of basically like masculinity. I do think like on average, it is harder to find like deep, well-rounded, mentally healthy men than it is for like to find women for this. But that's because like in the past like 20 to 30 years, we've spent a lot of time of good work, work that I don't have a problem with. I think it's just good that we've like increased therapy awareness for like, particularly with women, right? Like women have been more open to taking these things. We've talked to women about like ways to have boundaries and safety training and assertiveness training, like doing all the and like pushing into the spaces, being like, what can a woman be, and like pushing at the edges of it, so that like muscle mommies are viewed as feminine now, and women who are in the workplace are viewed as feminine, and stay-at-home moms are viewed as feminine. We're like stretching all this, and that's good. That's all base. I'm all for that. The issue that we have to recognize is we actually haven't done that for men, and we don't really allow it to happen, because I think anytime it happens, anytime like a male sphere starts to take off, we kind of like relentlessly attack it. And there are going to be unhealthy, toxic parts of these like male spaces. But we have to like look at this and go, is it at least directionally right? And I would say like the Tate space isn't, definitionally. What about Jordan Peterson's world of masculinity? Why were we ever shitting on that comparatively? Like if I look back at that now, I'm like, God, we have no idea how good we had it. Anyways, I'm probably preaching to the choir, so yeah. My dad is so cute. He got a new number and said, "Hey, it's your dad here," and then also sent me his contact info.
50 years ago, a great American, in whose symbolic shadow we stand today, signed the Emancipation Proclamation. This momentous decree came as a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice. It came as a joyous daybreak to end the long night of their captivity.
Okay, so this is the AI that somebody just made out of President Sunday's voice. Hold on. We can't do this. For those of you who are just tuning in, I got a new TTS system. It's great and very powerful. And Twitch, you guys are getting not represented well in chat. My day is going super well. What show is this? Which one? There we go. We're coming in now. Voice AI is getting nuts. Isn't that crazy? Look at. Hold on.
Dirk says, run day TES.
Hold on.
Filme Void says, wow, voice AI is getting nuts.
True.
Joshua Murphy says, I hate it and love it simultaneously.
I don't know what that is. Oh, this. He's probably meaning this. Hold on. This? Okay, got it. All right. So those of you who don't know, I got a new TTS, okay? It's an AI TTS. So there's two ways that I can work it. I can click on your messages, or you can send in a super chat and it like overrides at any time. I am noticing that it's somewhat neglecting Twitch chat. Oh no, Twitch chat is just really, there's 194 of you there. Is there just no Twitchers typing? Or did I get rated and it hasn't updated because I got rated and then everyone left because they were like, oh, she's just shitting on women. No, there's 100 of you here. Hey, we got a Dylan Burns raid. We type. We are. Oh. You guys are like, there's so many of you, but it's so quiet. We exist. There we go. There we go.
Ingram says, we exist.
Oh, I didn't even made it sad. We are used to looking quietly like good people. Yeah, Dylan Burns' chat is
Kuya
so
Maya
well
Stupa says,
behaved.
we came from Dylan. We are used to looking quietly, like good people.
What? Did you just hear how it read your name? Hold on.
Mike Hunt says, Kuya Maya Stupa says, we came from Dylan. We are used to looking quietly, like good people.
You guys are so quiet and nice. Why is it saying your name like that? Kuya Maya Stupa.
Kuya Maya Stupa says, look.
What the fuck? Why? I love how it says your name. What the fuck? That is so funny.
Moritastic says, that is amazing.
It is amazing.
Long Leg Homo Sapien says, Mama.
No, that is not what he says. This AI is so good, and then it'll just like, if you guys were here a little bit ago, there was a point where if you just wrote dots, he would just like make up sounds. If somebody can write me, just like post a message that's just dots, like dot, 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 I'll click it. And sometimes he just won't read it, and sometimes he'll just say like weird noises. Okay, there you go.
Krieger says, Dylan. Evil Diener 666 says,
Nothing, apparently. It's so random. Okay, we'll try the Waros.
the Warosa says.
Oh my gosh, it's so fun!
Pansan Shovel says, Aranonaniki.
Where are any of those letters?
Kaisi Bot says, Bot broke. Pansan Shovel says, Fool.
It's so funny!
Tron says,
And then she'll just randomly not read it and be like, no, I'm not reading that shit. Oh, Lily Lotus, what do we have here?
Evil Diner Lily Lotus says, plus, 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 plus.
Okay, I can read that well. Okay. And, okay, for Dylan Raiders, it can read foreign languages, like really.
Jacobus says, look, DM for maybe funnier voice.
I don't know if I want to do this voice. Oh, do I want a President Sunday voice? Oh, okay, I'm a little nervous that he's gonna get mad at me. But yeah, if you type in even if you write in Japanese, like in the actual like the proper letters and stuff, it'll read it properly. It's so cool. Do you guys want me to put it in Sundays? I don't know if that's a good idea.
Long Leg Homo Sapien says, Sai de heblas español.
Español. Español. You had to roll that and put a little breath air in there. Is this free? It is free. It's called 11 something. Okay, we'll try it. We'll try it. And if it's really awful, we'll stop, okay?
Koshka47 says, Long Leg Homo Sapien says, todo el mundo tan borracho.
No way!
Koshka47 says, Riben yuhua samasuka.
Oh my gosh! What the fuck? This is so funny! Okay, hold on. I want to see what the dots sound like.
Egghead says, words.
This is so funny.
Australian says, someone get President Sunday to say that I was studying the Blade meme.
Oh my gosh. It's so funny. Holy shit. Oh, Read Melissa super chats. Hold on. I don't see any super chats. But the chat that I get to see is very brief. So
Jemiah has donated $2 and says, asterisk. Huh? Obama.
he just sounds insecure. Okay.
Reed Mudcrab has donated $200 and says, I never run. How dare you offend my sensibilities? Angred says, you're a psychomagician. Kyla.
Oh my gosh, this is addicting. This is so funny. She said she was watching you and had 80 viewers and half you see your growth. Aw, Melissa. Melissa's just saying that to rub it in my face because I was like, Melissa, are you new here? And she was like, no, I've been here a long time.
Fargo Lefty has donated $2 and says, Pelame la banana.
All right. You guys, we can vote. Should we make it sound like Destiny or like Hassan or Jordan Peterson? What do you guys think? We can make it sound like anyone. We can make it sound like Dylan Burns. What do you guys think? I will never trust a phone call again.
Ross says, Est-ce qu'il peut lire le français? Franchement.
That was really bad. That was really bad.
Krieger has donated $2 and says, Madame, 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 Madame.
But some of them are really good. Dad, I donated 3 times to give you a compliment. Oh no! I'm so sorry. This system doesn't seem perfect. I think we updated it to make it stop saying like stop interrupting, but now I'm having to click on super chats. So if I like look away.
Seb22 says JP.
JP.
Angie Carr has donated $1.99 and says, Daddy, chill!
No fucking way!
Egghead has donated $1.99 and says, haha, didn't say. Simon says, brrrr.
All right, Jordan Peterson or Tiny Man?
Krieger has donated $2 and says, Madam, Madam.
Madam, Madam. Okay, apparently Jacob has me ready. He's like made mine. So we're gonna get a couple. We're gonna do we have Sundays, he's gonna do Destiny, and then I'm gonna give you guys my voice. That's gonna be trippy as fuck. And then we'll do Peterson after. Okay.
Alistair Blue says, not so erudite, I think you missed my super chat. It's about a technical problem linked to the settings of your channel.
Shoot. I probably did. Let me go.
Egghead has donated $1.99 and says, Omega Lul.
Omega Lul. Omega Lul. All right, I'm scrolling up on the YouTube chat itself. My super chat didn't get released. Oh my gosh, Melissa. You're getting fucking screwed over. And Sun and the Stars, you're getting fucking ass capped by the bot. Read Melissa's super chats. Okay, now I have to go and dig them out of like my YouTube channel itself. Is this El President? Yeah, it is El President. All right, we're gonna do me, just because I feel a little nervous using somebody who like vehemently hates me's voice. I don't want you guys to make him say something that is very inappropriate, so I'm gonna change that to me. That way, if you make him say anything inappropriate, it's just me. Okay. I don't know if I want to hear this. I feel like I have an annoying voice. It's floating.
Full says, Daddy, chill.
That's terrible. I sound ridiculous.
Egghead has donated $1.99 and says, Omega lol.
Bigelow.
Long leg Homo sapien says, using your own voice is gonna sketch us out.
It's not nearly as funny. It just sounds like me. Okay, that one was really good. A bunch of them have been pretty bad. It's quiet, so that part is realistic. I know I had to turn it up. All right. Let's see me saying.
Moses Malosis says, Zhao Shanghao Zhong, Guo Xianzai, Wu Yu Bing Chilling, Wo Hen Si Huan Bing Chilling.
Bing chilling. Okay. And then I'm going to pull up Melissa's super chat.
Vickery says, I want to hear Peterson, but you should make Destiny your default as a long-term gag.
Gag? that is kind of me, but kind of not. This is crazy. I feel like President Sunday was much funnier, though. It's a low-volume TTS, true. Okay, we're going to go back to the original, just the basic one for now, while we're waiting. Because listening to me is like, that's boring. Okay. And now he's going to be really loud.
Mike Hunt says, OMG say bad stuff.
Mike Hunt. Hey, he gets her name done properly, though, hey? Oh, YouTube chat is now paused. Kate. There we go. We got it back.
Gnome Chump Steiny has donated $2. Tristan Rodriguez has donated $5 and says D Money has donated $2 and says Rubber Baby Fartful Robber has donated $5 and says I want to talk about me. Egghead has donated $4.99 and says smack that. Alexander Ryan has donated $4.99 and says the Angie Carr has donated $1.99 and says damn son, where'd you find this?
Oh, man. Holy shit. All right.
Egghead has donated $4.99 and says, smack that, all on the floor. Smack that. Give me some more.
This is like Ben Shapiro reading Wet Ass Pussy.
Jacob says, we snap back to reality.
True.
You are correct, says. Not so erudite, just in US dollar. You're at $189. But
Okay.
that's not including the other three currencies.
Man, it's scary hearing President Sunday say that because I feel like that's something that he could genuinely get very angry at me about.
Headless Noiseman says, nice alerts. I should donate, but...
Hear that judgment in his voice? Do you hear that judgment? Headless Noiseman?
Egghead says, do it in your voice, not so erudite. And
Not so right then. My voice is boring. It's just quiet. It's just like me, but quiet, and which is me.
Lily Lotus says, Magic Dragon 96. Okay, if it is to humiliate. Evil Fandango says, Jubilee, Bupisanue.
Was that accurate? Eva Fandango?
You are correct. Jacobus says, you guys can send me voice clips for voices. The more the better.
Okay, based. This is so fun. Oh my gosh. You must be a fan of Pinky Doll. I'm not at all. It makes me very uncomfortable, but this is so fun. I don't know why it's so fun. Do it in our voice. Okay, guys, all of you just send in your own voice, and then we should make an amalgamation AI voice of just all of you guys recording your own voice. That would be crazy. I should not have clicked
The
this.
sun and the stars, the cosmos, and the mind says, hypothetically, let's say you have female genitalia, and let's say, hypothetically, it is Mitch Rizzo says.
No, we're not reading that one. I can't make his voice say that. Oh, you may want to do a voice tuning. That is an amazing idea. It'd be so fun.
Evil Diner 666 says, let's get Erudite.
Erudite. Oh, Tom's panel. Shit, I forgot about Tom's panel. Sorry, I'm having so much fun. Oh, okay. Tom's panel. Tom's panel. What are they talking about? He mentioned it, and I told him I would come later.
Kaneki Ken has donated $2 and says, Erudite, your laughter has cured my depression.
Good. That's what it's for.
Then a fist fight just ensues, you know?
Don't say there won't be fighting. There's
Oh, no.
nothing worse than saying that. Like, what is wrong?
Is this a panel? What are they even talking about? Okay. Is YouTube caught up? Okay. Kaneki Ken. Thank you. Melissa, I'm still looking. I haven't forgotten, okay? I mean, I'm getting distracted, but I've also not forgotten. I am trying to find your super chats because now they're so buried that I have to go into like my main list on my system of all the super chats that have ever been sent to find it. But I will read them, okay? Scroll up. Scroll up. No, I feel like all the ones that you've sent recently have played through, haven't they?
Volk Tiebola has donated $5 and says, Erudite Eaton, other editors, with each and every energetic epileptic episode. Elevated etiquette.
What? Okay, supers. All right, hold on. I got them all pulled up. We're going to look up Melissa. Oh, that is not how you type. Melissa the Bar. When I first started to watch you, you were right around 80 viewers. Now you're at least 5 times that. You're doing great. Thanks, Melissa. Right, next one is read my list super chat. Okay, was that it? Those are the only 2 I'm seeing. That's so cute. Also, your PFP is so cute, Melissa. Oh my gosh. I like the hair. All right, let's just make sure the Twitch chat is still working. So if you guys want to know how it works, I can kind of talk you through it. So basically what you have to do, it's a Chrome extension. So on my Chrome, I'll show you the system. Okay, so I'm not showing you the URL, but there's a URL here that's like has all of your guys' comments. And for the comments to load through on the Chrome extension, I have to have basically the chats open and like live updating. So as long as there's like scroll to the bottom, where's my Kick? Oh, and I have a Kick chat too. There we go. Here's Kick as well. So as long as all 3 of these are like live and updating, then they'll go into like this side thing. Well, not the side thing, sorry. Then they'll go into the system and they'll be read. And then basically all I have to do to like listen to any comment is I just need to like click it. So like I can just click this.
Evil Fandango says, Im Gemshi Gavab Ari Vish Yishrim Bupum Harashvan Shich Shanim.
Thank you. Any voice? I saw a paper Microsoft released that showed impressive results for like 10 seconds of a person's voice. It's crazy.
You are correct, says. Not so erudite ad. Mitcha Rizzo has donated $2 and says, Skibidi bop bop bow. Skibidi bop 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 bow.
Bop, 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 47. That means a 6 here and 7, 8, 5, 6. So 4? Does that look right? Plus the $2 just now.
Tristan Rodriguez has donated $2 and says, and now I am become based, destroyer of cringe.
That was a good one. I have the GitHub to anyone who wants it for this program.
Jacobus says, I have the GitHub, like to anyone who wants it. For this program, the guy who makes it is amazing.
Why did it do that weird breath? Oh, this is so fun. TTS lost confidence towards the end of that sentence. Yeah, I got so insecure. Is that a President Sunday donation sound? Oh my goodness.
Bixlo says, wait, GWTF, is that a President Sunday donation sound?
Yes, it is. It's a TTS. It's an AI TTS.
Evil Diener 666 says it's cisgender.
Cisgender. All right, here's the GitHub.
Jacobus says, ttps/github.com/Steve Seguin social.
Okay, chill.
Josh the Boss House says, okay, that is the bestest.
Thank you. Okay, I need to check with Tom. All right, and we are getting Destiny's voice. Jacobus is working on Destiny's voice like right now. I think he's sending it.
Damien Wooten says 1 hour till I can go home now.
That was not his voice. What the fuck?
Parallax says, the asterisk is happening.
Wow. The asterisk is happening?
You are correct, says Melissa Labare. Donations got off to a bad start. So
These are all supposed to be Sunday.
But I thought I heard her mention your name, so...
I think it's in part probably because...
The sun and the stars, the cosmos and the mind says, it's me, President Sunday here, and I unequivocally support any and all messages the AI says using my voice.
No way! That's obviously not true. Okay, we're trying to get the Destiny voice. Hold on. It's getting nuts. Oh man. Hey yo, the shit is happening for real. It's not real. It's just impressive. Holy shit, this is so fun. This is so fun. I really want the Destiny one now.
Parallax says, excuse ma'am, but does the man who programmed this have the appropriate credentials to be promoting his ability to create an AI chatbot? I feel like he's not a programmatrist.
This is just true. This is just the truth being spoken right
Kareem
now.
Ramsey says,
Why did he start coughing?
Kareem Ramsey says,
Oh my gosh.
Damien Wooten says, this President Sunday, I have to say I support Erudite.
Face. That's all I've been looking for, okay? That's all I've ever wanted. It's kind of scary. I hope law evolves to recognize this technology as it could make. Yeah, like on the plus side, obviously, there's a name attached to all of this. So like, as long as you pull the clip and that the names are popping up, like, nobody in their right mind should be clipping my stuff. I mean, like, this is what Sunday said, because like you can just look on screen and say like Damien Wooten says yeah, you know, it's obvious. But imagine if I had this and like the text didn't pop up, or like imagine if we like, because he just built this in like a couple of like minutes. Imagine if we spent like longer training it on his voice, so it's better. And then you like did like phone calls.
Egghead has donated $1.99 and says, well, there goes the value of leaked phone calls.
Literally though, like actually, it's so spooky. Have you guys heard about some of the scams about people like pretending to have stolen people's kids and stuff using AI voice? It's like actually crazy. Make fake YouTube profiles. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, don't do too crazy. We're gonna get rid of Sunday stuff just because I don't want you guys to be going crazy. Okay. This is the best content for real, for real. I don't know. I've been losing viewers like crazy. Okay. Let me message Tom. I told him I would pop on, so I should probably stick to that. When Uncanny Valley becomes easier to cross, I think we're in trouble. Till then, lol. Can you do Sneeko? Sneeko's a good one too. The worst part with Sneeko is literally anything that I have that we could get him to say, we could probably believe him potentially saying it. Okay.
Listen,
Right, let's just catch up and see what they're talking about.
What was it? Was it Wick's panel on male loneliness? Did you guys watch that?
Nope.
No, I was on Prime's panel, so I haven't seen Wick's panel.
I heard it was really good.
Do you catch up on Cherry's panels often?
I have not.
Does Cherry still
seen-
do panels?
She just
She
started
just
doing them,
started doing
and
them.
they're
This
pretty
looks
good.
so fun. This looks like a really
They're
good
only like an
conversation.
hour long. It's like perfect.
I wish I get invited to those shits.
They want to
Well,
talk
so
to me about
they're-
religion, so that sounds fun too. Now I'm just getting tons of critical drinker. Bot larva removal. Ew. This is the randomest smattering of things. The addiction you didn't know you had.
When I see videos like Shu and the proliferation of that graph and cries
No.
for the leftist Andrew Tate, what I really think we're dealing with.
These guys are so fucking out of touch. This is how you think that you're gonna reach, man.
I need you all to understand, please.
All right, I should take all of... You know what I never get accused of? Taking any of Kid Not Kin's takes. Maybe I've been stealing Kid Not Kin's takes all along. And you're just all too stupid to know it. Where's his one about shoe on head? I'm curious. Ba 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 ba. Is it this one? We're gonna have to go back to Kid Not Kins.
When I see videos.
No! Holy shit.
When I see videos like Shu and the proliferation of that graph and cries for the leftist Andrew Tate, what I really think we're dealing with.
These guys are so fucking out of touch. This is how you think that you're gonna reach, man.
I need you all to understand.
Yo mama.
Yo mama. All right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hold on. Come on. Get loaded. Load up. There you go. It says signified, not signifier, and it's a second channel. Okay. Not so Kid,
Please
Please
not
understand
Kid,
this. It is the case that these people do feel disaffected and are disaffected.
You know what I haven't done? I haven't watched a kid. I keep almost saying his fucking name. Because I like, to be honest, I actually feel like I know him more IRL because I feel like the main ways that we've interacted is when we've like met at TwitchCon. So in my head, but I don't know if he's like public about his name at all. So obviously I'm not saying it, but holy shit, that's stressing me out. I haven't watched a Kid Not Kin video, so I'm going to.
But I'm smart enough to know that with enough
And then we'll watch
intention or
Loner
skill,
Box.
one can use data to say just about anything.
He's just gonna keep pointing around to his like bread tube friends and be like, listen, guys, no, we have it covered.
Well, the feminists are so mean. Doesn't move me much.
All right, guys, make sure we like this video. Subscribed. I already am subscribed. Oh, my glob. I kind of have to go to the bathroom. I'm in the waiting room for... Oh, there we go.
Of future, but
Rob is fun to debate because
Thank God we can
he's
actually
good at
talk now.
arguing, but he has he gish gallops like no other. Like he just runs and runs and runs and runs and runs, and then by the time he stops, you've got 50 things that you got to address. And
yeah,
when
but you got to
finish
write down
addressing
all 50
one,
things.
He's gonna run with
You know what?
50 more. So
Yeah, but you know what pisses him off? If you write down all 50 things and you address them one by one, that pisses him off. So you don't let him run. You just gotta keep bringing him back. All right, that's what you do.
Rezi, you said you had questions for not so erudite, so I'll let you ask your questions first about.
What do you mean, guy? I'm literally hopping onto this because it's like, oh,
that's what you said. You said I don't understand what it is that she believes, and so I wanted to know, and so I said that you could ask the questions first. But if you don't want to ask your friggin' questions, then
do you want me to like? Do you have questions you want to ask, and you want me to like kind of guide this, or what's up?
I have a million questions.
Okay.
But if you want, you said that you didn't know what it was that she.
I just want to get like a basic.
So if you wanted to ask those questions, that's fine. You can ask those questions. But if you don't want to, if you want to leave, you can go home.
I'm already home, but sure, absolutely. Hi, Erudite. I came on here to it's just Tom's Tuesday panel, had some free time, decided to pop on. Didn't realize that we were going to be talking about religion through this lens of, I believe, your statements on free will.
Kid not kin. Do you have a camera, sir?
What?
Are you?
I was just watching your video.
You're on a
Kid,
phone.
not kin.
Never mind.
I'm on a phone. Yeah. Wait, you're watching my video?
Yeah, I was starting to watch your video on FD Signifier, and then I was like, I should probably hop on Tom's show, and why not?
Oh, cool, nice.
What was the video on?
It's like the FD Signifier one. He posted it like 13 hours ago.
Oh,
FD Signifier criticizes Shuan Head's attempt at saving men.
So I wanted to ask. Okay, so I saw you on the panel with what's it called?
BPF. And,
okay.
Yeah.
Thorpe.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So, because I was talking to Sprouticus about this earlier as well. You said that because I just recently left religion, just within the last like 6 months. I stopped calling myself a Christian. But to me, like, because God says this is the way it is, and like this is what is right or wrong, it seems objectively that entails an objective morality as well, and that even just not being a Christian in and of itself would be a sin, and therefore, like, you're not doing the right thing. But I thought you were saying that that people are only judged based on the morality that they or that they believe in, and that people are only doing something immoral based on their own ethical system.
Not quite. That's moral subjectivism. I don't believe in moral subjectivism. I'm a moral relativist. Like, really simply, I'm a moral relativist.
Can you explain that?
What moral relativism is specifically? Or
yeah, I don't quite know what that means. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. So basically, there's different types of relativism. So one would be like individual. That's more close to like subjectivism. I'd be more of like a cultural relativist. So basically, I judge what is like moral or immoral based on some level of context. So it's all like relative essentially. So the context that I tend to look at would be like the culture and the time and like the scientific and philosophical knowledge available at the time of like a moral decision being made. So like if I'm talking about the morality of a North American
so if I may, right? So in the past, if people's lifespans were shorter, you can justify, for example, you can arguably justify procreating at a younger age than 18 for because of like moral relativism, right?
I suppose. I mean, you could use multiple moral systems
like
to
that,
make that argument.
Yeah, right. But you would be using something like moral relativism as like a concept with your moral framework to justify something like that, right?
Yeah, I guess like if it's required, there'd be like a lot of context I would need before I would answer that, and there's probably like an age cap that I think we would all agree any society.
Okay, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard that argument before from a Taliban sympathizer. So yeah,
it could be relativism could be used to justify that. Yeah,
so that means that like slavers back when slavery was legal and a social norm, that they weren't necessarily doing anything moral because that was relative to the time that they were in. Yeah.
Well, it depends. It depends. So my moral system is going to be based kind of like I would test people on 4 things. So that person's beliefs, that person's belief system, the beliefs, the like standards of the society that they exist within, and then I would compare it to like my society standards if I'm dissatisfied with that. So the slave owner could be morally neutral or could be immoral, depending on all of those things. It would really depend.
Would
like,
you,
was it reasonable
would you
for them to
distinguish
think it was okay?
this? Would you distinguish this from a sort of non-cognitivist position, where that there is no objective moral fact whatsoever? That really
because
you're just abiding by the cultural standards of what is the classic, the murder boo? Like just like when you're saying something is wrong, you're basically just saying that you don't like that thing.
right. So
Well, most
like
people don't think about it. Yeah.
relative is more oppositional to absolutism than it is to something like objectivism, right? So like the opposite to objective is subjective, whereas the opposite to absolute is relative. So relative is just varying the circumstances. You can use relativism to basically vary it to the point where like you can be like a non-cognitivist, like you said, but I'm not a non-cognitivist personally.
Okay, because I feel like the distinction there would be like, if you're a moral relativist, then you can say like for a fact that like in this particular context, this particular thing is good or bad, based on the culture and the environment around them. It is objectively good or bad to that context.
Right. So like relativism can be a moral realist or a moral anti-realist, right? Because moral relativism is a massive, massive branch of thinking about.
I'm just a little bit curious, right? So what is the difference between relativist and like subjectivist, right? Like because when you're talking about like these two concepts, like what is one specific example in our society right now where it would be allowed under one but not allowed under the other? Or something like that, like under your framework. I'm just curious, like an actual real world example.
Sure. I want to make sure I'm understanding your question first, though. Just because like these words have sometimes really specific meanings, but I think when most people talk about it, they're probably not using the precise like philosophical, which is not like a condemnation by any means. I think the first issue I ran into is that I wasn't being super precise about my language. So that's the main reason I'm being super
So
vigilant about it now.
relativist is depending on scenario, time, and culture, right?
It can be multiple. So a relativist just basically is the view that moral judgments are true or false only relative to some particular standpoint.
Okay, some subjective standpoint, you said?
Some relative, and it's only relative to some particular standpoint.
Okay. And how would you define a moral subjectivist?
Oh man, I guess let me pull that one up. I don't have that one on hand.
It's going to be subjective to the individual at hand. Like there is no
Usually,
actual
yeah.
like moral truth to be found. It's just going to be based on what the individual person thinks is good or bad. So like not within the context of the culture or
It's decided by the individual.
the community that they're in. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And I'm like a moral realist brand of relativist.
Yeah, I'm very much the moral anti-realist, non-cognitivist position.
Right, yeah. That's what you and I, when we were both really drunk at TwitchCon, were talking about.
Oh my god, don't even remind me. I barely even remember, okay? That's embarrassing.
You were being like, yeah, but everything's subjective. And I was like, nah, man, there's some things that are real. And we were having like a very meta-ethical talk about moral subjectivism.
Drunk, okay, if I wasn't drunk, you would have been in trouble.
I would have. I probably would have, especially back then, because I was just like, I'm still a little fledgling in philosophy, so I would have been.
So not so erudite.
Sure. Yeah.
Why is it that you don't prescribe yourself to moral subjectivist, but to relativist?
Because I believe in like a moral reality. I think that there are things that are like true, basically.
Do you
there are
believe
rights and
that
wrongs, concretely, and can be like
concretely?
Yeah.
What is a right and a wrong concrete in your opinion?
So like what I mean by concretely means like given all of the information, there can be known to some degree a right and a wrong concretely. And this is because specifically I'm religious, right? If I wasn't religious, I think it would be really hard to have this standpoint.
Right, but you said concretely, right?
Yeah, because I think God knows exactly what is right and wrong at all times. The problem is that doesn't mean I know what God thinks is right and wrong. They're not always accessible.
But the confusion that I would have is why God would have a distinction between your location and culture as to what is right and wrong for you.
So I'm going to give you the lame answer, which is the tautology, which is because God says so. Yeah, because God said so.
Yeah,
so God can do whatever he wants, right?
Yeah.
That's the axiom, right? That's the tautology. That is because That is.
Yeah.
Biblically, though, I can give you biblical reasons. It's also baked into Christianity. It is like inherent. In fact, Protestants are weird. Protestants are the only ones that have like this really dogmatic view of ethics, whereas like Catholics and Eastern
Right.
Orthodox are not like this.
Yeah, I mean, because like ultimately the problem that Christians would end up facing is that why is it that if it was the case that like you basically had to subscribe to the particular like branch of Christian morality to be seen as a moral subject whatsoever, then the question then would be, why is God biased to people of particular areas? That why is it that the Europeans are significantly more morally valuable than like anyone in Asia, basically?
I guess the framing is something that I maybe would disagree with about moral value necessarily. What I would talk about, at least what we're talking about here, would be like people have had the issue where I say like this might be a rule for me, but not for thee, right? As a religious person, the lane of the plug issue. That was where like a lot of this stemmed from. And so the issue is that what is sin biblically seems to be a lot more connected to what you know, right? So this is why, for example, when like the Jews are killing in the story where the Jews are killing Jesus, right? Like arguably like one of the worst sins, like they're literally killing God. That's kind of bad. He says, "Forgive them, God, they don't know what they do," which is a pretty major shift of like understanding about like knowledge, especially because you have to understand with Jesus, we've got this new covenant that's coming in specifically. Another example is going to be coming from like Matthew 19:8, for example, where they're basically, the Pharisees are trying to like trick him and they're having this, I won't get into all the context because there's a lot kind of culturally and historically going on, but they're talking about divorce. And they basically ask them, can you divorce? The Pharisees asked Jesus, can you divorce your wife? And Jesus replied, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard. But this was not the way from the beginning. Essentially saying, before it was okay because of the context that you're in, but now we're saying it's not okay. So like, if you go through the Bible, there is, I mean, we could talk about the Bible in and of itself because, like, I'm not sola scriptura. That's another issue that people are going to run into with me. I'm not sola scriptura. So
that's what I was waiting to.
No,
ask
there's
you
also
about,
you could also ask,
obviously you're not sola scriptura, but I don't understand like because I did grow up Protestant, so I'm wondering why. Because for me, why would we get the Bible if this is supposed to be like our message from God to like explain to us so that we all understand these things? Why wouldn't we take that literally and have that as the message when like even Jesus was fairly clear that like the church and church leaders can be corrupt and can use religion in a blasphemous way. Like why wouldn't we have why wouldn't we have the text to know when that is or isn't happening?
So I would answer this in two ways. Number one, the writers didn't intend it literally, especially the Old Testament. When you read the Old Testament and you apply a sola scriptura fundamentalist lens to it, you're inherently reading it incorrectly. This is why Catholics and Eastern Orthodox considers like sola scriptura as like the fundamental heresy of heresies for Protestants. I think all heresies of Protestantism comes from sola scriptura. It's really, really interesting to read. There's an Orthodox scholar, I can't remember his name right now, but he writes a bunch about the heresy of heresies that Protestants have. Again, here's another
what's the justification for assuming that the writer's intent was to be subjective?
Okay, because of all of our understandings about how writings occurred in Eastern historical tradition. Because it's especially the Old Testament, it's an Eastern book. It's an Eastern history book. And so when we look at the way that Eastern history was written, they were always mythological in nature, right? They would tell stories that somewhat mapped onto the people's history, but the stories were more important for imparting meaning to the people that were hearing it than they were important about like being didactic. So like most ancient Eastern writings, when we read them, we can pull little bits about the culture out from it, but like nobody reads like tons of like writings that we would call like fiction and go like, yeah, literally Achilles was like dipped by the gods and stuff like that. But we can learn things like arete and like what arete meant to the Greeks and how that's embodied in Achilles. And we could also learn about like lots of the material that they're talking about, like the weaponry and stuff like that is pretty actually accurate historically, but it's not didactic history. And most of Eastern writings are mythological history. That's how they used to write history.
So, like, how would you? So, I find this really, really interesting. I've recently been really interested in Kierkegaard, just because I'm very Nietzschean, and Kierkegaard basically takes like the other alternative of like Nietzsche is basically like since Darwin, we basically have to just give up all of the like moral understandings that we have and where our values come from. And then Kierkegaard takes the other position of like, listen, there's no objective way to say which choice you take between abandoning all of that and living like an aesthetic life versus living a life of absolute faith and in the text of the Bible. And I find this really, really interesting. But if you're talking about the way that the Bible was written with this like mythological like bent to it, how is it that like we can assume that like the mythological bent to it didn't have its own purpose in regards to like the Nietzschean understanding of the situation would be that like the Christians had to invent their own God to have salvation from their like servitude, but that was something that was like historically and culturally significant of like they had to create their own values in this situation. So in a historical standpoint where you have like a people that have like a necessity of creating their own values, how can we just assume that like as this happens there's some sort of like a rational justification that links back to an understanding of God?
Is the question simply, and sorry if this is super reductive, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. Is the
Yeah, no,
question
it's fine.
simply, if you're saying that the book, specifically when I'm saying mythological, I'm saying the Old Testament specifically, the New Testament is actually more Western writings, and we can talk about why I'm not sola scriptura with the New Testament as well. But
I just want to be clear real quick, just so that there's no confusion. So earlier we started talking about the religious and like objective morality and stuff, and I said I wanted everybody to hold off for a little bit because I was like, I do want to ask Not So Erudite about a bunch of this stuff, but if the topics weren't out by then, and then we go back to it after moving on to another topic, I was like, I don't want to do that. So I don't want other people to think like I meant for this to be like, you know, you guys aren't allowed to have positions and like it's an argument with just Not So Erudite or something.
We're just interviewing Not So Erudite.
Yes, and that's fine. Like if everybody's cool with that, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that like you guys understood that I just wanted to like wait for her to have the argument.
Sure.
Not,
I'm killing.
yeah,
I just
want.
want.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want. Listen, I
No,
want
but
Erudite to
you're cool.
answer.
You're cool.
Okay.
Your thing. It's all good one way or the other.
So from my I just want to say
wait.
There's a question
Okay,
posed.
you guys interrupted Erudite. I was waiting patiently for an answer.
Sure. Yeah, but I go afterwards. No.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't waiting.
Sorry, Kylo. Go ahead.
Wait, what?
There's a
Kid,
lineup.
what was the question?
Spartacus
Kid,
is saying
what was the
that-
question you asked?
Well, Kylo was in the
I was
middle of
clarifying.
answering the question
Yeah,
when
I was
interrupted,
clarifying
and
his
so,
question.
Yeah, I wanted to let her finish.
I was just basically saying, is your question basically, if you're saying this is mythologized, couldn't your God just be like mythologized bullshit? Is that basically what you're saying? Like, why do you believe in the spaghetti monster?
Yeah,
in the
I'm
sky?
saying like, what's the justification of knowing where that mythology starts and stops?
Yes. So the issue is that both of these things can be true because the problem with the spaghetti monster in the sky is it's necessarily unfalsifiable. This is the big problem, right? This is why it's a leap of faith. This is why when people are like, I think it's ridiculous. I'm like, okay, okay.
Yeah, I mean that's
right?
why I was saying that I think Kierkegaard is really interesting in this discussion because of that necessity of having that leap of faith. But I'm questioning whether or not like you think that like that leap of faith is absolutely justified given the historical context.
So the issue is that my leap of faith is going to be like this deeply personal thing where basically like I talked to Wicked Supreme about this a while ago and he was like, I just feel like you're a smart person. There's no reason you should be a Christian. And I was like, fair enough. Hold on. And basically what I said is when it comes to me and my personal faith, I've had too many things that keep happening in my faith in relation to like my spiritual experience with God that it doesn't seem reasonable to not believe in God. And like, this is why when people are like, well, I've had these experiences and that's why I don't believe in God. I'm like, that's super fair. This is like the unfalsifiable personal stuff. And so the issue is that because it's the unfalsifiable, I can have an answer for you that won't be satisfying, which would basically say it can be true that early Christians and Jewish people were making up facts and ideas and theology to justify what they needed to do, and that Yahweh was real and working through them and helping them like what they needed to do was somewhat divined by him, blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
sure,
before you go, please. Okay,
You're good?
finally. Okay, all right. So
you're good.
So I'm good. So I just have a question because I sort of want to steer away from all of this like Eastern whatever Bible quotes and stuff like that, because I don't really have all this funnel. When I was invited onto this panel, I didn't even know what the subject was, so I'm sort of trying to improvise right now, right? But my kind of I'm still trying to understand what your position is on like this thing, and I still can't quite figure out what the difference between your difference, at least between moral relativism and moral subjectivity. And I want you to be able to explain it in a way without quoting like this kind of history behind it, or without this kind of whatever. And I think I asked you earlier for an example in real life where you would apply it in different ways between these two, where I can see the difference between these two without referring to like the scripture or whatever like that, right? But yeah, I was just curious about that. But the second part is that if now going back into the scripture just slightly, right? You know, from a commoner's perspective, right? Who's agnostic, doesn't believe in God, right? Whatever. What does God exactly tell you then? Because I would say like a lot of people would say, oh, God tells me the objective morals of the truths of the world. But if God doesn't tell you the objective truths because you're not like a moral objectivist, right? Or maybe God tells you some degree of objective truths, but you interpret them in a relative way, but I still don't quite understand that exact point. So I was wondering if you can answer these two questions.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that because this is complicated. So there's outline for me again simply what the two questions are. You want an example of basically like my rules for thee and not for thee. And your second question, I just don't think I caught it.
Oh, the second question is, what does God tell you? Is it simply that God gives you the objective truths, or is it God gives you the objective truths and then you interpret them in a relative way?
Okay, so I'm going to say some simple stuff that's going to be probably not very satisfying, and then you can ask me more about it. Does that work?
No, that's the most satisfying, but go ahead, yeah.
Okay, great.
Because I like brevity.
I'm going to start with the second one first, if that's okay with you, and then go back to the first one.
Okay, sure.
So I'm a divine command theorist, but I function as a relativist because relativism is baked into God's divine command. So relativism to me is part of God's mandate for me. So I'm a divine command theorist in that I believe that basically whatever God says is, right? So if God says this is good, it is good. Fundamentally.
Okay.
The issue is that I don't always know what God is saying, and I could be wrong. So I function as a relativist because God expressly tells us to do this.
Wait. So God tells you what is good and what is bad, but then you don't know what God is saying. Did I get that correctly?
So God determines what is good and what is bad.
Okay. So God determines what is good and what is bad, but what is that part about, like, you don't know what God is saying specifically?
So the issue is
Like,
that sometimes it's hard to discern what specifically that means, right? Because I don't have, like, I joke about like having a single line up to God, but I can't just like be like, boop, 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 hey God, like, is when Lana the Plug does porn, is she committing a sin as a non-Christian? I can't actually
So how do you, so my question to you then is this, how do you discern that then, right? Like, how do you discern what is good and what is wrong? And how do I know that you aren't twisting some morals to your advantage or to like to others' disadvantages, like to justify some things that are, weird or whatever, right? Like,
yeah,
like
is there
how
like
do
a
you determine that to your...
Is there a consistency that
or is
see
it just
with, like,
convenient
what
to
God is
you?
telling you that you're saying, like, I see, it seems like God is saying things are good based on this specific system, and so I think that that's the system that he wants us to use? Or are you like picking and choosing?
Or are you just
when you
100% disingenuous and it's just convenient, evidently?
Okay. There's a lot of loading in there.
What?
So the issue is we're basically asking about sin, right? As a divine command theorist. That's what we're asking about.
Okay.
And I'm going to say some stuff that sounds very judgmental, but I'm not meaning it this way. This is just like the reality. In regards
Sure,
to
no problem.
non-Christians.
I don't believe in gay marriage either. Yeah.
That's not what I was going to say. In regards to
I'm kidding on that. Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
So I don't really care about the sins of non-Christians because it's pretty irrelevant, because biblically they're considered like dead, right? So like me being like, oh no, is Lena the Plug doing sin? It's like, she's not a Christian. Who fucking cares? As far as Christian morality goes, it's not even important. It's such an unimportant question. So it's like, could I hypothetically try to do it? Sure. I'd need to like reason it out, and it's like hard to know because I think sin is very much about like knowledge. And so it's like, well, if Lena the Plug has any reason based on like her circumstances and anything to believe that maybe what she's doing is wrong. It might be a sin. And if she was a Christian, it definitely might be a sin. But also like she's not a Christian, so I don't know, right? So it's like it's this like practice that I'm being asked to do that to me is like deeply meaningless. Knowing whether a non-Christian.
When you say that when you say that because she's not a Christian, she's like are you saying that she's like outside of the moral framework because she's you like basically it's a zero sum game? If you're not Christian, then you're like going to hell. Is it that kind of thing, or is it just
It's
that like she's
immaterial.
outside of that?
It's immaterial. Yeah, because until like basically in like Christian theology, right? We believe in like heart regeneration. Basically, until a heart is regenerated, worrying about their sin is kind of meaningless because heart regeneration is the beginning. That's like salvation, right? That's the most important fundamental step of where conversations about sin even begin. After that, it's like you're just like it's just like empty worrying and condemning. And so I can still determine morality of non-Christians, but I'm not going to use it on like whether I think what they're doing is sin specifically.
So what about Sprouticus? Like, do you think that morals are just coming from what the Bible is telling you, or do you think that it's something that like, are you finding some sort of system that you're supposed to abide by?
I go by I was hoping that she would still be here, but I go by the conviction of the Holy Spirit. So I think that I think the Holy Spirit will convict.
She can hear.
Okay.
She can hear.
So yeah, I think the Holy Spirit will convict me if I'm doing something wrong, and that is where I'll take my correction from.
Yeah.
And
Divine
of course
revelation.
that can come from people and stuff like that. But I was gonna ask. Wouldn't it somewhat be easier just to kind of like utilize what Paul said when it came to talking about Christians and whether or not they should eat of the meat that was sold by pagans to pagan
Romans
gods,
14.
and basically saying that if you are convicted by it, not to do it, but if you're not convicted by it, there's not really an issue with it, but don't do it in front of someone who's convicted by it in order not to make your brother stumble.
Yeah, exactly. And that is what you're describing there is the fundamental moral relativist position that I believe God imparts on Christians. This is why essentially what he's saying is worrying about whether or not a non-Christian is doing sin isn't super important because sin is very much about like the knowledge that you have. And until a heart is regenerated, they don't have like the Holy Spirit conviction to be telling them that they're doing sin. So I can still weigh in, again, as a relativist, about whether I think what they're doing is immoral based on their own personal beliefs and all sorts of stuff. In the way
Wait,
that
what's this
people
about
do.
the heart? I'm a bit confused about the heart part. Like, can you?
Okay, this is like a big theological thing.
Is this more of a faith thing that like if I don't have the faith, then this isn't exactly something I should get into, or because I don't want this to turn to like a 2-hour discussion about the heart of whatever. But
So just think of like it's a theological concept, the gospel of regeneration. I'm trying to think of like a really simple way to explain it. If Spartacus, if you have any way to explain it simply, because I think you believe in a heart gospel of regeneration.
Somebody
as well.
said intuition / instinct in the chat. Is that what a heart is?
No.
No.
This is
No.
like a very specific theological thing about salvation. So basically, fuck, I'm trying to think about how to explain this
The
simply.
soul?
Yeah, sure. The
So,
soul.
The heart is basically it's your very kind of like intuition. So back when these words were written down, there was the heart and the mind. So the mind was kind of like what was intellectual, whereas the heart was more so emotional. So like if you felt emotions, it came from the heart. If it was more so intellectual, it came from the mind. So that's you have to kind of take that into consideration when you're looking at things when talking about the difference between the heart and the mind.
Well, so
okay.
once you're saved, you're like the idea is that once you're saved and once you've like been born again, that you have like an inner voice that kind of tells you what to do and what.
Right, you're
what
no
is right and
longer
wrong,
just based
and
on
you're
the
being
emotions
led
of your
and-
flesh and blood.
Right. It's
And you're saying
kind
what your heart tells you is right or wrong, or like how does this relate to the moral
It
part?
depends if you're saved or not.
The gospel of regeneration is about basically whether or not like your soul, your spirit, or whatever is alive and existent, which God has to do to reach you. And if that exists, then all of a sudden sin becomes relevant, because before then, it doesn't mean that non-Christians can't do sin. They can. The issue is that it's really unimportant. And one of the biggest things pushed on Christians by Jesus is to not worry a bunch, particularly about non-Christians' sin. It's extremely non-consequential for your faith
Sure.
because a heart of regeneration hasn't occurred before.
So I have a hypothetical for you,
It's like
Erudite.
faith.
Yeah. So for example, right? Let's just say we have two Christians, okay, and one Christian is a thief, and steals. And this person steals a bag of chips because he wants to feed his little brother because his little brother is about to starve to death, right? And this is situation one. Now situation two is this Christian is doing OnlyFans and is basically doing not just OnlyFans but just basically doing Pornhub stuff and is a porn star, right? So in for the porn star example, to you, is that morally good or is that morally bad?
Okay, so these are two separate hypotheticals that have nothing to do with each other, just to be fair.
Right, they have nothing to do with each other, but I just want to gauge your opinions on these two different scenarios.
Okay, so and so you want to know, okay, sorry. So in one, you want to know about whether a Christian doing OnlyFans and is a porn star, if they're in sin.
Yeah.
Okay, what do
wait,
they
wait,
think
in
about
sin
it?
is in sin and morally bad consistent in your mind?
No, not always. Because not everything that I would say,
Oh.
yeah, because not everything that we would agree like culturally is immoral. Like censorship is probably immoral. I don't think it's a sin.
Yeah, but that's kind of that's going.
Yeah,
well,
but
so,
even like within your construct, you just bring up the Magdalene, and it's like, yeah, there's no knowledge there. That's effectively what you're saying, right?
Just because
Like the
something
idea
may be
of
bad to do doesn't mean it rises to the level of sin.
Right.
You're
sin
saying
is
that if
specific
there's some
things.
sort of bad outcome, whereas like a sin is like against God, whereas like a negative outcome is more of
No,
like a
you can sin against the
utilitarian
person.
effect.
You can sin against your brother.
Sin is basically when you do something that like you know is wrong and is wrong and also offends God, right? So like taking the Lord's name in vain would be like probably.
So the
sin.
difference is that it offends God?
No, there's two qualifiers that I gave there.
So the first one is that it offends God, and the second one is
sin is something that you know is wrong and you do it anyways, or it offends God.
You know it's wrong and you do it anyway. So you know, according to your moral relativism, that it is wrong and you do it anyway.
Right. So
Correct?
say that
I mean,
Christian,
there's also like
Yeah, by
sinning
the
of the
moral
heart
system.
as well, but
So
yeah,
I think
but it's by
there's-
the moral system that you set up is how you determine if it's wrong. And if
Right.
you go against the moral system, you're going against yourself. That comes to mortal sin.
I am so
which
confused.
becomes-
I'm sorry.
Okay, so
It's like- it's
here's
like
a hypothetical.
personalized
Here's a
religion.
hypothetical.
I'm
So-
sorry. I'm trying to keep up, but
I'm going to
yeah.
give you guys a hypothetical, all right? Because this question has been answered by tons of theologians, okay? If somebody does something that they believe is wrong and they do it anyways, but it turns out God doesn't think it's wrong, did they commit a sin?
Yes.
Yes.
They went against their own conviction.
And this is like I don't think I've met a Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, or Christian that disagrees with this. If you believe what you're doing is wrong, even if it literally isn't, it is now a sin because you're doing something that you believe to be wrong and you're doing it anyways. So in the case of the Christian doing porn, there's a lot of reasons why I would be like, it's probably not a good idea. The issue is, what do they think about it? Have they prayed about it? Are they being honest with themselves? Are they being honest with God? There's all these complex questions that, again, if I was going to condemn it as sin, which I'm inclined to do so because I think so, there's a number of reasons. However, I would need to look into it because I haven't looked a ton into like prostitution, biblical narrative, and tried to pull out the principles because I'm just not interested in any of this shit for myself. So I've just not really thought about it. I try to spend.
Even when a prostitute is brought before Jesus and ready to be stoned, which was the law, Jesus said, "Let him without sin throw the first stone." So there's obviously a lot of room for forgiveness, even when it comes to prostitution. I'm not
Right.
saying prostitution is the worst thing in the world, but it is the topic that's right now.
So basically what I would say is I believe that if you do something that you fully believe to be fine, and I mean, you're not coping or kidding yourself, because that's a really important thing. Because there's a lot of people like, oh no, I think this is fine. And you're like, there's no way that you believe that, right? If you fully believe what is fine, and especially if you're Christian, you've prayed on it, you've done your biblical looking into it, you've really wrestled with God to go, is this behavior a sin or not? And then you say, it isn't. And you truly believe that you're fine and you don't have the knowledge otherwise that it's wrong, then I don't believe that it's wrong. That's my best.
Yeah.
That's my best interpretation of the Bible. And I always give the 5% of like, and I could be wrong because I'm not a teacher on theology.
Okay, finally. I finally feel like I understand a bit more. Okay.
I have like a hardcore disagreement though on the fact that you're not supposed to judge people who aren't Christians or that they're not sinning. Like it seems like the laws in the rules that God gives us and that the Bible gives us, again, I come from a fundamentalist background, so it's a bit different, but like we understand that these are just the rules. This is the way it is. That
I
like,
just reject that.
The idea that like you're not supposed to judge people who aren't Christians seems to, when they're talking about judgment, a lot of times they're talking about having some sort of punishment for them, holding them accountable. Not that you can't decide that they are sinning, because it does talk about non-Christian sinning, and it's saying that like, you know, not to hang around them, not to what does
No,
it
it does not say that. It does not say that, because Jesus hung out with drunks, gluttons, and drunks and
it
gluttons.
talks about
and, like,
not allowing them to like, I forget what it's called. It's like muddying the waters, or like you know, being a bad influence on you is generally what it's saying. Is that hanging around non-Christians that are sinning a lot can be a bad influence on you, and so you shouldn't hang out with people who are doing these sort of things. Like it does reference people who are non-Christian sinning. It does talk about them sinning, which means that you have to like make a judgment that they are sinning in the first place.
Where does it talk about
know.
non-Christian sinning? Where specifically biblically do they talk about non-Christian sinning?
There's crap. Damn it, I went over this just the other day on stream.
Wait, maybe naive, but like, doesn't that run counter to the idea that we're all born in sin?
That's a big theological bar.
Kid, it's like this.
We don't have to. We don't have to.
It's really
That's a big can of worms. That's a big can of worms. It's very theological.
I don't think it
super
is. I think
easy.
that if you
It's
get
not.
saved, your sins are forgiven, and if you're not saved, your sins are not forgiven. And so that is like the massive difference.
Here comes the 2 hours.
Okay, so that's going to be a Protestant take on it. Catholics believe in sanctifying grace, for example. So I don't want to do like a big theological difference of like sanctifying grace and salvation and gospel of regeneration, because it's really complex and boring, particularly
Erudite. So in your heart of hearts, if you believe according to your system, if you're a Christian and you believe in your heart of heart that what you're doing is right, and you truly in good faith believe it, and you pray to God, and you know, and you think that God trusts in you, and like to any according action, if a Christian is killing somebody, and they have prayed to God about it, and they have truly believed that this is the good faith action to do it, are they justified according to your system?
Possibly, because like God doesn't seem to fully condemn murder, war, for example. Lots of killing.
Sure.
Self-defense.
So
I think most Christians would agree self-defense is fine.
Right. So even in the case of it's not self-defense, right? From your perspective, even if they feel like they're justified in doing, for example, if somebody angers them by kicking them in the shins and then they killed them in retaliation, you would feel like they're justified in your
I understand. Yeah, I would say every single Christian would go, I'm a little sussed out by your theology here. Nobody would believe that they gave their theology a really honest shot. And so no, I would be very, very opposed to this. So I call, for example, Eastern Orthodox heretics all the time, because I think that they're wrong about their theology. I think they're living in sin all the time. So like if some person literally was like, well, I'm just made mad enough, so God's okay with me killing, I'd be like, find that in the Bible. Good fucking luck. Jesus like got mad at Peter for like cutting off an ear, right? Like they talk about turning the other cheek. They talk about like carrying a coal on your head for their enemy. There's like, it's so hard to say. So it could be true, but in a real world, I just can't even conceive of it. I would assume that they're lying or they're insane. And being like insane isn't going to suddenly
in the case
be like
of
a
insane.
justification. Yeah.
Right, but being insane, for example, like why would that not be the case again in like a in a one sentence answer
Oh
again
man,
or two sentence?
there's no insanity theologically is really tough. So especially because we're
So
using
No,
it.
no,
don't think I don't.
insanity, not even discounting insanity. If they believe in their heart of hearts that they believe they're justified in killing in killing in anger, right? Then how do you feel like
Then
that
they're
is?
demented.
Hypothetically,
No, not demented. I don't
get
think
it.
that's
I
a
get
good
it. Hold on.
argument.
I'll just engage with you. Hypothetically, there is a world possibly where they could sit me down, walk me through their theology, their prayer, and everything, and potentially that I could be like, okay, I guess maybe not. But in the real world, I literally can't imagine it. It doesn't seem reasonable based on any of the readings biblically that I have done. So I am saying hypothetically, in my world, yes, that could be true because that would be consistent with my world. But in the real world application, it's extremely unlikely to occur. I can't even imagine it.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that, like, in an alternate timeline, right? Like, obviously, you can go like, yeah, but we live in this reality, not in an alternate timeline or whatever, right? In an alternate timeline, I can totally picture where people have built up this entire framework and this worldview where they can actually justify
that would be a
like
sin.
these reprehensible actions.
That would be a sin.
So
That would
just
be
to
a
be
sin.
clear,
You're making up your own.
But to them, it's not a sin.
Food,
But to them,
do you
it's
want
not
me to
really a
answer?
sin,
Do you want me to
right?
answer? Do you want me to answer? Okay.
Yeah, I do want you to answer. I'm doing this in good faith. Trust me.
I know,
Yeah.
I know. It's just if you keep like interrupting me and stuff, it's really hard to respond. So what I would say
Okay.
is if you've convinced yourself something in bad faith that does go against your conscience, that your Holy Spirit is saying this is not good, then it doesn't count and you are accountable for it, which is why I'm saying in the real world, I literally can't imagine a situation where I would believe that in good faith, a person has come biblically, spiritually, and divinely to the conclusion that they can just kill somebody because they're like upset at them. I can't imagine it.
It
Yeah,
sounds like I feel like the answer is really simple, where it's like
It just goes
there is
inherently
judgment
against the
of
teaching.
sorry there is so it seems like the only real distinction to care about here is that there is judgment between humans, which we'll call morality, and then the judgment of God, which we can't know for sure, but you can learn towards understanding through the scripture.
Through
Wait, the
scripture, so
problem I
exegesis,
have-
eisegesis, and divine revelation is typically how we do those.
The problem I have with your argument is it's an argument of convenience, right? Is that the Bible just happened to have all the right arguments for you, so then you just happen to have all the right things in order, and you lucked it into we built up until the system, right?
So
Why is that not true?
I think you're misunderstanding me. I think maybe it's because do you have much experience or like background in Christian theology?
Wait,
at all?
in theology, no.
Okay, super
I'm trying to
fair, super
figure
fair.
this out from a commoner perspective, right? Like
Did you
that's
grow
what I'm
up?
trying.
Yeah, that's super fair. I just so I can understand what world you're probably coming from. Have you
Yeah,
mostly been
uh-huh.
exposed to North American Protestants for the most part?
Protestants? No, not Protestants. No, I
Like
just
Baptists
no,
and
just
stuff like
been avoiding not politics, avoiding religion in general, like overall. I would say.
Okay.
Like I'm completely divorced from religion
Okay, super
in
fair.
all forms.
Okay, so one heresy that I think exists is called biblical deconstructivism. So what you're saying from an argument of convenience would require biblical deconstruction, where basically it's like the classic like CSI case where the evil guy is like, God told me, and he gets like 3 verses that kind of suggest towards like some sort of like Machiavellian killing, and he's like, see, God's saying it. And I would just reject this because I think it's a heretical way to read the Bible. I would say that is bad faith. You are convicted of sin. You are doing sin because you're doing things that are theologically unsound and goes against your conscience. You're just so caught up in your own emotions, you're trying to bend the Bible towards your will, which I wholly reject. So biblical deconstruction, where you just take a couple of verses to like build up a narrative, is bad. I reject that.
So-
I'm not for that.
Sure, but can't they say the same about your interpretation as well? Like they're saying, oh, you're trying to bend the Bible to your will, and like
They'll have to
your
prove it.
conscience makes against that. How
Well,
do
the
they prove that?
They can, right? Anyone can say whatever they want because like sola scriptura fundamentalism is like handy because you can basically just say everything is literally capital T true and it's like one and done. So they can say that. And this is the issue. God's going to know who's right and God's going to be the one to judge me. all I can do is do the best possible interpretation. I know that that seems dissatisfying, but the reason why I would say that
No,
they're
it's not
wrong,
dissatisfying. I'm just trying to figure it out. That's all.
sure.
Yeah.
The reason why I would say they're incorrect is it's not like I'm just picking a couple of verses to create my worldview, because believe me, it would be easier to just not be a Christian at this point, or to like be a fundamentalist, because the worldviews are like kind of handy. They work together a little bit more cleanly. But the reality is like I'm spending a lot of time theologically to wrestle through trying to figure out what I think my God is saying as best as I can. So they can say that against me, but it's not like I don't have very robust theological underpinnings that are backing.
So
what I'm
there's
saying.
I mean, there's even a like a anti-realist parallel to this as well. Whereas, like, if you were to say that like you don't believe that there is objective like moral truths, does that mean that you necessarily have to prescribe to a sort of like nihilism, that like everything is necessarily like permitted? And like you can still give answers for what you think is like a consistent framework of how you would want other people to act, and you can make these arguments while being good faith without taking the position that like that you think you should just be able to do whatever you want.
Right.
Okay, I see. Do you, from what I understand, there are some parts in the Bible that are unsavory, right? For example, like stuff with like rape and murder
Not having
and
sex with his
whatever, right?
daughters. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Called cherry picking.
Right. So what makes you cherry pick your thing to form your own narrative and to interpret the Bible in that way versus somebody else who would cherry pick the worst examples to form their way to justify some like terrible act and then to whatever?
In fairness, I do have to reject the framing of the question, because you're basically saying, how come you can cherry pick things and other people can't? And I'm like, I'm not. I reject the framing that I'm cherry picking. Yeah. So I do understand what your question is like getting at.
So how would you interpret the worst parts of the Bible then yourself?
Sure. So oh man, do you know the difference between the moral law and the ceremonial law?
No, sorry.
Okay, so do you know, here's a famous one. Do you know how back in the Old Testament people weren't allowed to eat pigs? Have you heard about that? Or like shrimp or like crustaceans?
I think I've heard something like that. Is that why like pork is forbidden and stuff?
In the Old Testament. Yeah, so that's part of the ceremonial law.
For like Jewish people and yeah.
Yeah, and a couple of people keep it. And there's
same
like
as tattoos and piercings.
Yes, or men dressing as women and women dressing as men. These are all kind of part of the ceremonial law, basically. And so the issue is that in a lot of these like awful things and this world that we're outlining, we have to look at, are you a presentist at all? I'm not sure how you view like history. Like if you think something's immoral. What does that mean? So like we all agree that slavery is immoral, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So do you think that we were always immoral the whole time? Like every single person who ever participated in any level of slavery in history ever was always immoral?
Ever? No.
No.
I mean, the thing is, if you were born in Nazi Germany, like you would probably be a Nazi, right? And I couldn't blame you for being a Nazi in that period. So I couldn't assign blame to like a person who was born in Nazi Germany during that time, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So most of the unsavory stuff comes from the Old Testament. So we have to remember that these are like, some of these books date back as far as like, I think like 5500 BC. So a very, very, very different world. So like, for example, like God commanding them about like going to war and stuff like that. I'm going to read it much more from a moral law perspective than ceremonial law. So the moral law is basically like New Testament stuff. So that's essentially about like the principles that God wants us to live and outlines for Christians to be like. And so once Jesus died, essentially, in a really reductive way, I'm being super reductive. Basically, the old covenant was broken where they had to like kill lambs and shit. Jesus is the new lamb. He's covered us with his blood. And now we're under a new covenant. And so this is why Paul says, for example, like the old law is dead. This is why most Protestants, for example, wear cloth of two fiber, and they'll eat pork most of the time and stuff like that, because basically the ceremonial law doesn't apply anymore under the new covenant. So
okay.
When you look, so there's a couple things. Number one, some of the unsavory stuff is going to be like mythologized stories about a people in the context of the culture that they exist in, where it's like, yeah, there's genocides going on. There's like horrible things going on. I don't think that that's really God being like, God, I love genocide, right? I think what it is it's a mythologized story in the cultural context that these people were existing in, and like God was like guiding them through. So I don't look through this and go, well, can I genocide people now? What I look through is and I go, well, I don't live in a culture where things like tribalism and war are standard. But is there a principle that I can get pulled out of here that's different? For example, one principle that might get pulled out is like things like purity or setting yourself apart. A lot of people will use like the mythology, even Protestants do this, of like the different tribes that we are opposed like represent different types of sins that Christians have to deal with. And so when they talk about like killing all the like lambs, children, everything, it's about this idea of like maximal purity, like do not even allow the temptation of sin to like enter into your heart, stuff like that. And so when I look, I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yeah.
There's also the idea that because I've been hit with this talk about that before, is that God is never changing. God is, God was, and God will always be. So in something that goes directly to that point is Jesus went on during his time on earth taught a lot with parables. He taught a lot with stories that weren't true. It's not something that like factually happened, but he taught through stories, and the moral of the story kind of led to what he was trying to teach. And so that kind of lends hand to prove that say God is, God was, and God will always be.
Okay, was that directed at me or?
I'm just further backing up what was stated.
Okay, okay. So, so let me get it right of what you're saying, right? So you're saying like when God rains fire upon a city or something like that, right? It's less like God is saying, "Oh, I permit you to rain fire upon a city," in the modern day or something like that. It's more about why did God do that and what made God do that? Is that what you're saying?
So, oh man, this is so complicated. Basically, what I'm saying is that A, I'm not being presentist. B, I'm mythologizing.
Okay.
I don't know if I actually believe that Sodom and Gomorrah literally happened. I think it's allegory. I don't think God literally like turned people in. So I don't think it literally happened. I don't think like it's capital T true in like a historical way. I don't think you can find Sodom and Gomorrah and find pillars of salt that was Lot's wife or whatever, and find like a burnt out city with like 99% pure sulfur, which like Protestants try to claim. I don't believe that. I think it's allegory. So what I go, if that's an allegory, what is the principle being taught in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah? Because I don't believe it's literally true. What did the story mean to the people being told about Lot?
Right, that's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like, oh, this literally has some kind of like historical accuracy to it. I'm saying like, okay, what is the story behind it? Why was the story told? And like, what are the ethics behind the story, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
I'm trying to.
If I can, because I brought up ceremonial and moral, and I feel like that was too long-winded. So if I can tie what I'm saying here back to that, the reason why it's important to understand ceremonial and moral law is because during the Old Testament, the Jews had the first covenant. That's the ceremonial law. And this was governed by, this was the sacrifices. There's very specific types of sacrifices that had to be made for certain types of behaviors. It is, if you want to go read the books, they're the most boring, awful books to read on the planet because it's just listing like, well, no, the genealogy book is worse. But other than that, it's just like listing crimes and then all the types of sacrifices you have to do, right? That's ceremonial law. There's a list of rules and regulations that were given to Jews that were basically like intended to help them survive the brutality of the past. The new law is governed, the new covenant is governed by the moral law. That's Christ, right? And the purpose of this moral law is to have us move towards our best, to do unto others as we would have them do unto us, and to love our God with our heart, soul, and mind. That's the moral law fundamentally. So like the end goal is essentially try to be kind, try to be good, and try to treat other well. And like, you know, you all sing Kumbaya and Happy Land at the end of the day. So I feel like now I'm being even more esoteric. I was trying to be simple, but now I feel like I'm being more esoteric. Sodom and Gomorrah is allegory. I would use a moral law.
I think I understand a majority of what you're talking about. So yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah.
I mean, it's going to get more and more esoteric as we go along this this line of questioning too.
Then maybe it's good to zoom out a little bit.
Real quick before you interrupt. The
there are
thing
new
that,
laws that were issued to the people
that we're going to have to
think
like
we're
deal
here,
with at some point is that, as Erudite said, this is going to become tautological. And so as long as you understand that the foundation of what Erudite is saying is that that for us we judge each other morally based on how we want to live, and for God, Christians will try to find the most reasonable way to live in the eyes of God. And if you just take that standpoint, then you can understand exactly what Erudite is talking about. You don't have to go into like, oh well, like why, like how are you going to justify this thing that's said in the Bible or whatever. At the end of the day, it's going to be how good faith are you being with the scripture, and how you think people should be acting morally within a society, and specifically the society that you exist in. Once you have that down, you basically understand what's going on.
Yeah, I actually think it's important to note here that all moral systems come to tautologies. They have to, right? Whatever you decide is good is a tautology. At the end of the day,
Objective moral systems are tautological.
yes, right? So if you're like, some utilitarians will basically say, wait, what is good is like reducing harm. Well, what's reducing harm? At some point you go, well, reducing harm is good. Well, why is it good? It's good because it reduces harm. And goodness is reducing harm because reducing harm is good, right? It's a tautology.
Yeah, or even with like the Sam Harris thing of like one thing that Sam Harris, because he has like a scientifically based objective morality system where
The
like, he
moral
will say something
landscape.
that, like, yeah, right. So like he'll say something where like if you touch a stove, that's going to hurt, and so therefore you know that it's bad, and then therefore, and this is something that I would criticize him for, he would say that like therefore you ought not do that thing. And that's sort of a logical leap, and that's when it becomes like tautological. But yeah, if you have an objective moral system, it's always going to be falling back onto that. Because my criticism would be that the only thing that shows, the fact that it has to come to a tautological basis, means that like there is no objective truth value to any moral statement. That's the thing that I would take issue with.
Right. And then a Christian would say, my God gives it objective value because my God
Yeah,
is good. And
exactly.
what my God says is good is good. Yeah, exactly. This is like, this is the problem with all philosophy when you get to the really basic level. This is why when Christians say that like BPF will say like atheist objectivists are like silly and ridiculous and their ideas are just, I'm like, it's literally as tautological as what we believe, you fucking idiot. Like it's the same shit.
Like,
It's
he doesn't even
self-justifying.
seem to have problems with the tautological part. From the conversations that I've had with him, he seems to have an issue with the fact that they're not objective, and that like he's okay with his objective morality being tautological. He's just not okay with any sort of morality that's not objective, because then it's like a lesser value, and like any
Right.
sort of subjective system is going to have lesser value to him.
He would appeal to some level of like, if he was talking to a kid, he would basically be like, so you're just saying there's no thing that we can know of being like, yeah, this just is wrong, right? Like,
Yeah, and I would say yes, Giga Chad. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Which is why we had a
So-
long drunken fight about morality.
Yeah,
Mrs.
or like a
Erudite.
system
Stop
built
reminding me
like
of that. I was so
or
drunk.
The
like a
issue-
system
the
built,
issue is
like,
BPF
by
thinks-
humans is worse than
Well-
a system built by a god or things like that.
BPF thinks that his system is self-justifying, but that any other moral system cannot be self-justifying because God doesn't exist within it, which is silly. All tautologies are like self-justifying necessarily.
Mrs. Erudite, would you say
Mrs.
that?
Erudite, that's very cute. I like that.
Yeah, of course. So Mrs. Erudite, would you say that when it comes to tautologies and etc., would like moral subjectivity also like is it also subject to that?
Most moral subjectivists would be, they're typically anti-realists and therefore wouldn't believe in like an objective morality. I'm not as studied, this is actually a better kid question, because I'm not as studied in like the depths of subjectivism, but a lot of them actively are subjective because they reject
Right.
the tautology.
Right,
yeah.
because I think people have questioned, like other religious people have questioned my thing before. It's like, okay, I get my values from God. Where do you get your values from, right? Like in a nutshell. And I would
Right.
say, okay, I get my value. It's not like, oh, I was born out of my mother's womb and I instantly get my set of values, right? I was born out of my mother's womb into specifically this environment in this time period, and society has already built upon itself up until like this society right now, and I'm building off of this society's rules and moral, like general moral framework of like the bell curve, like the general bell curve of moral frameworks, and then I can make my own adjustments from there, right? And then that is
But
where I
generally,
get
if
my
anybody's ever asking that
framework.
question, they're asking about some sort of axiomatic value of which everything else builds out from. So, like, if you're saying like, oh, well, yours starts with God, this is the foundation, and then everything comes from that. Like
I would say
Erudite
human
mentioned, like, you
civilization.
can have like a
Yeah.
rule utilitarian utilitarian thing that's based on harm, or you can have like a bunch of different systems that have some sort of axiomatic value at the beginning, and then everything else builds out from there because you have the foundation that tells you how to decide what is good or bad.
Right, to which I would say the indomitable human spirit, right?
But again, then we go, well, what does that mean?
That was mainly meme.
Yeah,
That was mainly meme. Sorry.
No, but it's actually a really good point, because one thing that's been really interesting to me about people's like backlash to me outlining my like moral system is they're like, it's so ridiculous and like arbitrary. I'm like, most moral systems are like, yes, and most people have thought way less about their moral system. It's actually really tough. Like when people get to the nitty gritty of being like, well, what do you think is goodness, right? If I ask like you, Food, like what is good? What makes something good? Is there an objective goodness, or is it all subjective? And if it's all subjective, are you just saying there isn't a true goodness? You kind of like do the best you can. Okay, well, how do you base that off of? What are your guideposts, right? So again, we get into kind of like the same murky questions that actually are being lobbed at me as well.
You know what's so funny is that at first, most people just go like, oh, what is good? And it's like vibes wise, right? Like, oh, if this vibe feels good, then it's good, right?
Yes.
But then I would go, okay, then what about this and this and this in this scenario? Okay, stealing something in this scenario is bad, but then stealing something in this scenario is good, right? So therefore stealing is like different in different scenarios, right? But then eventually I feel like at some point you're arguing too far, and then at some point it just becomes way too like debate broy, and then I just go back to vibes again. Like it's just for me, I just feel like I'm going back to vibes, and vibes is it's like asking, oh, what what is a chair, right? A chair could be one leg, it could be two legs or four legs, but then you can, is an elephant a chair just because you can sit on an elephant, right? So it's like I don't know, it just feels like somewhat like vibes, you know what I mean? But
this would be my criticism of this, is that like that's always going to be a fundamental problem if you're speaking about morality in objective terms. That's the problem. Is that what I would say when we're dealing with morality? We're dealing with things like drives that we've developed through an evolutionary process as social animals, and that we develop these moral intuitions based on these things of like Sam Harris says, like if you touch something hot, it feels bad, so you know not to do that, so you ought not do that thing. And then we develop these moral intuitions over time that feel so powerful in our human brains that it's hard to even think of them outside of objective terms. But once we start trying to put objective terms to moral systems, then we start falling into all of these logical traps and all of these tautologies that we cannot actually justify. And that's the problem that we're talking about here.
But the issue is then the question is, so does that mean everything's meaningless? And if not, how do we determine meaning?
Yes, I would say Giga Chad emoji. Yes, everything is meaningless. Yes.
No, it has meaning because vibes, right?
Right, and the vibes are so strong that it must have like objective meaning to it. Yeah, sure.
I mean, generally, like meaning is going to be based on value. Value is going to be based on what you decide is valuable. Like if you believe in subjectivity, you can still believe that there's meaning and value to things. It's just going to be based on your own subjective way of valuing things. And so it's.
But then you get into the trick of how do you answer the question of the guy who feels really, really justified? It makes him really happy to kill people. And like, he's like constructed a world where like when he kills people, he like kills people who are like already wanting to be euthanized. And so it's like the most like least harm possible done. Like, is he ethically wrong?
The answer there would to be you to justify why you don't want that to happen because it could have negative implications for you. It wouldn't be an argument about whether or not that thing is actually objectively wrong or not. It would be whether or not you want that thing to happen.
Right.
See, I wouldn't even say whether or not I want it to happen to me. I would say whether or not, as you know, whether or not society can exist if we allowed that thing to happen. Like if we said like, yeah, you can't go outside without being, without worrying about getting murdered or being stolen from, like society just would not be able to operate in any way. And so like we would have to make it to where people can't do this or this is shamed or it's against the law so that it happens less.
Yeah, so we're giving our own personal justification for why we would not want that thing to happen in the world based on how we want to exist in the world. And that's the start and the end of that. But once you start saying that like you must have an objective answer as to whether or not this thing is right or wrong, you're going to be getting into a situation of like when we talk about like human rights or inalienable rights, or like what kind of rights do humans have? When we're talking about rights, these are things that like cannot be like, what's the word I'm looking for? They're inalienable. Like you just have these rights, and that kind of begs the question of like, or what, or else what? And then we're back into the realm of society and laws and just how we would want to organize with each other in the first place. So there still is no rational basis for just assuming that there's a objective framework for dealing with any of these problems that you're going to be finding in the depths of like meta ethics or anything. Once you get down to this like evolutionary perspective of this and why we feel the things that we do, you're kind of fucked when it comes to trying to find justification outside of that.
Speaking of perspective, perspective philosophy just popped in the chat, so I told him to jump in because I know he's also a Christian, and this is what he talks about most of the time. So,
more Christian stuff.
He might be here soon.
More
Yeah,
theology.
but fuck. But in the meantime, dude, I'm so glad I didn't grow up around religion. Thank God. Okay, not thank God. Okay, but
As a Christian, I would say, I kind of agree with you, but also I think my God's pretty based.
This is my Taliban approved edition of the Quran. Okay, but anyway, the point is that like when I think of the social contract theory, right, and how people come up with things to include inside the social contract that everybody can feel like they can go, like, don't intrude upon my personal space, like don't go within 2 inches of me. Like, who the hell is deciding these things, and who is including things inside the social contract? At the end of the day, you can't really form a really good justification of why we include the things inside of the social contract other than vibes, and just, yeah, it is what it is.
Well, you can suggest that we have a moral code that is inherent to being human. You can suggest that is a different possibility. We're not left with only vibes.
I mean, different people
you're just specifically unwilling to.
Hold on. Yes, I think that she's saying that she already rejects that as a decent argument, and that's already like out of the picture.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that that's not the only thing we're left with. We're left with 2 options. You're just unwilling to accept one of the options.
Melissa Labar says,
wait, can you explain my hypocrisy again?
So I'm not saying you're being Hippocratic. I'm just saying that there was a falsity in what you were saying. Is that when you take all this into consideration, that we're only left with vibes. That's all we're left with.
We could do contractualism.
If you inherently reject that we have a moral code as a human being, then yes, that's all we're left with. But that's still another option, is we have a moral code as a human being.
Yeah, I reject that we have a moral code, but I do think we have empathy. I think that we have empathy.
You make it up.
I'm just suggesting
be a contractualist. It is whatever we say it is, because we generally want what makes us happier, or at least not dying as often. That be good contractualist.
That's sort of the thing, is that like I would have to ask where like the that moral code comes from. How come it's not represented throughout like all of human history? What are the things that are represented throughout all of human history, and why does that divert from like the evolutionary process?
It's religion.
But like outside of like, once you start getting into like, oh well, like I'm a Christian or something like that, that's the end of the conversation. That's it.
For you?
Yeah, like I'm like a contractualist.
I think that there, like, you can debate whether or not like it's justified for people to believe in Christianity if you want to. But ultimately, I think you're going to be coming across like the Kierkegaardian, the 2 options that you have. You either have the option of just giving yourself up to the faith in religion, or abandoning all of it and relying on these notions of like the evolutionary process and like digging into it in that direction of this like anti-realist framework. You basically have those 2 options, and once you get someone that's saying that like, oh well, I'm a Christian, fundamentally I believe that there is a God, and this God has gives me these axiomatic beliefs. Once you get to that point, the only other thing that you can do is try and reason with someone as to whether or not it's justified logically for them to have that belief system. But good luck.
Do you think that all religious people are on like only one side of the Euthyphro dilemma?
I don't know. I don't know if I know enough about like different religions to say so. I think generally with like Christianity, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that God gets to decide what is good and bad, or is God subject to it, basically?
If God gets to decide what is good and bad.
Hmm. This is a really, really
let me
contentious
talk
topic
about this
for
in like the
Christians.
framework that you gave earlier about, because you were saying that good and bad is something that like human beings are going to be like judging each other based on whether or not like their moral systems are consistent with the things that they believe. So you have like a more like subjectivist framework. I don't think you necessarily like
Relativist,
I think that's
not subjectivist, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
That's okay.
relativist. I don't know if that's like necessarily
Like, is
contradictory.
God's subsequent under the good? Is it the good and God serves it? Or is it God and he just gets to decide what's good and bad? Because this is what I feel like a lot of people misunderstand about religious people, is that there is no agreement on this. Like, most Catholics feel one way, whereas Protestants often feel a very different way about this answer.
I don't know.
If God served
question.
good, then he wouldn't truly be God. God decides what is good and what is bad. It's his law that we follow.
Sure, but it could be a combination of both, where you're saying that there is some sort of thing that he is looking for at the end. So, like, generally when Christians talk about what is good, it's about like what makes God happy or what serves God, right? There is some sort of system still that God is deciding what is good.
Well, if God necessarily
but God
necessarily has to be good, then
God has said
the only
he's the perfect
justification that you have for
example,
God
that
is
he is
giving
good.
it an excuse to have your moral system.
Well, a
Sure,
lot of
but
Catholics
God can't be bad, though. That's the thing, is that God can't possibly be bad. If it's based on his will, then he
This is
couldn't
like the Catholic
possibly be
position.
bad, because
So-
he's always doing his will.
Right. So
Yes.
Catholics believe that good exists like primordially, and that God will only do what is good, essentially. Not all Catholics, obviously, there's a varying. But the Catholics have decided that Aristotle was right in the Euthyphro dilemma, right? That God is a slave to goodness, essentially. And like most Catholics
isn't it a
would
good
not like
example?
the way I'm putting that, but yeah.
So isn't a good example of like this divide between a lot of Christians is the interpretation of the story of Job, about whether or not like it was a moral action to like sacrifice his son for God just because God said so.
You mean Abraham?
Is it? Sorry, I might be.
And
mixing
sorry,
it
I
up.
meant Socrates, not Aristotle. I think I said Aristotle for I meant Socrates. I apologize. Don't lambast me.
Yeah, the
Okay,
point is
Job.
that if it is about God's will, they are using a system, and so it would be both. That like there is a system in which it's decided whether or not something is good, and it is always going to be based on what it is that God wants. So yeah, it
Well, this is the
literally ends
issue.
up being both.
Well, a lot of theologians would say it's one or the other. It's not both. You have to pick, right? Like, it's hard to make it work at the same time. Either whatever God says is good just is good, or there's a primordial good that God is a slave to and he like represents.
Sure, if you're saying that you
If you're
can't
Christian
use
or believe in a God.
him, like if you're saying you can't use God's will as the primordial system, then of course, like then I feel like it would be obvious that it is just God's will, that like he created everything, and if he created and designed everything, it would have to be that he also
designed it
what
according
is
to his
good.
will.
Yeah.
Right. So the question
No,
is,
not
can
according
God
to his
make
will, 'cause
what is
obviously
good
there's free
evil
will.
and what is evil good tomorrow? Could he do that? Or would he be
No, wait, but if
unable
I
to do that?
design it, if I create something, I create it according to my will. I'm not beholden to my will, but I did it according to my will. I made it how I wanted it to be, correct?
Sure, to some extent. So I guess what not so weird that you're asking is like then if he could snap his fingers and just make everything according to the way that he wants it and everything would be perfect, we would always say, well, he won't do that because there's like this value of free will, that we have to choose him, we have to come to God, we have to accept him into our hearts, and that if we're making that decision like under coercion or we're being forced to do it, then it's not the same. Then that means there is this higher thing that is saying that free will is actually a high value, and that this is important, and that God is valuing that free will instead of deciding that free will is important, because otherwise he would just snap his fingers.
Right.
He will eventually. He's just trying to give us the time of day to accept him prior to that.
The free will, though, is like a step down from all this, right? Like what we're talking about is like the really boring, annoying shit, which is basically like, does God only do what is good, or does God decide what good is?
Hello, can you
Hi.
hear us now?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Hello, I'm a Catholic. I think what you're trying to express is the Euro dilemma.
Yep. We were talking about the Euthyphro dilemma.
But I think that the Aristotelian response isn't to make isn't to take one side or the other. It's actually to say that the dichotomy is a false one. It's not to say that God is a slave to good. It's to say God is goodness, and so he is only representing his own self. So he is only willing himself, and so is not acting in accordance with anything other than his own power.
Sure. So let me ask you the same thing that I just said. Okay. So if God could snap his fingers and make everything good, make it to where everybody was not sinning, we would generally say that he won't do that because he wants us to have like free will. He wants us to accept him.
Taylor says,
he wants us
a Catholic,
to
I'm
choose
dead.
to accept him. He wants us to choose to come to him, right? Why does he want us to choose to do that? Did he decide that that is a thing that is better? Or is that a thing that is just actually better? That there is something better about us making the choice to come to him on our own?
I would say it's the same thing. What you're asking is essentially the same thing. Like when you say, like, did he decide that it is better, or is it just better? It's like when you look at God being what is essentially a logos, it's a logical relation, like an identity relation. Then essentially you don't have to think of it like, did God arbitrarily do this or not? It's God did it because it's in accordance with his own nature. So when you talk about like the goodness of being, like when we talk about good in the first place, I think we actually have to understand it, and this is where
But
I'm
I
a
think that,
continental.
I'm sorry, but I think the question is then, like, why wouldn't he decide that then? Like, why wouldn't he decide that then? Just like that the decision isn't all that important and snapping his fingers and making it to where we didn't have free will and we just were doing the right thing. Why wouldn't that be the choice then? Why wouldn't he?
Yeah,
Like,
I have a question actually from a third party. Sorry, you
I
can
wanted
finish.
to
but-
answer that real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, the point isn't to say that he's like it's not that you can't bring around the good without remember that what he's doing is maximizing himself. He's actually, when we talk about goodness and freedom from an Aristotelian standpoint, it is actually just obtaining your form. So the whole point of having to freely choose to accept God is choosing to accept the good as your own form, and so it's elevating yourself out of original sin. So it is the act of perfection. So it's not something that can be thrown away. It's necessary, but it's also something that has to be done through volition. So it is like God wills it because it is the good, not because it's arbitrarily the good. It can't just like it's not
God
that he
can only do what
could
is
not
good.
do it.
So wait, does
Yeah,
so
but
that
it-
would
but
that
I
was
thought you just said a minute
so
ago
wait,
that
that would mean
God's
that
will is what is good, though.
God is a
that
slave
would
to
mean
good.
it's
God is a slave to goodness. He would never not
Sure,
do
so
anything
you-
that isn't good. Yes.
Sure.
It's not
okay,
a slave.
so-
No, but remember, like
I know you don't like the
Yeah,
language.
he's-
I know I'm being facetious with the
No,
language a little bit, but
it's not even that. It's the whole point is to say it's freedom itself because he's obtaining himself. It's like he's
One
actually
second.
obtaining his form.
Well, you're saying
One
it's only
second,
good
so-
because God decided that it's good, and that because God decided it's good, that's why it is good, right?
No,
One
it's
second.
like God is good. Sorry.
So that if God
this
God
is
is
getting. I think
beholden
we're
to
just getting
this,
semantic now.
if God is beholden to this good, then good would have to exist without God.
Just so
No.
it's clear, him and I are saying the same thing as far as like I don't actually agree with this perspective, but when we're saying God only does what is good, that's what he's saying too. I don't know. I hope you're not
But
disagreeing.
in
with
order
me.
for that to
Any
happen,
disagreement would
No,
be semantics.
I'm
God would,
saying
good
the
would have
same
to,
thing. Yeah.
in order for that to happen, good would have to exist without God.
No.
Yes,
like,
because
this
if
is
God is
the- no.
beholden to something,
Okay.
No, this is like, so basically this debate stems from a debate in the Catholic Church which is called the problem of universals, where essentially it's where we start talking about, does a universal concept exist? Like this is where you get things like exaggerated realism, indifferentism, and like nominalism. So like when you see something like goodness and you see God as being subordinate to it, you see it as like a real thing that's goodness, separate from beings which experience goodness. An Aristotelian wouldn't see that. An Aristotelian would say something being good is something being itself. It's like actually obtaining itself. It's more of the fact that in contemporary times, the way we see good has changed.
What side
So
of
then
the
God's
Euthyphro
not
dilemma?
beholden to
What
it.
side of
I
the
have a separate
Euthyphro
question.
dilemma do you come out on? Just super simply, what side of the Euthyphro dilemma do you come out?
I think it's a false dichotomy. I don't think there is. There's no reason to place it in that.
That's what I said.
It's a tautology. You're talking about the same thing.
I have a separate question, if I may ask. So does God know everything that is and will happen ever?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, if that is the case, then he knows exactly who will go to hell, right?
Yes.
Yes.
If that is a wait, I don't know if I'm
Are
entirely.
you gonna say if he knows?
I'm
what's
not
going to
comfortable with
happen,
that.
then
I
do
don't
you
know.
have
Yeah, I
free
don't
will?
know if I'm entirely comfortable with that.
So
right?
where you're
Because-
going, where you're, I can see where you're going, and where you're going
Yeah.
is that like God has predestined people to heaven or hell.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put it this way.
So, yeah.
So have you ever known someone so well that you pretty much knew exactly what they wanted without them even saying a word?
Know exactly what they wanted without saying. Yeah.
Okay, so multiply that times like infinity. God knows us so well. He knows what choices we will make out of our free will. He knows us so well. He knows he can determine what path we're going to take with our free will.
Yeah. So like even look at it like this, right? If you're outside of time and you perceive every action, you perceive it as a simultaneous event. But that doesn't mean that all of the events weren't separable and logically distinct and made from other causal entities. It just means that you perceive them simultaneously. So like if you can even think of this in terms of like, you ever seen Interstellar?
Yes.
Do you know the point when he's in the black hole and he's going through?
It's you're talking about if you're one dimension above, then you can see like time stretched out as a worm, and you can see like the different segments of time, and you can
Yeah.
right.
It's essentially like if you just affirm like an eternalist standpoint from time, then all of those events are real, but that doesn't mean that God necessarily caused those events to happen externally to the fact that he sustained those events to happen. So he let us do what we want with the power that we have, and he knows the conclusion, but that doesn't mean that he makes them all.
So he doesn't have a hand in creating the fates of the people beforehand, right?
He does and
Correct.
he doesn't. Like so, like the only thing that, and this is why like Aquinas says the only thing that God wills is himself. The only thing that he does is will himself.
So he basically creates the world and then just lets the humans be.
I mean, apart from the fact that he sends his son and all of that, but it's more of the fact that like he cares about us, he loves us, and he wants us to reach salvation. But it's one of those things where we're the ones that keep fucking up.
And he wants to be willingly sought out instead of being forced to, instead of us being like slaves to him. He wants us to willingly choose him.
Sure.
Hold on.
Consent.
Let Kid Not Kin go.
Yeah, I have a question. This is probably going to be a pretty rudimentary one for yourself. But when you're talking about how God knows the future of all actions of everybody, how do you reconcile this with? I think I remember you believe, or you said earlier that you believe in free will as well at the same time, right? Even though in the eyes of God it is predetermined. I'm speaking to perspective philosophy.
Right. Yeah, I do believe in free will. Like I think this is why I think it's really important when we talk about what do we mean by free will, what we're talking about when we mean by will. When from an Aristotelian standpoint, or even from like the standpoint of prior to the 16th century, really, the idea of freedom wasn't to just to do what you want or to get what you want. It was essentially to abide by what is rational, and what is rational is essentially the the principle which governs you, right? So if you think of your reason as essentially like a practical exercise in achieving what is good for you, and what is good for you is determined by your nature, which is determined by God, then being free is essentially abiding by your God-given nature.
Can I ask you a question once you're done? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, like that. So when you think about it like this, like don't think of it like there is this overarching force. So like God can create you as a principality, having its own causal interactions, right? Like think of it as like a separate causal sequence. So he creates a causal sequence which has a subsequence within it, which can then make its own effects onto the world, right? It has a level of indeterminacy separate from him, or its own causal sequence. He sustains that into being. But then
okay, so can I reframe this a little bit? I just for like people with like toddler brains like myself.
I have
So
toddler
this would
brain.
basically be
Sorry.
the idea of like if
You
God lives
don't.
outside of time, metaphysically
Kids be
speaking,
nice.
like what we're going to be implying here is that not just that he knows every single action that's going to come, but you're saying that he knows every possible action.
Yes, he knows every action from the standpoint of a being before time was created, from the standpoint of a being after time was created, like atemporally, quote unquote, and he knows that, and he would know it from the standpoint of the creatures experiencing it in those moments.
Okay, so this seems like a almost like a I mean it makes sense from your perspective that this is kind of like a separation between the I guess if you're trying to explain something that could experience something outside of time, you would have to take this kind of perspective, but it's not necessarily tied to the subject of free will per se.
Yeah, I mean, it is and it isn't. Like, it's obviously that what we can and cannot do is determined by God, but he gives us the possibilities of action. So, like, we can choose to deny ourselves or to deny him and deny ourselves. We can be irrational. That's on us. But as long as we attempt
I call
to
next.
be
Sorry.
rational,
Okay, so then
he offers
the
mercy.
problem that I would have is if we are talking about a God that knows everything that is going to happen versus a God that knows everything that could happen, it feels like there's an inconsistency here. It feels like these are the exact opposite answer of like if God can know everything that could possibly happen, but you do have free will, that's a little bit different than God knowing everything that is necessarily going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, like, it look at it like this. What is causation in the first place? Like, it's just a logical relation, right? Like, it's not something that's you don't have to look at it at a point of temporality where it's like all it really is an identity relation between two events, a logical inference between two events, where event A necessarily is antecedent or consequent from event B, right? So like, so if you look at it from that perspective, if one of the causes for the events is separate from God's will, and it's like our will, then that's our freedom. But in order to be truly free, as in like actually be at home in ourselves, like where people would go, all right, you're not just free, but you've embraced your freedom, or if that makes sense to you, you know, where it would say like people like often say like, you know, you like people enslave themselves and stuff like that, you know, or you're a slave to your desires or something like that, right?
Sure.
Then you've got to abide by what's good, and that's
Okay, that's fine. I think Erudite had a question.
Yeah. Do you think that God can make good evil and evil good tomorrow? Like you just snap his fingers and everything that we view as evil is now good, and whatever we viewed as good is now evil. Could he do that?
I don't think that logical contradictions are coherent, so I don't think that was a question. Let's say, could he make a square circle? Could he make black white? I don't know what you mean.
So you just won't answer the
Wait,
question?
what? Yeah.
So
No, I think
God
it's
is
not
defined
coherent.
by our human logic.
No, I
Because
think
incoherent
logic
to us.
No,
No,
it's
he's
just
saying
incoherent.
logic is defined by God. Like, but if we're saying that God decided what is good, he would have to be able to decide good is something else. You would
Well,
have, you would
that's
have to
if
say
God.
that.
Yeah, but you're saying if God decided what is good, but if God is good, then it's like God decided not to be himself today.
Okay.
Wait,
like, I
but
don't know.
So he just won't answer the
but
question.
God.
Okay.
Wait, but is God?
No, I'm answering the
just
question.
a
It's just like
thing,
if
or
you
is
if you
God
ask
what
me,
he
like,
wants to be?
look, God is himself necessarily. That's what it
And
is.
it is himself what he wants it to be.
Well, yes, but only in the sense that it is himself that he's wanting to be. Like all
He's
he
saying
can
God is a
want
slave
is
to
who
good.
he
He
is.
just won't say it.
Choosing.
That's all he's
So
saying.
he is choosing what is good at that point. Like if he is what he wants, if he is what his will wills himself to be, then he is also choosing what is good. No.
Yeah, but it's still going to be constrained to the same logic of rationality that he posed for humans as well earlier.
Yeah, it's just like mortal logic, right? Like even if you put this in any possible world you want, right? It doesn't matter. It will always come out the same because what you're saying is this is mere logical relation. Once you start talking about this breaking down, it becomes incoherent. Not just
Yeah,
to
but
humans,
so
it
is
becomes
being like
incoherent.
the
Then why didn't you just say we can't know?
It's not that we can't know. It's that it's actually
saying the
it doesn't make
question is
sense.
flawed.
It's
Like,
incoherent.
yeah, but it like God is incoherent. Like God is being Alpha and Omega, beginning and the end, like all of these things, like that.
Being
all
eternal.
of that is
Is
incoherent.
incoherent.
Yeah.
Do you think that like God is solved?
Any of those things.
Do you think that God is solved? Do you think that God is like solved?
I think the only person that could. What do you mean solve God? I mean,
Do you think we know everything? Do you think we know everything there is to know about God?
Of course not. We don't even know everything that there is to know about us.
So then why couldn't you just say we can't know?
Because we're talking about logic. Like this is transcendental. This is the foundation.
Okay, but this is your logic. This is human logic, not God logic.
I was just asking what you think. I'm not taking you.
You can go down the same line of reasoning with things like physics as well. Like we do this all the time.
I
like,
have a different question.
No. Can I just say that? No, it's like ridiculous. Like, look, you can't just say like this is human logic. This is logic. Like, what you're saying is like there
So
are.
you're
there
saying
is
you
an
know that it
identity
can't
of-
be the case. You're saying I know that this question. Okay, so
Like,
you.
this is
okay.
incoherent. I know that this is incoherent.
Okay,
it is
so
a
God
contradiction.
can't be known, but you do know that this question about God is incoherent. Okay.
Yes.
So okay, you won't answer yes or no because you know that God is this way.
I'm not answering yes or no because it's not a question.
It
Like,
is
you don't- like,
perspective. I
But
can
you
save
know
you.
that it's not a question because you know that God is this way.
because
So
because
stupid.
it's not because it doesn't fit grammatically. Like it doesn't follow a linguistic syntax.
Of course it does.
It's
Yes,
not
it
a-
does.
It
Okay,
inherently,
all right.
it is obviously.
Could
following
God make a
grammatical
square?
syntax.
All right, actually, could
Could
you
God make
draw
a
me
square circle?
circle?
If God wanted to, yeah, probably.
No,
I
I mean,
don't know.
Yes.
Oh my fucking.
Wait, of course, I don't
Okay,
know.
hold on. I can't.
God is beyond the human understanding. I don't know all of God. If
If
God
God can
tomorrow
become
wanted to
incarnate-
say
No, 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 no,
evil
no,
is
no,
good
no,
and
no.
good is evil,
If God
he
can
can do whatever he
become-
wants.
If God can become
Never-
incarnate and be born of virgin birth, I'm sure he can make a square circle.
One, right? Like in terms of well, we
God
could
could
get
just
into the
change
allegory of the
dimensions.
scripture, right? Like what
Right?
you're talking about is operating in terms of a different.
Do you think
form of
God is
geometry.
bigger than Euclidean geometry, or is he subject to Euclidean geometry?
Euclidean geometry is just one form of like yes, of course you could go, oh well, what I mean is something entirely different that's not actually captured by this definition. Like
you could
like
just
fair
change
enough.
everything. You could just like make monkeys poop gold. You could just change anything, right? You could just change chemistry.
You can't just change logical relation though. That's the whole point. Like if you're defining
you're saying
two,
We are
subject
his
to logic,
creation.
then?
Yes, you can.
it doesn't. Yeah,
We
no,
are his
no,
creation.
you're misunderstanding, right? If you're posing a negative and a positive as contraries, and you're saying that they are necessarily contrary, as in one is the negation of the other, or you are basically saying that something could be itself and not itself simultaneously, or not be itself and or be itself simultaneously. Again, you're breaking the law of non-contradiction to do
But
it.
God is those things.
this is-
Like, do
this
you
is
believe
so
in the
pedantic.
Trinity? Do you like
It's not
God
pedantic.
is?
It's just
Yes,
common
you're
sense.
just saying that the question doesn't make sense because you're refusing the semantics that everyone else is willing to use. That's what you're saying. You're saying, I
perspective,
reject
just
those
concede so I can
semantics.
ask my
I
question.
reject those words. Those words aren't the way that I use these words, so I reject the question inherently.
Wait,
No,
it's
I
okay.
just-
Just
I
take
just
the
think you
L
don't
so
understand them.
I can ask
Well,
the question. Okay, hold on.
Hold on, because I don't want to go off topic just yet. Like it sounds like you are saying that God is subject to like rationale, like he's subject to logic.
yeah,
he's
God is
subject to
logos.
your
God is logos, right? Like it says that even in John chapter 1, right? Like God, like the logos was God. Like it is like actually in the Bible to say that God is logic. Logic is an integral part of God. It is the foundations of identity relations at the most basic level, even when we're talking, and it applies everywhere. Like if you start talking about logic not working at all, then it becomes an incoherent nonsense.
So yes, you do believe God is bound by certain laws and rules then?
Yeah, he is those laws and rules.
He thinks God equals good. Therefore, the question of can God be evil is inherently contradictory because he's using his personal language of God equals good. Therefore, the question can't apply because you're saying, can God be not God? And he's saying, of course, that's not true. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
He's just being semantically stupid and not
it's
wanting
not
to answer the
semantic.
question.
It's not. It's
Yes,
not
it
even.
is.
It's not even semantic. As I said,
is
one, this is
semantic.
This is the standard
semantic.
Catholic definition, and two, and it's even in the Bible.
So you're
by the way.
rejecting the definition, which by definition is
thought-terminating
semantic. Unless you
apologetics.
disagree with the definition of semantic.
It is literally semantic. It is literally
It's not.
semantic.
It's not. It depends on what you mean by. What do you mean by semantic? Actually, go on. What do you mean by semantic?
Oh my gosh.
No. Do you mean like? Do you mean like? As
I
in like
mean
the
what
literal
everyone else
definition
means
of the
when we
word?
say semantic. I mean what everyone
so
else
you mean,
means when
you
we say
mean
semantic.
I'm being deliberate. So you think I'm deliberately obscure? That I'm not accepting something.
I hope not. I don't know you. I don't know why you're doing it. It's just frustrating
What are
to
you
have a
talking?
because I would like to. I would hold on. Can I answer fully for you for a second? I would like to have a conversation with you because it sounds like you know a lot about Catholic theology, and that's interesting to me. And I would like to talk to you and ask you questions. But if you do semantic word games and like won't play ball, it's frustrating because it's like I don't want to get into these semantic arguments. I just want to like engage in like the ideas themselves rather than getting into like, well, can God just not be God? Well, just assume that I'm using good in a different way than you are, and then answer the question of what you think.
Well, one, like it's not basic semantics because what we're talking about is syntactic relation, right? If you're talking about something in its negation, if you're saying could he make good evil and evil good and swap them, if you just mean something other than what is actually like what do you even mean by good? Like in that situation, what do you mean by evil? Like are they actually opposed to each other? Because when you say it, I'm thinking it's a relationship between two things which are necessary negations of each other. So if you're saying that could you swap them? So if you could swap them, it's like saying, all right, this thing is like not itself anymore. And I'm like, okay, well, if it's not itself anymore, I don't know what it is.
But that is what she's saying. That is what she's asking is, can God make himself not himself? Can he be something different than what he is currently? Is he capable of making those decisions?
Can he decide that whatever he said is good is now evil?
He would always end up like look at how that would work. Could God decide not to be himself? Okay, he decides not to be himself, but he's already himself to decide that. So he would always be himself. You mean could he change?
But that would change what is good then, right?
Food Chops is like,
point,
I hate Jesus, I hate God, I hate all of your religion.
I just want to ask my question. I just want to ask.
All right, ask your questions. It's fundamentally it's like annoying.
I feel like I'm in a fish in a shark tank. Okay, all right. So all right, okay. So here's my thing, right? So if God knows, so if I was God, all right, and I knew everything that is about to happen to everybody in the world, right? And I knew who was going to hell or not, right? Like if I look at somebody and they're like, they have like a I am going to hell sign above them, right? Not necessarily, right? But right.
No, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm. Are you? And you say that God loves all people, right?
Yes.
Would knowing that they're gonna go to hell and then not doing anything about that, letting their quote unquote free will guide them to hell, be a sign of love?
Well, I think that there's. Sorry.
For me, I'm comfortable
sorry,
with that. I guess I don't know. You know, like
no, I understand that. Like, and I think that's because of the way, like, the way that we frame it. Like, one, it's like God. When we say that, like your free will is you, right? So if God took your free will away, you would go with it, right? Like it's not like it is to be what you are. It is basically to define that you have freedom, but it's more than that as well, in the sense that God, one, is trying to save you, and what we mean by hell as Catholics, right? Like,
wait, how is he trying to save me if he knows I'm about to go to hell and I'm going to hell, but he doesn't do anything about it?
Well, this is what I was just going to say. Like, what Catholics take hell to be, well, he does do everything about it. He tries to convince you not to do wrong and provides you reason and every means to not harm yourself. But what Catholics mean by hell in the first place, it's not necessarily like a place. It's a spiritual relation, right? It's Thomas Aquinas says hell is the frustration of the wicked will. So it is.
Wait, hell isn't a lake of fire?
Real
No,
quick,
it's
I
not.
gotta run
It's
through
like
the rest
it's
of them.
metaphor.
Sprouticus, don't say the N word. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's a metaphor. It's allegory. So
Okay, just first, I'm just gonna explain. Yabba dabba doo. The question is, can God say what is good and evil? Can he decide that whatever is viewed as evil, whatever he says is evil, whatever is described as evil, can he just go, that's good today? Can he do that? Or can he not? His answer is he can't do that. God is a slave to goodness. He's just doing word games to get away from it because he like doesn't like it. And he's like, this is fundamentally like God can't just not be his nature. And it's just like, you're basically saying that God is like, that goodness is a primordial thing that God exists within and that like he can't go against that. So your answer is no. Just say no. That's what's happening. He's just like doing like, this is like, it's so annoying because I know he's my expert in philosophy. Just stop doing like annoying philosophy bro word games. Just answer the questions assuming like what you think we broadly mean and like engage. Ugh. Also, I got the Destiny TTS. You guys want to hear it? I was making logos.
And
for
Melissa
new
Labar
code.
says, I stopped listening to this debate a while ago. I hate religion.
Okay. I will be polite. I'm gonna engage until Tom comes back and then I'll leave, okay? That's supposed to be it. I don't think it's very good.
Dalton O'Green says, OMG, yes, they're so annoying.
It's in fairness or whatever.
Okay,
is,
so
is
one second.
everlasting, so it's not.
One second.
temporal in the
I
way
need
that
to,
we-
I need to question. I need to question you on something real quick. So one, what you said hell is not the lake of fire. So I don't know what you'd make of Mark 9:43, where Jesus is literally quoted saying, "If thy hand offend thee, cut it off. It is better for thee to enter life maimed than having two hands go into hell, into the fire that shall never be quenched."
Yeah, because what we're talking about is allegory. It's like only like dumb Christians read the Bible literally. It's
There's other
Nice.
verses. There's other verses we can talk about too.
we can talk about any verse you like, but we're going to talk about it in allegory and metaphor.
So
like
there's not a single part of the Bible that's literal.
I never said that. I mean, you can. There's arguably points. In
Well,
which you
only
could
idiots
say-
read the Bible literally.
Oh yeah, absolutely, literally, 100%. If
Right?
you're a fundamentalist, you should smack your head
I'm
off
not
the
a
wall.
fundamentalist, so I'm glad we resolved that.
Wouldn't it be a sin
But
for
I
them to kill
wouldn't
themselves
say-
though?
I mean, like, I think all of this. I think like the whole.
I'm trolling. Don't take me seriously anymore.
I think I understand where you're coming from. What I guess what you're trying to say. I don't know if it's coming across well or if like it's really difficult to explain this. But like it seems like what you're saying is that like hell to you is like a logical conclusion of living dishonestly. That it's just something that you were bound to experience if you're living dishonestly.
Yeah, if you're doing the wrong thing, yeah, essentially, yeah. It's just that you're doing it to yourself. You're actually like you're willing against your own existence.
Yeah,
it is.
So it's not. It's not a physical.
You as a punishment.
So it's not a
or something
physical
that's done to you as
space.
a conclusion to the logic of your actions.
Yeah,
what
exactly. It's the logic. Yeah, exactly. And when we say a physical space, remember, like Christians are arguing that physicality is produced from form in the first place. So like you'll have like God produces matter ex nihilo. So from the mind of God, you have a form or like a rational like identity, which then produces matter to embody form. Like when we talk about matter in the first place, we're just talking about that which embodies form. So it's like even if we put it in physical terms, it's the same thing for a Christian. It's like the
So
physical.
would that
is
also
just
be? So would that also be heaven for you too, as well? Like heaven for you is less of a place and more of a concept.
KMW80
heaven
says
is to be one with God, which is literally to be one with logic itself, to be one with reason.
So in your opinion, hell and heaven are two different places still, though. Like if you're in hell, you cannot be one with God.
Place is a good way to put it, but like remember, like when you're using terms like space and time, it's best not to
Right, but I am still separating these two, you know, like that's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I feel like, right, at least from my point of view, if I have somebody I loved a lot, like with all my heart, and this person ended up in hell, but I ended up one with God, and and I don't know. That doesn't sit well with me. But
The word
like if God doesn't,
so
It's the idea that God had.
essentially the worries of this world will not be. So essentially, once you get to heaven, you're not going to be concerned with who's in hell. You're not going to be concerned with who's not in heaven. You're not. That's not going to be any of your concern. You're not going to be concerned about any of that.
Your ultimate sole purpose is to return to God. Right?
Yeah,
like
but remember, like,
that's so
all
sad
religions.
though. So whoever you love will
it.
no longer be relevant at all.
No,
Well,
I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, like it depends.
it's
So like
moral.
what you're hearing right now, food shops, is you're hearing like the most like fundamental like Protestant versus like Catholic interpretations on like biblical like, analysis, for example. So like Sprouticus, I believe you're Protestant, correct?
I am.
Yeah. So what you're
Yes.
hearing is like Protestants believe in like a literal hell that's like burning and on fire and people get like yeeted into there, whereas most Catholics, like you said, I don't want to speak for you, but like it's allegorical. And so the idea of like heaven and hell being allegorical, it's like these things.
Time Sage 434 has donated
Yeah, it's
$5
like, imagine
and says God
it's
seeing
one
implies a
without
separation.
zero,
God doesn't say
right?
goodness.
Like, so
God is
it's not that
goodness.
hell exists, but that it's just that hell just isn't, and that is like the resultant of not doing that which is good, which allows you to be.
Yeah, that's one way you can interpret it, or that you are the smallest fundamental point of existence willing against itself. So
Yeah,
it's
and
like
it's because like
negative
it's like
infinity.
the return to Godhead sort of thing, which is
Yeah.
like kind of like that's like the deep esoteric, like our whole goal, like the whole reincarnation, go to heaven. That's where you're supposed to be, right? Like that is the way that, you know, if you're trying to draw the bridge between Protestants and Catholics or any any religion that has like some afterlife shit. Yeah, it's all like, you know, return to Godhead, or go back into the wheel and try again eventually.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Like so like as well, like I will say like God is concerned with whether you're going to come back to him. That's the whole point of salvation. So if you're one with God, you're not
Then
going to
you're
lose
God.
those people. Yeah, you're not going to lose those people. You are going to love them. Like it'll be unconditional love.
Yeah, but what about the
it's
people
like,
who are
it's like
sent to
within
hell?
it's like the whole like statement of like all children of Israel return to Israel, right? Which is like if you're taking Israel just to be like a name
But
of
it will
God
be
in that sense, even.
It'll be a
it's
different
an
type of.
interpretation.
It'll be a different type of love though, because like if you have a husband or you have a wife, once you go to
It's
heaven,
mortal shit. It's just
you don't
mortal
have
bullshit.
you don't have a husband or wife.
Yeah. It's not.
it's
It's
a
not even
different
that.
kind
It's
of
just, it's mortal.
It's
That's it.
perfect love. I mean, it'll be perfect love. Like
You're not
that's-
going to be hungry.
So even
You
even
wouldn't
the
be
people who
hungry in
go
the
to
future.
hell, so even the people who will go to hell will become conjoined with you in the future.
Like
Okay.
it is
No, not even that. All
No?
right, let me ask you this, food shops, real quick. What's your favorite food?
Curry and rice, I think.
Okay, do you
Oh,
eat
katsu
it when
curry
you-
chicken.
Cool, great, whatever. Do you eat it when you're hungry?
When I have enough money.
Yeah, okay, so like you have enough money and you're hungry, you'll eat it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now imagine you never get hungry.
Uh.
Fucking inconceivable, all right? Because it's mortal. Hunger is a mortal
So I'll never
suffering.
feel love.
No,
Well,
no,
you
you
will
will
feel
only
love. It's a
feel
different
love.
type of love.
Not your
Like,
soul,
perfect love.
your demon you will. Your soul you won't, though.
I don't know. All of this just makes religion feel very
Richard
cold
Mans
and
has
cruel.
donated
but I don't
$10.
know.
It's a
and says,
perfected.
No,
It's a
most
perfected
Catholic
type of love,
allegorical stuff
and-
is actually this
and-
weird cognitive dissonance in between, where they say it's both literal and figurative. That is, hell exists, you'll go there, but also teehee IDK.
Emotional blunting, you know, like if you take like medication or something and you have the side effect of emotional blunting, like that's what you're describing. Like if you go to heaven, you have no longer any these emotions, or you don't feel anything or whatever, you feel nothing, and that
Everything's
just feels
perfect.
I would actually say it's the
no,
opposite,
that's
right? Like
I feel like that's imperfection, right? Because the lack of emotion and etc.
Imagine.
It's just,
so wait.
I feel like I
stop.
can't be
Imagine,
without it. You know what I mean?
Wait. So 1 second. Imagine the euphoria. So like the reason drugs are so addictive is the euphoria that it gives off. So the reason a lot of people are addicted to meth is because of the euphoria you receive from meth, right? So imagine that euphoria multiplied times 1,000 infinity, whatever you want to say. Imagine that euphoria multiplied. That is an idea of what you would feel being inside heaven, is that massive euphoria.
Wait, but I thought it was
me-
nothingness.
Okay. No, like look at it like this, right? Like you know when he said like when you want food, like it's because you're hungry, and so like you basically you want to feel a satisfaction to a drive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're wanting a satisfaction to a drive, what is it that you're actually wanting from that? Like any of these drives, like any of them, like how would you characterize them?
Basically, love is a lie, is what he's saying.
Like what I'm actually saying is that the only thing that you truly want is for the world to be a certain way. You want everything, your identity to be sustained in a certain way. If it
feel
was
like
perfect, then
I don't know,
it would be exactly what you wanted. Like what we're talking about in terms of Christianity is not that you don't get what you want, but you get everything and more than you could have ever wanted.
Have you guys ever watched Star Trek Generations, the movie?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So in the Nexus, that is the direct representation of heaven in the movie, right? Like it's a pretty one-to-one, whatever. In it, everything is fake, but I mean, it depends on what your definition of fake is, right? Everything you imagined that you wanted could be manifested for you, and it would be real for you. But at the same time, depending on what your definition of real or fake is, everything in the Nexus could also be fake, right? So what it feels like to me, at least, is that if you get to heaven, you are forced to be very content. You're forced to be feeling satisfied all the time, even though if you weren't in heaven, you wouldn't be feeling satisfied if you were still having your earthly desires, that you want your lover, you want good food, you want good friends, you want good whatever. But when you're in heaven, suddenly you are no longer having these earthly desires that truly makes what you are as a person, your personality, it just doesn't feel right.
Have you ever heard a guy say to his partner, or a woman say to her partner, "You'll want for nothing"? Have you ever heard that phrase said? Okay, do you know what that phrase means?
No.
Okay,
We're
so
all bored here,
essentially, you'll want for nothing means that I have this massive amount of money, and whatever you want is yours. You'll want for nothing because it's all going to be yours.
Okay.
Wait, in heaven, you'll want for nothing.
Yeah, the idea is that you do feel. It's not like you're being satisfied against your will. It's that whatever you're willing is being. It's like it's not like. And I think the way that you're looking at it, and I like the Star Trek reference, by the way. Thank you. Is that it's kind of like Robert Nozick's experience machine. Like there is reality, and then there is this experience which is pure bliss, but it's separate from reality. Like what God is to Christians is essentially integral to what is real. So what we're talking about is absolute truth, absolute goodness, and absolute beauty as a single unified state of being. That's the state that you would be in. And it's called,
I know what you're saying, right? You're talking about like that, right? But the thing is, like, if I go to heaven, I can feel like I am wanted. I can feel like I am loved. I can feel all of these things. I feel like my partner is there. Like I can feel like my partner is there, but my partner isn't actually there. And the fact that my partner isn't actually there, like, makes me sad. Does that make sense? Like the fact that my partner isn't actually there makes me sad. Like sure, I wouldn't be sad in heaven because I'm in heaven, right? But at the same time, there is something fundamentally, I guess, missing.
Yeah, but
when
you're
thinking about it
is not there.
Wait a minute.
I think we've gotten a little too esoteric here.
Remember that. Why wouldn't your partner be there? Just like,
or we're done being esoteric. I have
they wouldn't be there because they're in hell.
But why? Hold on.
Like, I think that, like, we're talking about like a place that is meant to be perfect, and we're obviously going to have trouble conceptualizing.
That's your problem.
Yeah, but the fact of that is that it's not perfect because the true self cannot be there. So it's not perfect because you can't have everything you want.
Look, the real base take is
there's no I.
No, you
Yeah.
don't want anything. There's
The
not
base
like
take
that-
is
not a thing
hold
that you
on. The
want.
base take is
It's
that divination is cringe. We can't really know these things. Only God actually knows who's going where, and the rest of us probably shouldn't worry about it too much and just try to get yourself right with God if that's what you believe in. Okay, that's the real take. Who gives a fuck about divination for the most part? We're not doing apologetics.
Okay, kid not kin.
somewhat, to be fair, but I think that I was just going to say I
No.
think that the reason that she's concerned though is to say that it's to say like, look, there's a situation where she might be forever separated from someone that she cares and loves about, and like I think the point of what we're trying to say really is to say that like that's something that God would care about too, and nobody would want that for anyone. So it's like I don't want to I don't want you to feel like
Sure.
you're
So rather than giving
you're
like an
pissed,
apologetics like nothing answer, just be like, you know what? That's a really valid concern. And one of the issues with any divination is that like we can't truly know as humans the answer to this. I think if you were a Christian and that was something you wanted to engage in, this is a question you should directly bring to God and try to wrestle with him. Because at the end of the day, that's where you're going to find the best answers, is doing your best to honestly and genuinely engage with God on the questions that are like weighing on your heart, because God cares about them. And the reality is that none of us can truly know. We can just give you like our own thoughts, but you have to figure it out between you and your relationship.
Well, and especially for somebody who's this is their first. Hold on, wait. No, hold on. Especially when this is somebody's first time engaging in any sort of like questions about religion and apologetics and all of this stuff. Like these are questions that are like downstream with of like 100 other questions that haven't been answered yet and that they haven't even thought to ask yet. And so they're asking like very hard questions that require so much other knowledge first that we can't possibly provide here on this panel. So I do want to go to kid not kin, but Rezi, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. Do you mean faith, not divination, Erudite? Because it sounds like you're talking about faith, and I think there is a separation between the two.
There is. I guess I would need to ask you what you
Okay.
mean by divination specifically. to answer this.
Divination, probably like the shit that's like.
I'll just use
outlawed
whatever
in,
you
like,
want to label it as. I just want to
like
make
it-
sure
like
I'm understanding.
Like divination to me is like auguries, like sorcery. I guess would be like another way to put it.
Like magic?
Yeah, kind of, but like sorcery. Like it's like it's outlawed in like fucking the Burgess of Worms in like 1808 or some shit like that, right? That's like when magic gets outlawed in Christianity and then like it's prosecuted later, right? So like hundreds of years later. But regardless, like it's so when you're talking about this, I think like you're talking about it through the idea of faith, not divination, because divination is like ritual practice that then goes ahead and brings you to some sort of God form stance, sort of, which I think esoteric practice, like Catholicism has a lot of esoteric practice. Everybody does. That's what prayer is and shit. Right. But like its divination goes, I think, a little bit further than like just basic ritual practice, which I
But
think is more
divination
faith-based.
was just something like eternal that we couldn't possibly understand.
No, I think he's right. I think divination implies that the individual acquires the knowledge for themselves, where faith is essentially asking God for assistance through revelation. At best.
Miracle.
Yeah,
Miracle could be like
yeah.
establishing a miracle could be like another way to term it, I guess. But I don't know. I don't think that just I wasn't just not unsure on your
Faith is
terminology there.
compatible. I would say. I mean, like this is probably where me and the Protestants are going to disagree. But like faith is compatible with reason. Divination isn't. Divination's like essentially like you sort of leave essentially logical relations and sort of take the knowledge from the warp.
Yes. Yeah, it's you're trying to gauge unreason, right? Like versus reason.
Yeah.
Because unreason and reason, like they give definition to one another.
Sure. So all I meant, I might have used the wrong word,
Okay.
was I am trying to describe things concerning the understanding of God, right? So things about the understanding of God are going to be things that like we can't as humans really know. So that's going to be things like the magic of salvation and like who goes where and like all that sort of stuff, angel shit, all that I'm like kind of lumping together. So maybe divinity is a better word. I'm not sure but that's all I'm saying. I'm saying I as a human, I'm not going to
That's how I would
understanding of
use
God.
divination
Yeah.
as well.
I also
and
real quick, just because I think this would be useful for food shops. How many of you that have faith in this think that there is a separation from you and God? Like I said, there is no I. I think that's like part of like where food shops is missing what you guys are describing religion as.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I think if we mean the same thing, I think that I would probably
Yeah, I
invert that
think
and
you
say
and
all.
we're on different levels, but like I think you and I have similar concepts there. I mean more to Erudite
Yep.
and
Oh,
Sproutacus.
right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because you understand Godhead, but it's Erudite and Sproutacus. Is there an I? Like, do you remain an individual in the passing?
Is your soul?
Wait,
an
wait, sorry.
individual?
When you go to heaven, or where?
Yeah, yeah.
Where?
Do you remain an individual? Like,
Oh.
or are you just yeah?
So I'm the worst. I don't give a fuck about heaven. I don't care at all. I don't think about it. I don't even care if it's real. I don't care if it's all allegorical. I literally never think about it because it's so inconsequential to me. Because it's like it feels unfalsifiable. So I just don't care. So I don't know. I guess I'd have to think about. I'd need to look theologically. To be honest, I know I'm giving the worst answer, but I would need to go and like look through what scholars are saying.
Wait, do you
about
want to?
Go
Do you
to
want
heaven?
to become one with God, or do you want to remain your individual self?
Whatever God says is good is what I want to do. At the end of the day, I don't really care.
I see. I guess for another Star Trek reference, it's like the Borg, I guess. They are a hive mind. And it turns out that when a drone is separated from the Borg, even though they gain some of their individuality back, they miss being one with the Borg because there is a kind of lack of loneliness there of being one with the hive mind. But however, before you are one with the Borg, you really don't want to be one with the Borg because you really value your individuality. So I don't know, like
this is all part of this
I
like
think that
divinity
there's, like,
stuff.
yeah, I think that if we look at like Eastern religions, this is like really similar to a lot of the shit that comes out of like the Upanishads, right? Where I might be actually Vedic text, I think, really, where it's like the idea that like you are God in like certain ways, but you're just a splinter. You go through this thing called the Wheel of Samsara, then you come back to it. You sort of are an individual, but like you're not. You're just a replicant experience of like the God form that exists, and that kind of would be a
Yep.
way to put it.
Yeah. So
Okay,
to
well,
answer
like,
your
yeah.
question, food shops, just
Go
super
ahead.
quickly because I'm gonna head off. Basically, what I'd say is if I really trust God, so like I'm at the point in my faith where I think God is good. I trust him, I love him, and I think that any decision that he makes on my behalf is going to be good, whatever that happens to be. So if God says that in heaven, I stops existing and you become a Borg, I'm going to assume that I'm gonna have a fucking great time. It's gonna be dope as fuck, and I'm not gonna worry about it, and it's going to be the right choice. But I don't really care about weighing in now about it. I think it's like, it's almost as pointless about weighing in about non-Christians and their sin. It's just like such a meaningless kind of thought experiment for me, I guess.
Yeah, can I
Okay.
can I ask the thing before we
go ahead.
move forward? So
To me, or should I
first
dip?
I want to recognize that like this is incredibly complicated, especially for people that aren't trained in philosophy, and communicating these sorts of things to an audience no less is very, very difficult, and it's also kind of annoying for a lot of people, and I recognize that. But the thing that I'm personally interested in is it seems like from what I understand of what you're doing, it seems like you're sort of making like a Spinozist move, where like there's both a rational logic to like evolution, the human experience of being, etc., and there's a rational and like trying to pair this with like a rational means to conclude that this is because of the logic of God outside of just saying that it's the process of logic itself. Like my issue would be is if like the intentionality of God in this instance is, or the existence of God is non-falsifiable, and that the logic of his intention is basically just aligned with the logic of reason.
Sorry, is this directed at me?
This is for
or...
perspective philosophy.
Oh,
right.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
that's what I was like.
sorry,
I don't know.
no.
I'm gonna dip then, guys. I'm just gonna head
I would
out.
not
Sorry.
use this language.
All right,
if
bye.
I did think so. I was
You know what?
like, you've lost me already. Okay. Have a good one. Thanks, guys.
All
See
right,
ya.
bye.
See you.
Bye. Oh my god. Holy shit. See? This is why, by the way, I never subjected to theology. Isn't it fucking boring? Isn't apologetics cringe? Yes, it is. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Also, this Destiny TTS sounds scuffed.
Loquacious Primate says, there's reference to a godhead / non-duality between self and God. In the final Veda, I think it's in the Upanishads for sure, and eventually carried into the philosophy of Mahayana Buddhism.
Buddhism. Yeah, what's up?
Aren't you in your channel, you big rat?
What do you mean? I am. Oh, because I was in there and then I joined the tomfoolery show.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair, I guess.
You're not going to bore us with more theology, are you?
More theology? No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
You can talk to chat. I need to go to the live stream. I'm listening, but I can't respond for like 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. All I wanted to say is like, oh my god, man, it was so satisfying. Hearing you talk with
The Trib One has donated $2 and says, "Are you still a Christian?" Just checking. Oh well.
Wait. Oh, I can go now? Yeah. Oh, okay, fuck. It was so satisfying listening to you talk to Kid Not Kin about this, because like being someone that understands it kind of like from the ground up and isn't gonna make up bullshit or try to like make everything about semantics or engage in bad faith and not with the actual subject matter and all of that stuff. It was so satisfying hearing someone just be like, yeah, okay, this all makes sense, checks out, got it. I just needed some clarification, because it's like this shit is just standard. There's nothing crazy about it from a theological perspective.
This stuff, like what I'm saying?
With it, huh?
Like what I'm saying
this
about
is
like
my
moral
description
relativism?
of what Kid Not Ken was basically saying it with respect to what you were saying. Do you need me to start over?
No. I was listening. I understand. I was just clarifying that you were, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying it was satisfying hearing you to talk to Kid Not Kin about it, because it didn't have all this other nonsense or all this other bullshit, basically.
Yeah, Kid is super based. He's super good faith.
Yeah.
He's enjoyable to engage with. Yeah, I'm really, the biggest thing that I've learned from all this is I like never want to talk to atheists about my faith ever again, because they,
yeah.
Like, I in the DGG subreddit, people are still just like shitting on me and be like, you literally, as a Christian, can't believe this. And I'm just like, you don't know anything about theology. What the fuck are you talking about? Can you stop screaming at me? Like, you don't even believe in this shit. Why are you mad? And they're like, well, it's so inconsistent. It's not inconsistent. You just don't like it because you feel like Christians have to be this way.
Yeah, which
probably
is
because it helps
stupid.
you dismiss them because they're just simple, stupid, moronic Christians.
Yeah, with a belief system that is just hateful and mean and whatever is the opposite of what's that word that means like welcoming and hospitable?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah,
I don't remember,
basically.
but yeah, it's really frustrating.
Yeah.
It's like, this is literally making me want to never have to talk to anyone ever about religion. It's like so painful. And I was really hoping when the guy came on, because he like sounds like he knows a lot about religion. And then it's just like cringy apologetic semantic stuff the whole time. And I was like, could you just assume I'm a stupid moron and just give me the benefit of the doubt of what you think I'm probably trying to ask you? Treat me like I'm 4. That's fine. But just answer what I'm asking you. Don't be like, well, this question literally cannot be asked. It's just like, bro.
What's his name again? What philosophy?
Perspective philosophy.
Perspective.
He clearly is like super well informed. Like,
well,
I really
here's the thing.
Wish that I could have asked him a bunch of questions, because I probably could have learned a lot about philosophy from him. It's just like painful.
I've listened to perspective philosophy a fair bit. And I don't know if we've talked about this at all, but there's a difference between being able to engage with philosophy and understanding, like, for example, like the history of philosophy, right? Because if you understand history of philosophy, you know all these theories, you know who came up with them, you know what they're called in a very classical sort of sense, right?
Right.
This is not the same as being able to engage philosophically. So like if you look at the way that like the Greeks engaged with philosophy, it's via the Socratic method, right?
Right.
You're saying, does this make sense? Does that make sense? Here's this idea, yada, yada, back and forth, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, you ask him a very specific, literally Socratic question, right? So Socrates asked Euthyphro this question, and he just won't answer it. That displays to me, and I'm sorry, perspective philosophy, if you hear this, that displays to me an inability to be able to deal with philosophy. The fact that you can rattle off terms, the fact that you can rattle off theories and concepts and ideas doesn't mean that you have an ability to engage with philosophical concepts. That's just history of philosophy, to be able to describe the theories. Okay, that's all. Bye.
Okay, bye. I don't know what to do. I hate trying to like pick up
Jacobus
energy.
says, Addy Pierce, Twitch, TV, Kate Knockin.
Gross. This Destiny voice is rough. It's real bad. Is Nick feeling better? Not totally yet. Hopefully the CPAP comes in like today or tomorrow. I've seen him have equally pedantic and cringe-worthy combos. Yeah, it's super frustrating because it's like I can tell he's super informed, way more knowledgeable than I am. Just engage with the person you're talking to. That's like when somebody's like when you mean this with this word, I'm just like I'll clarify like what I meant by it. And they're like, well, that's not what that word means. I'm just willing to be like, okay, like, what do you want this word to mean? For the most part. Like, unless that debate is actually a semantic debate exclusively, I'll just grant whatever. I don't care. I'll just grant whatever they're trying to define it as, and then from that, try to discern what I believe that they're trying to say, and then I will engage with that. And I just wish that was the case in this. Disappointing. You're a squeaker. You have so many llamas around you, and you're naked. Freya, you knocked your collar off. You're a naked girl.
Yabad Badu says, sounds like Destiny after a Crucible appearance, except with more will to live.
More will to live. I like the stutter that I threw in there. There are in an all boys chat just before you join them, and we're boring before you. That's because boys suck. Right? Am I right, girls? Have you heard of Nag Hammadi Codex? No, I don't believe so. It's not familiar.
Jojo says, NSC, do you believe in free will?
Yes, I do believe in free will. Sorry, I'm typing to people. I'm not paying attention. I'm being a bad streamer right now. All right, I'm gonna talk to Kid Not Kin. Kid Not Kin. All right. Hello, hello. I'm gonna
Hello,
give you the role
hello.
as well, so you can get in here. Oh, that just like it was such an interesting. I feel like it was such an interesting conversation, and I enjoyed like talking to all you guys. And I think Food had a lot of good questions and stuff. And then I don't know what I'm more mad at, that like the conversation kind of like got boring, or that like he has so much knowledge that I really want to ask him about, and it feels like
Yeah.
I'll never be able to pull it out of him because it's like so, and I'm like, it's just not worth the work. It's just not worth it. I can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why, like, near the end there, I was like, listen, this shit is already esoteric. I have a background in philosophy. I'm gonna ask him some like difficult questions that nobody is gonna understand. Um, but like, that's the thing that I have like a problem with is that like, I feel like if you personally, I feel like if you are really, really invested in your philosophy and in your even in your religion, your ethics, your metaphysics, whatever it is, I feel like it should be your primary goal to figure out how you can communicate this to people so that they can understand you. And like,
Yeah.
there's some I can't shake this feeling that like I get it from a philosophical point of view that when you want to talk about tough, deep questions, you have to use pretty difficult language sometimes. I get that. But like, I can't shake the feeling that like when people do this, and they go into a room of people that they know don't understand what they're saying, and they just start using language that no one understands. It to me personally, it just like, immediately comes across as like really, really patronizing. It makes everyone feel like
Yeah.
shit. They don't know what to say. They just have to, because they don't know what you're talking about, the way that you're speaking so authoritatively, they just have to like throw their hands up and then just be like, okay, I guess
Okay.
we're here to learn from you. I guess like there's no discourse happening where this is just a lecture. And it's so frustrating, especially for people that
Especially
say
when
that
you're a
they, like,
bad lecturer. That's the worst
yeah,
part.
yeah,
Even if
yeah,
you're a
yeah,
lecturer,
exactly.
you should
You want
walk
people to
people along
understand.
your conclusions, right? Like this is the thing. Like, so this is why the reaction to the religion stuff, how people feel about it, is super fair. Because actually, the first time I've ever talked publicly of walking people through beginning to end my like moral system was on that panel with BPF. I've never even like, because even with
I
my
noticed
husband, like
that. Yeah.
we talk about it, but I haven't walked somebody through from beginning to end before. So I was like, oh fuck. So I did a terrible job, which is why like
It's
people being upset
difficult.
about
It's
it.
hard to do it.
It's really hard. And the worst part is nobody has the grace of realizing that almost no one actually has a coherent moral system. Most people move in and through multiple moral systems, or like sometimes they're like in a way consequentialism because food's right. A lot of people at the end of the day kind of just weigh in on like vibes, which is fine. I actually don't mind that. But
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say, like, one of my biggest takeaways from all of this has been like, how do I get better at communicating this idea? Because anytime people like frustrate me, like, that's ridiculous. I'm like, it's not, because what I'm saying isn't actually crazy in like my religion. I'm just communicating it really, really poorly, clearly. So I'm just keep trying to update how I talk about this so that people can understand me.
Yeah, and it's really frustrating. I mean, especially from like my position, and I mean, similarly to yours, obviously. Anyone who has like a different moral framework than anyone else, you're gonna run into this problem. And I mean, the way that I relate to the problem is that like when we're talking about morality, for me, morality is something we have like moral intuitions based on things that we do and do not want to experience. And that is it for me. That is the process of evolution. That is the fundamental process of evolution. So like the thing is it's so powerful in the human mind that it appears to us as objective truth, but whenever you start asking even pretty simple questions like trolley problems or something like that, people start to realize that like, oh shit, there's actually nothing that I can ground this in. And like, so a lot of people will subscribe to a particular line of thinking that anything outside of that, it's that same problem of trying to relate something, trying to tell people, listen, it's not objective. There is no objective morality. It's the same exact problem where it's like people feel very, very deeply, intuitively, that their moral systems must be true in whatever line of thinking that they have. And if you step outside of that, it's just as difficult to comprehend and explain to people, like how I guess the reasoning between the two. It's
Right.
really,
Yeah.
really difficult, and like it's
And people probably impose on you. Like my biggest, so I've gotten a lot of hate messages. It's probably the most aggressive amount of hate messages I've ever gotten.
Wait, because of what?
Because of this religion ethics system.
Oh, because of the BPF thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that he was posting like clips and stuff. I think one was titled like Erudite has a meltdown or something, and I watched it and it looked like BPF was having a meltdown. But like,
Yeah.
yeah.
But so it was really weird because it's almost all of the hatred I've gotten has been from atheists telling me that as a Christian, I just can't believe what I believe. And I'm just like, what? Why do you even care? Like, if you're approaching me from a consistency standpoint, that's super fair. But a lot of people are just being like, like at the end of the day, most people who are doing the consistency check are being like, but you're a Christian. You can't believe this. And I was like, well, that's not true, right? Like, that's just not true. You've just been exposed to Protestants probably your whole life, which is fine. But that I can't carry that mantle. That ain't me, man.
Yeah, it's like if you're a Christian, you must necessarily be a dogmatic Christian. That's the only way to be a
fundamentalist,
Christian.
sola scriptura, sola fide. There's no moving.
Yeah, it's really it's the problem that I have with that is that like there's so many different ways to rationalize scripture. I mean, you can have Christians that are fundamentally determinists, like hardline determinists, and also Christians that are like hardline, like free will. Like that is a huge question, and like you can't just get that from scripture.
Right.
Yeah,
which is
it's
why
really
functionally I operate as a relativist, because I look at this and I go, there's no way all these people who genuinely believe in the same God are coming to such different conclusions, because like God is just like, the only options are God's fake and not real, right? That's one option, obviously. But the other option is maybe there is something a little bit more flexible that's going on here, and like people coming to different interpretations is like the necessary functional reality that God has to exist in, within like discerning his divine command down to us. And like the best you can do as a Christian or anybody is like try to figure out what you think is good and right.
Right, and it's like the thing that I really appreciate is the focusing on the consistency, where it's like you say that you value these things. Well, let's test that. Let's see what are the restraints to your evaluations themselves that you can have. And for someone like myself who's a non-cognitivist, that's the only conversation that I can have regarding morals. And everyone else is talking about whether or not like what objective framework is true or not. Like for me, my project is being able to figure out what people value and then seeing if they value that thing consistently, because if they don't value it consistently, at least I can change their mind, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all this stuff it's really interesting to talk about, especially I feel like on the internet, because it feels like so many people approach this from being like, the stuff is solved. And if you're talking about it and you don't have a very solved answer to all of this, you're just making all this shit up. And it's like, do you know what the field of philosophy is? Like, of course, it's, what do you mean it's not solved? Well, it is solved. Aristotle solved it, and then everyone has just been bad updates afterwards. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and it's like unscientific too. Like you could give levy the same criticism for like physics,
psychology,
we don't have like at some point physics can also like come into the problem of being like tautological, as just like relationships between like different forms of matter, and like if you keep following it back, like you're going to be running into some problems. So like the fact that it's not solved doesn't mean that there isn't like a logic to it, that there isn't like rationality to it,
right?
And that you can't like tease out some of that rationality to figure out like whether something is actually illogical. You don't need the whole thing to be solved to like actually, you know, strive to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, which is like the worst part of trying to figure out how I communicate this, because I can tell that people are just going for gotchas, which is fair. That's like kind of what the space is, but it's like, right, in the case of like divination, like, do you care if you're an eye in heaven? Who fucking cares? Like, what?
I mean,
if heaven exists, then I'll be there. I'm probably gonna be like Rakshaka. And I understand it from like a hypothetical, let's think about it. But it's like, I'm willing to think about it, but I don't think you want to ask me so that I can wrestle through with you and like maybe update my viewpoint and like try to actually figure out what I think about this thing. You just want to test me to see if I know the answer, and if I don't, then you're gonna lambast me.
Yeah,
like,
and that question is like the most complicated, like metaphysical question that you could have.
Huge. It's a huge question, which is why basically I was like, I don't want to fucking get into this. It's not like I have no idea at all. Of course, I've thought about heaven and hell and some of these things. It's just like, to even do the legwork of the backup to understand theologically why I might think some things and not others is so much work. You don't even believe in my spaghetti monster. It's not super worth it. And you're not the person that I want to wrestle it with through, because you're just looking for gotchas.
Yeah, right. And again, that's why people should be focusing on like consistency. And you can have these conversations with like non-cognitivists and like Christians, even like the most like even like some pretty fundamentalist Christians, you can always have these conversations about consistency, and you can pick apart at people's logic behind like why they think XYZ thing is moral. Once you get back to like whether or not it's subjective, whether like where do they get their framework from, like it's just not worth it personally.
Hmm. Do you have you said you have a background in philosophy. How high did you take
I
it?
don't have like so I don't have uh like training in philosophy.
Oh,
I've
that's
just
why you're not
been
annoying. Understood.
yeah, no, I came into philosophy so I just like a TLDR. I used to be like super like far left, like super revolutionary, how could it be possible to change society? How is that
Were you
actually
an
possible?
accelerationist too?
Am I?
Were you that back then?
Were you?
Yeah.
I would say in a sense I still am.
Okay.
But I don't talk about it.
Not on
Because
Twitch, at
then I have
least.
to get into so many other conversations. And
Yeah.
it's way more complicated than people realize. Um, but yeah, I was just like super interested in like how you can actually change society and how you can have an impact on people's lives because it seemed like every time I was doing like political organizing, it always fell into the same kind of traps, identity politics, people fighting with each other about like nonsensical things, and then ultimately nothing ever changed. So like I got to a point where I was like, I need to know the truth about how to change people's minds, and to do that, I just got a fascination with philosophy. So I started reading Spinoza, Nietzsche, Deleuze, and a couple other people in particular. And so, like me personally, I've read a number of books from these authors in particular, and then like did some background work, understanding like the canon and stuff like that. But I don't have like training. I didn't go to college for this or anything. It was just personally just something that I was fascinated with and just like was just addicted to it, I guess.
There's something that often is interesting that happens to like philosophy students specifically, which is like it feels like not all, because I've definitely met some philosophy students that are great and can like have normal human conversations about philosophy. Professor Ock was a really good example. Like he's super informed, obviously, on philosophy, but also will just meet you where you're at and like talk about ideas and stuff. But I feel like so much of like people professionally like trained, academically trained in philosophy, it's like it feels like I always get stuck into like either there'll be a lot of semantic fights constantly where like they'll be like, well, when you say this word, do you mean this person's version of it? And it's like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, it's super dogmatic, and
Yes.
because it's taught in a really dogmatic way, and like I understand why it's taught, like to make sure people understand the canon and the lineage behind different ideas, so they understand the definitions, etc. But like when people appeal to the authority of a particular figure, that annoys the absolute fuck out of me.
It's
It's like
insane.
with
Insane.
perspective philosophy bringing up Aquinas like every 2 seconds. It's like, well, Aquinas says this, and it's like, oh, was I just supposed to like understand that
well, if
Aquinas is like
Aquinas
the
said
authority?
it.
Yeah, right. Like it's so annoying. I understand why people do it, but like the dogma is crazy. And I'm sure you deal with this exists in other fields, so I'm sure you deal with this with like psychology and stuff like that as well. But yeah, a lot of the dogma is really, really crazy where it's like you have to take particular things from the canon of continental philosophy where like I'm sorry, there's a lot of circle jerking going on. And there's a lot of like obfuscation going on, and it's in some way I would say it's more of like there's a lot of poetics in continental philosophy. So like whenever I hear someone like speaking about like these philosophers with appealing to the authority of particular individuals, it annoys the fuck out of me. It's like, how could you do that?
It's the worst part. I think what drives me so crazy is I basically think that philosophy should be required in like elementary and like I think some element of philosophy should be required. And I think I got really lucky. So I did take actually I almost have a philosophy minor, but not quite. I would need to take like 2 more advanced courses. But I was really lucky actually because I tried to take like the same 3 philosophy profs who were like just giga chads because they were basically there to be like, I want to do philosophy like philosophy. This is the love of knowledge. I'm going to test you as little as possible because I don't care. I don't care if you know like where the idea originally came from. It's a good idea so that like if somebody references something, you're like, oh, that's Kant, which means it's this worldview.
It's more like the like I don't want to be like pedantic or anything, but I really, really like this distinction as like the friend of knowledge is philosophy. And I think that distinction is really, really important because it's not like you're appealing to like the dogma of some particular like way of thought just because you love that logic and wisdom so much. It's that you are actively in a relationship with these concepts in order to change people's minds and have an effect on people, which I think is really important. Sorry, I didn't want to like.
No. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like this, this is why I get so frustrated talking to like philosophy people specifically who are trained in it, because I feel like it's like talking to Catholics about faith. It's like almost,
Yeah.
which is funny because he's a philosophy Catholic guy. So I was like, oh no, which is
Yeah.
like, it feels like they lost the soul of what the art ever was, right? Like in the case of the religion, when you look at Catholics, I'm like, I feel like you guys have like forgotten the point of Christ, like the fundamental point of Christ, which is like this
Right.
this conversation about love, right? And like meaning. And with philosophy, it feels like so often when I talk to philosophy people, it's like I feel like you guys forgot that we're supposed to love this knowledge, and that like there isn't an expert on this because we're talking about things that there is no expert on. And in fact, anyone who's couching their language of being like, I could not know, is engaging in philosophy really well. Whereas like people who are saying it is just this way is like, it feels almost inherently antithetical to philosophy.
Yeah. I mean, I was just reading. I was just reading about this. Like, I won't get too like particular about it, obviously. But there's this chapter in Deleuze called the dogmatic image of thought, and goes over a couple like presuppositions that people have in regards to thinking about philosophy. Certain things like because we are human beings, we necessarily have a drive towards rationality. That we necessarily like exist to obtain knowledge. One distinction that I think is really interesting, clever, and creative is that he distinguishes between having knowledge and learning. Where having knowledge is this dogmatic thing where like you can claim that you have particular pieces of information that then you can utilize, but being a student, learning is an active process where you're always vulnerable to like outside information. And that distinction is really, really important, especially for talking about philosophy or just really talking about much of anything, really.
Yeah, even like
Is
science and
always
stuff.
being a student and never really speaking authoritatively about anything is really important to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's super. Yeah, even in like most fields, I feel like some of the best like psychological researchers, I feel like approach even the research in this way of like the most pure scientific approach is saying we're just trying to keep finding answers, but there's an infinite amount of things that we don't know and that we don't know that we don't know. So like let's be cautious about like what we say is like capital T true. Instead, let's like explore ideas through the scientific process.
Yeah, and
I
it
feel like
also
those are
seems
always
to
the
me
best
that like
researchers.
there's like a limit to things that we even can know. And when you exist in a world where there is some sort of limit to the things that you can know, you're forced to be creative. You're forced to be creative and think about things in a creative way. And that's ultimately like the most important thing. So yeah, once I heard that, sorry, I really want to talk to perspective philosophy in the future because he believes the opposite of everything that I believe. And also has background in it. So like I don't want to like dig on him too much about that or like get on his bad side. But like when I heard that he was coming into the conversation, I knew exactly what was going to be happening. I knew exactly that we were going to be getting into these conversations about like metaphysics that nobody would understand. And dude, it's just so frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah. It is really frustrating because it just like takes away from like meeting people where they're at the end of the day. When I met you last year, how far were you from being like not extreme left? Because I don't really like know where you fall now, but it feels like
Oh, I haven't been extreme left since. I think my ultimate I would put a caveat with the idea of extreme left because the logic behind like my politics is kind of complicated in this regard. But like when it comes to like what we think of as the extreme left, like you are organizing for a revolution, right? That is what I would call the extreme left. Is that you see that there's an inevitable revolution because of the structure of capitalism. So how can I make that possible?
Right.
I abandon the idea of revolution strictly because I don't think it makes any logical sense that there's any moments in history that exist as like a fundamental point of change. I don't believe that exists. It all necessarily has to be, I guess what I would call like micro political.
So it's
That
like
you have to
slow
engage
downstream evolutions.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. And once I got into that idea that it's really about that the ultimate thing when it comes to my politics is ethics in communicating my ethics to other people and changing people's minds and giving up on any of this weird LARPy idea of like revolution. I probably gave up on that around the time that Occupy ICE failed, because I took a heavy role in Occupy ICE, where people were like organizing to like occupy the ICE facility in Portland to shut it down, and the amount of like identity politics that were going on. I literally got a distilled image of every dogmatic, shitty piece of the left that you could possibly think of. I had people that were saying that like they won't take orders from anyone if they were white. I had people that were like specifically like creating rumors between each other, saying that like this person's problematic, or this person is like a spy, this person's like a fucking Fed, or there's so much shit behind it. And I saw it. And Occupy ICE in Portland lasted for about a month. I saw all of this spiraling, and then there was a point where to make a statement, there was an ICE agent literally a couple blocks away. Took a migrant in view of us, put them in the van, and then slowly forced themselves into the building, and everyone was basically just throwing a tantrum because they weren't able to stop it. There's nothing that you could do. And it became fundamentally clear to me, because of all of this stuff going on at that moment, is the same moment that I got heavily into philosophy, because I needed answers as to why there was nothing that could be done. So yeah, I've seen like the worst of the worst of all of like the worst image of the left that you could possibly see. That's what did it for me. And so like that was a good handful of years ago.
Okay, interesting. So would you say like your experience with the people itself like made you go like there's got to be better answers here than what
The
they're
people,
saying?
especially, I used to call these people the clipboard holders. The people that said that they had the answers for like how to solve society's problems, how are you going to undermine the capitalist system? How are you going to undermine the immigration laws, etc.? How are you going to do that? And it seemed like the only answer that the left was actually providing people is throw a tantrum really, really loud until people side with you.
Right.
And that's all I see. That's all I see from the left, like basically anywhere. It's just like a politics that is fundamentally based in resentment and not based in actually trying to come up with like solutions for a more ethical society. So yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Okay, so when you saw, so it's basically like a contradictory of like stated values versus like lived out principles, essentially. Like you're like clearly you don't believe this, because if these
Exactly.
were your values, you wouldn't be acting in this way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Huh, that's super interesting. It's very similar to what led me to like walking away from fundamentalism. But
Yeah,
I
yeah,
also
yeah.
find extreme left and extreme positions in general tend to have religious elements to them of like dogma, no question, and trying to like almost shield people from asking questions. Like asking questions is
Yeah.
inherently bad. Yeah. And yeah, I had the same thing where I was like, oh, all these Christians suck and they're all bad people. And interesting how, they say they're all these values, and they're like some of the most like backstabbing, lying, judgmental assholes that I've ever met.
Yeah, it's like the thing that I said earlier about like you have a lot of people that claim to have the knowledge but aren't willing to learn, and they're not interested in other people learning either. That's the fundamental thing that I feel like that's the purpose of like my channel on the internet, is to communicate this idea around like various different topics. But yeah, that's how I got into philosophy and left the left, even though I still
Even though
consider
you're still
myself very
left.
much left. But
Yeah. No, you're very left. I mean, would you still like identify with like anti-capitalist like sentiments and stuff?
I'm gonna be really pathetic. I would take issue with the phrase anti-capitalist. I think we usually define capitalism as something which is really, really a concrete set of relations. I think that market economies are fundamentally way more complex to even be able to use a catch-all term like capitalism. But I would say that I definitely am a critique of some of the ways that markets can organize society. That I would be a critic of that, and I still take heavy influence from Marx and stuff like that as well. But I just don't believe in any of this like communist revolution nonsense.
Yeah. So when you say Marx, would you like how do you feel about like Leninist writings or like Stalinist? Because that's
Hate
always
it.
like
Hate it. Hate it. Yeah. Hate it.
Because reading Marx is.
I hate almost anyone who calls himself a Marxist, so I cringe whenever I say that I read Marx, and I really like applying his theory of like use values and exchange values to how I understand my philosophy. But like outside of that, it's like damn, there's a lot of moralizing that happens. Marx's
Even
capital
within
never
Marx.
had anything to do with like moralizing the capitalist system. Marx was in favor of free trade, but like a lot of people took it and was like, okay, my criticism is that people basically like they took like the Christian fundamentalist values and inserted them into Marxism to create like a moral framework that they could say that like communism became the new heaven, and it became the new like the resentful leftist like revenge, similar to like the resentful Christians' revenge of Christianity and all of the sinners going to hell, saved them from having to look outside of their own resentment. And I think the Marxists did that as well, and that's how they created their own utopias and stuff like that. I really don't like that.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Okay, so your channel goal is basically to encourage people to be students and thinkers, and not presume that they like know stuff. Fundamentally.
Yeah, as basic and cringe as that sounds, yeah.
I don't think it's cringe. I don't know. I think the problem is that any dream that like is.
I was like, we're here to learn, guy. Like,
Yeah.
half the
I've
time
watched
I'm
your
like talking
streams.
shit, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I understand. Yeah, I mean, like one of the biggest things I talk about is like, I don't care if you guys agree with me. Just think well, please, for the love of God. Just try to think well. Just come to conclusions that are reasonable. Really think about it. Yeah, which is why this religion thing has been so awful to go through, being like, oh no, like.
Yeah, Tom hit me up and he was like, "Hey, we're gonna have a open panel talking about meta ethics," and I was like, "Oh God, yeah, I'll be there."
Yeah, he just messaged me. He's like, "I want to talk to you about your religion stuff," and I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah,
because it's pretty painful. But yeah, what is your biggest criticism of Marxist theory?
Of Marxist theory?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think I gave it. I think my biggest criticism is turning Marxist theory into a moral theory.
Okay.
And
Do you think Marx does that though?
I think Marx has done that in some of his writings. Yeah, Marx is also like a dialectical materialist, and I'm not a big fan of dialectics, so I don't take everything that Marx says just like straightforward, but I utilize Marx quite a bit. So there's so many different asterisks when it comes to like what I take from Marx. I basically take what I pan for gold, and then I move on. But yeah, my biggest criticism is turning it into a moral system. And once it turned into a moral system, it basically turned into a religious system, and a dogmatic religious system, where you'll even have communists that will say that like dialectical materialism is an immortal science. That's the language they'll use about it, which is the cringiest shit I've ever heard, because they'll say it's an immortal science, and they'll use it to justify their resentment for anyone who has like better footing in this world than them. So while I do take a lot from Marx, I probably take even more from Nietzsche in his criticisms of this kind of behavior.
Yeah, Nietzsche's an interesting one to be interested in, because I feel like the main thing I learned from philosophy, not that I'm going to be, you're probably way more read in Nietzsche than I am, but I remember the main thing, at least like my prof would always speak about, is like Nietzsche doesn't really have a theory about the world. He's just criticizing everybody else's.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, and being like, kind of, actually, your approach is very similar to Nietzsche, where he's just like, can we just deconstruct and try to rebuild and like actually think about these things?
Yeah,
which feels like the only central thing that I can pull from Nietzsche.
Yeah, basically, is that like, listen, we're at a point where like we have no rational basis to just like run with these ideas of objective morality, of religion. So we have to think carefully about like where we get our values from historically, where they come from, and how they influence us and limit us in particular ways. And then once we give up on all of this like essentialist values of what it means to be human, all of this meaning and purpose, like get rid of all of it.
Yeah.
And then decide, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? If you were to get rid of all of the restraints, how would you act in a way that isn't resentful? And like one of the best things that you could say, one of my favorite things from Nietzsche is this idea that everyone has the thoughts and feelings that they deserve given who and what they are.
which like if you find someone that believes something incredibly harmful or bigoted or whatever it is, KKK member, pick your favorite, that like these people believe this for a reason, and the reasons why they believe this relate back to the entire history of the universe. So if that's the case, how would you want to be how would you are already their environment, you're part of their environment. How would you want to exist in that environment? That would be, I mean, personally, it would be beneficial for you, but like you have to actualize your own reality, your own purpose. There's nothing else. That's the thing that I get out of Nietzsche. I don't, even though, you know, it's, again, with Nietzsche, I pan for gold. There's a lot of shit that I don't agree with Nietzsche, but like these are the things that like I walk away with.
Right. Okay. So I guess, how did you feel then about? Did you watch the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once?
Yes, I loved it. Yeah.
Okay. So like when you look at kind of like I think it's called like postmodernism, which is the worst name ever, of essentially like since there's no meaning, like nothing is meaningful, therefore you just get to decide. Is like
Yeah.
was one of the big pullaways I had from it. Would that capture kind of your belief system a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. I agree with that.
Okay. To escape nihilism, essentially, to say like nihilism is not like the necessary conclusion of a subjectivist.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I hate about people that say they read Nietzsche and then say that Nietzsche was a nihilist. And it's like, no, the fundamental project is to.
He's literally opposed to nihilism. He's warning of nihilism.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, interesting. What do you think of the characteristics of religion? Because one thing that I've really has been weird to me being in this space, coming out of like a really fundamentalist space, is seeing really similar religious behaviors in like non-theistic groups, like distinctly secular groups, and being like, this is like just like what fundamentalists act like. Like this is really weird. So I don't know what you think about that, but I also specifically like, what is a religion?
Fundamentally, I think in the same way that like our moral intuitions are so strong that we perceive them to be objective, we then create rationalities for the objectivity of those morals. And in a lot of ways, I think what religion offers people is I guess, a conclusion. So they don't have to fall into nihilism. It gives them something to fall back on, and it gives them something that they don't have to live in fear of. But ultimately, what I'm saying is I think it's a cope. And not that I think coping is bad, not to put like too much of a negative connotation on it. I think there's lots of good reasons to cope with our reality. No one knows what the fuck we're doing here. Like we're like fleshy blobs trying to make sense of everything around us. We're like, and then once we die, it's like gone. So it's like
deciding
what
what's
do we do with
meaningful
that?
is the same level of cope, essentially. It's being like, how are you gonna deal with this life? How are you gonna find meaning?
Yeah, exactly. So like that's how I think of religion. And it is I think of religion as like structured copium. And it's basically trying to circumvent some of the much more difficult questions of where you go if everything was meaningless.
Okay.
And that's the thing that I get out of Nietzsche is he gives you a second option where you don't have to devolve into nihilism, because I think that's the ultimate fear. And it's not just nihilism as in like people think that nihilism is just like illogical or irrational or whatever, but like I'm thinking of nihilism as like you know, the staring into the abyss and the abyss stares back at you, like as like this existential like fear of the unknown and like being paralyzed by it. That's the thing that I think people are afraid of. That's the thing that I think people are coping with. And the fundamental like fear of death and like the ultimate conclusion of people's lives, that's the thing that motivates so many different things about our evolutionary behaviors, that like it makes sense why people are so like they need something to deal with this. And I think that's what religion is. Yeah.
Which is why it's arrived at universally, is because it's essentially like people fundamentally, to be successful, needed some way to cope with like this existential pressure of like, who am I in this massive universe as I look into the stars, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I don't think that like I know I'm using language like copium and stuff. Just I kind of think it's funny to use that language.
It's
but
fine.
like
I called God a slave to goodness, okay, because I knew it'd piss him off. So it's totally
yeah,
fine.
right. Yeah. So like I don't want to make people think that like I mean to just like, you know, denigrate people that believe in religion. I think it's incredibly and like I said, I am a fan of Kierkegaard too. I see Kierkegaard as like the mirror opposite of Nietzsche in a lot of ways when it comes to his reasoning, where Kierkegaard is like, listen, there isn't really a rationale that we can use to choose between one or the other, absolute faith or absolute I guess aesthetic. And so he just chose one of the options. And so like that's how I feel about religion. You basically just choose one of these two options. And it's you pick one of these two options and you're either more or less consistent about how you relate to those two options. And you don't really have a choice whether or not you choose one of those two options. You do necessarily choose one of those two options. And so I don't like I can't say that I don't like looked at, obviously some part of me like thinks that I'm correct.
Of course. Yeah,
but
of course.
yeah,
Just like I would too, right? Like you make a choice and you believe your choice. Even cognitive dissonance requires.
Yeah, I
that
just
you
don't
make
want
a
people
choice,
thinking
right?
that I'm saying that like if you believe in God or something, you're a fucking
Yeah.
retard or something. Like no.
Yeah. No, that's not what I'm hearing at all. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting when I was like wrestling through like whether or not I believed in God after I kind of came out of fundamentalist land. I was actually taking a philosophy course and we went through Aristotle and then a little bit of Kant, but my prof hated Kant. So we did like a little bit of Aristotle and then a week of Kant. And then I think the rest of that class was like mostly Nietzsche. From what I can remember
He
from that
hated
class.
Kant and forced you to read Nietzsche.
Yeah.
Nice.
he was such a cool guy. He was like one of the best profs I've ever had. He was a Baptist preacher who lost his faith and like basically like
Wait. He was a Baptist preacher who hated Kant and loved Nietzsche.
Yeah.
That is
he was
so
the ex.
interesting to me.
He's not a Christian anymore at all. He doesn't believe in God.
Okay.
So now he's a subjectivist now. But he has like 8 years of seminary training. So he knows his theology super, super well. Yeah.
That's so cool. Yeah.
He's a really interesting guy. And so at the time, so basically when my brother came out was like probably one of my biggest faith existential things of being like, I don't know how I could feel about a God that's telling me that my brother just like can't be happy. Like
Right. Yeah.
that's doing no harm. I can't reconcile this. And I watched how my church treated him after he had spent like 800 hours of free labor, basically building mass productions for them and stuff like that. Sorry, not mass productions, not a factory. Sorry, he's an artist, so doing like art.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah. And we ended with William James, which was really interesting to kind of end with like kind of like functional rationalists, basically, and the father of psychology. One of. And I think basically like in talking to him, so he basically told me that my final essay, so we had like a bunch of questions all throughout the year, all throughout the semester, and every question was perfectly timed to what I was wrestling with in my faith at that point in time. It was super interesting. I was like, does he know? So I like spent lots of time talking to him, and then he said, you have to do your final essay on wrestling through your doubt of faith. Like you should do that. Do it on William James. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. And
That's so cool. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find professors that would advocate for you to do that in the first place.
Yeah. And I read William James, and I basically realized like it is kind of a choice. That's like I realized like, oh, this is what faith is. Faith is going, I could be totally wrong, right? God
It's quite literally a leap of faith. Yeah.
Yes. Spaghetti monster could be fake, or he could be real, and I not believe it. Both are kind of leaps of faith because it's hard to know.
Okay, so the thing that I really don't like when it comes to I'm not saying you're doing this, but this is something that really turns me off from a religion, and I think it affects almost everybody who's Christian, even if they're trying to get away from this idea. The fundamental thing that I really dislike on a really like deep level is the implication that I might as well force myself to believe in God because I am so terrified of what I've been told if I don't when I die. That to me is a crime. That to me is disgusting.
This is why I don't like talk about heaven and hell. Actually,
and so like the idea to me that like if somebody is dying on their deathbed and dogmatists have got it into every single person's head that the moment that they die, they exist in fear that the last thing that they're going to do is appeal to God because dogmatists told them if they don't do it, it is going to be as terrifying as it already is. There is no way out if you don't do this. So like even in a knee-jerk reaction, even like for atheists and people that fundamentally, even me, right? If I'm at the point where my last thought in this world is appealing to God because I'm so scared of the consequences of not doing so, that to me is a crime that's been done on people.
Yeah. I actually think it's a crime on the faith itself too, like both from the
Sure,
secular
yeah.
perspective of like what you're outlining, but also like if you believe that God, if you truly believe in God, if you
I've
truly
heard
believe
this
in
argument from Christians too, by the way.
yeah, no, I
Christian
know.
yeah,
Most
yeah.
Christians, a lot of Christians are like, it's the Pascal's wager. They're like, well, I'm good. And I'll joke about that, obviously. I'm like, I mean, if it works out, you know, I'm going to heaven. But I'm joking. The reality is that like the essay I wrote is basically deciding on whether I'm going to take the leap of faith. And it had to be because I didn't care about the outcome afterlife. It had to be because when I was living in this life here right now, which is the only one I know about, that the answer satisfied me and that the life that I was living was something that like future me, if it turns out is like dead and looks back and is like, fuck, there's nothing, that I could still consent, like agree to and be proud of, essentially.
Right.
That was like my essay essentially, was wrestling through doubt and faith. And how like faith must be devoid of the fear of the afterlife, which is why I like tend to always steer away from afterlife. Like the way I said, like I don't like talk about divinity, because I think like the biggest issue, that we've done as any religious group is trying to convince, like it's basically like wrestling people into God because they're afraid. And it's like, I don't even get it. Like if I believe in the nature of what I claim God to be, all loving, good, that he can reach people, why the fuck would I scare them into his arms? That doesn't even make sense. He doesn't even need that, right? So it's just, it's crazy. I really also dislike that.
Yeah, my stepfather, his job was to learn about other religions and then be someone that's there for people on their deathbed to talk to them through the lens of their own religion. Which is in one respects a really, I think, noble thing to do. But then like on the other hand, like he ended up dying of ALS in a really, really tragic way. And the idea that like it was his profession to do that. He was a hardline fundamentalist, so he studied God all throughout his life. And like even the idea that like even for a Christian that the last thought in your head could also be doubt, so like the flip side of this is equally terrifying, as one, being pressured into like appealing to God if you don't believe in him, and then like the other thing, trying to fight off the feeling of doubt like on your deathbed. It seems, both of these things seem crazy to me, and there's just like no way that I can rationalize this. And so like when I look at that, and then like the history of religion, I guess especially like Christian religion in particular, is more so what I'm like focused on. It's just, I feel like there's so many different little like dogmatic thought crimes that have happened that like they like seep in through the surface, even if it is in some respects like a totally honest appeal to God throughout your life, like totally reasonable, etc. It's still at the end seems incredibly, I don't know, harmful to do to people.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I worry about a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because like one thing that I feel like, at least for me, was like the shifting point of my faith in large regard, was realizing that like doubt is beautiful because it's like this space where faith can occur. So like doubt isn't a thing to be feared. Doubt isn't bad. Doubt is like fundamentally, in many ways, a good thing. Because
that's how you take a leap of faith in the first place, right?
It means you're still asking questions. It means like if I believe in the Bible, which says that like God just wants us to wrestle towards him, then doubt is fundamentally saying I'm still willing to wrestle. Like that's what it is, which to me is the fundamentals of faith. You don't have it without these things.
Exactly. So that like pinpoints the thing here, where it's like the problem is the dogma. The problem is the dogma behind all of these ideas, where like you can have a Christian religious view where like the nature of God is for you to live your life in a way of trying to become a more ethical person in this world and have an ethical impact on this world. And for a non-Christian, I believe personally, maybe even selfishly, that that's what you ought to be doing as well. So being motivated to learn in a non-dogmatic way, not appealing to the authority of God or not appealing to the authority of anything else, and just living in curiosity and trying to be a better person, that's the thing. So if you can do that from a Christian perspective, like, more power to you, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is super similar. Like, not that I want to get a bunch into theology or poor chats, but like, this is why like I rejected his idea. That's why I reject the Catholic notion that like God equals goodness, therefore like God is a slave to goodness. I would say if God decided that whatever's evil is good tomorrow, he could just do that, because he's God. He can do whatever the fuck he wants, basically. And probably what would happen is some cosmic orientation would occur where everything that's evil suddenly starts like leading to the principles of that like God wants for the world, essentially.
Sure.
And I think there's something interesting about that, because it essentially like creates this space of saying like we don't really know what he's saying, in large part because the Bible is a deeply human book, written by people, that has not been transcribed very well. So like what is God saying is really mysterious. There's like, that's part of the faith piece. And like because of that, if you like read scripture in a way that I think like you probably should, it like necessarily leads to a space where you like always stay soft and questioning, because you're always going like, what is the divine saying is good right now? Like, what is he saying is good? And how do I figure that out in my life and apply that? And realizing that like the gap between the divine of what is good and not and you is so huge that you like must maintain like maximal epistemic humility, because like who are you to know, essentially, which is interesting because in many ways it leads to kind of this like weird relativistic approach to life that I think most secular people can come to as well.
Sure. Yeah, I respect that. I do have to go. I have to play video games with my wife. I promised her.
Important. Yep.
But it was really nice talking to you. Cool to have boring, deep discussions on Twitch.
Yep.
And I hope to do it again. And excited for TwitchCon too.
Yes.
That'll be cool.
Me too. It's gonna be super fun. We're gonna start putting the list of events that we're gonna book and stuff. So.
Based.
Keep an eye.
Okay. Goodbye. See ya. Have fun
Bye.
with your
Thanks
chat.
for chatting. All right. There I am. Hello, mere mortals. Your eyes. I know. Sorry, I just like blasted you. Just gonna make sure everything's still loading. We're still doing good. That light mode. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And YouTube is still loading as well. Okay. Sorry. I was trying to pull up the chat so I could do this and go like this.
Space Junk says, Kyla is basically the opposite of all the religious PPL I knew growing up Catholic. It's weird but interesting.
That was so weird. He like chuckled and like sighed. What the heck? That was such a weird AI. With radiant themed bullshit. True. Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. I promise.
Yakba says, look, demo.
Okay. I promise the theology stuff is mostly over. A much better destiny has been made. Okay, guys. Are you guys ready for the unveiling? I promise I will just like say no to them for a little bit, okay? All right. Let's check it out. What AI is that? 11 report? Is that what it's called, Jacob? 11 report? 11 something? Theology stuff is cool though. Yeah, tell that to my viewers. I think I lost like almost across all of my platforms, basically 400 viewers. But that's okay. All right, let's see. loading. 1 second. Do, 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 do. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's thinking hard. Oh no! It didn't work! Oh, Jacob, it's not working. I'll recopy and paste it, but I don't think it's working. Highlighted message, delete, post. Okay. Try again. It's not working. What happened? Oh no! It died! Man, these kickers are having a real fight. Death Tome and Sab are going off on each other. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's try this one. Right. This should be the fixed one. All right. Let's do this one because it's long.
Kim Kitten says, it all leads and points to God, how perfectly tuned the universe is. When you study physics, you eventually become more theist than anything, because if a proton was just slightly thousandths of a bit bigger, it wouldn't work properly. Hydrogen and oxygen wouldn't exist. Nature, science, and God all come together when you truly look at it from this perspective.
Added it from this perspective. It added like an extra word.
Skinmark says, is belief in God a philosophy? I'm not sure I would call it that.
That is not Steven. What the heck? This is supposed to be Steven.
The multiculturalist James says, what is this voice?
Okay, that was pretty good.
Red Penny 7 says, who even needs real destiny anymore?
Okay, so now if you donate money, it like auto comes through, and then I can like click on your chats to like highlight it. It's so fun. It came from Kid Not Kid actually recommended it, so shout out to him. It doesn't really, it like kind of sometimes does, and then sometimes really doesn't.
Isiam says, that definitely sounded like Wicked Supreme.
That was terrible. Why can't this thing read well? What the
Sentinel
fuck?
Spam says, fundies generally adhere to a strict literal interpretation of Scripture. Asking someone who isn't a fundie if they haven't read the Bible isn't a meaningful criticism, because they can just dodge by saying the Bible isn't meant to be read literally all the way through.
True. It is a dodge. I don't know. It keeps stuttering on him.
Again, Mark says, what is the inflection in my voice? I sound like a jackass.
It's better than the last one, though. Oh, what's this? Oh, that. Oh, it's nearly Destiny, but not quite. This one's having a hard... It got President Sunday really well, but it is just, like, not... I'm gonna go back.
Eddie Bombay says, when you're done, I'm just gonna repeat the same question, Cousins. You're not responding. As Yom says, I want to make a Jamie Foxx voice now.
All right, yeah, give me some Destiny quotes you want me to get him to read.
Colin Kitten says, I sometimes play chess, my name Destiny, but I instead play League of Legends so much that my beard grows to a full bush within 3 days and my fingers are covered in Cheeto Dorito, cheese dust, and stale diet soda and fries crumbs on my beard.
Why? Why is it so close, but so weird. Like, what was that chuckle? And he's British too. Okay, let's try it again.
Callum Kitten says, I sometimes play chess, my name Destiny, but I instead play League of Legends so much that my beard grows to a full bush within 3 days, and my fingers are covered in Cheeto Dorito cheese dust and stale diet soda and fries crumbs on my beard.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Sentinel Spam says, "Lol."
Hey, that was pretty good.
Eddie Bombay says, I don't know why you're arguing on this. It's so obvious.
Why did he like beg whisper?
Aziam says, I need some Coke or asterisk or something now. Like
Why is
holy
he? Why is he British? What the fuck? That's so funny. And do you know how these TTS AIs are made? Yeah, I mean, my tech guy is making it. He's just taking like clips of Destiny speaking and like training it on it. But I guess he's a hard one to learn because it's done other people really well. Like it did me really well. It did President Sunday well. But yeah, it's struggling with him.
Parallax says, you know what, Red Penny 7? That's such a stupid fucking take. I'm gonna permaban. See you later, buddy.
Oh, hold on.
The multiculturalist James says, Stephen quote, I'm just kidding. Never mind. It's out.
That was cursed. Oh my god. What did the fuck just happened? Holy shit. Hold on, let's do that again. Why did it do that? Okay, come on, do it again.
The multiculturalist James says, Stephen quote, I'm just kidding. Never mind. Hey, chill.
Two.
Sabado Demona says, no, it's just that you think you're smart, but you're actually dumb, fooling only yourself.
Allah. Not alone, just Allah.
K Clement 80 says, no ethical qualms about AI?
Some. I don't think I have like just broadband ethical qualms about all AI. Like this one I think could be a problem if specifically like the name of the person typing it doesn't come up on screen. Because the name is on screen.
Jacobus says, check YouTube pop out.
YouTube pop out. Oh yeah, it's not loading. Sorry, YouTube. Kyla's basically, oh, there we go. It's going on. Please play mine. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hold on.
Cyber Normie has donated $1.99 and says, gotcha. Anything else?
That's good. Okay.
One J Belly One has donated $200 and says, I did beat Factorio. That do you mean?
Oh, it's not going to read this word.
Raiders Cat has donated $2 and says, yes, it does, you dumb. Asterisk.
Okay, Jacob, we got to figure out how to make it not star out swear words. There's got to be like a filter, right? No, not like that. There we go. And then fathers, there we go.
Kyle Father de Bears has donated $2 and says, gotcha. Anything else?
Clearly he must like speak and then start laughing a lot because it's really trying to throw in his like thing into it. Yeah, Jacob, how do you make AI say naughty words?
Eddie Bombay says, let's not talk about how much I'm paying him, okay? Sam Mark says, I don't mind it when applied to environmental engineering since that's my bag, like hydrology, geology, etc. But the discipline on its own is dry AF to me. Not so director says, I won the. You are correct, says Nietzsche and Stoic 666. Ooh, Schopenhauer was in Stephen Hicks's explaining postmodernism, but so was Kierkegaard's.
Why is he whispering? Why is it a secret?
Raiders Cat has donated $2 and says he thought it was weekly.
I'm hearing the AI combining two voices. It's way off. It's like every now and then it'll be really on point, and then yeah, it is like so far off the mark. It's like so rough. That is crazy, man. This is so fun. Oh my gosh.
Jessica Spector says, yeah, I feel his presence like we summoned him. The Dancing Hamster says, Erudite, do you play video games?
Yeah, I do. I was playing Baldur's Gate this weekend. It does sound like it. Wicked Supreme.
One JP Belly, one has donated $200 and says, Melina, watch it.
Melina, watch it. What the heck? We have Destiny at home. I sent you a picture of what you gotta uncheck. Okay. Okay, open Chrome. And then go to the extension. And then it's in messages, visibility. Ooh, okay. Ooh, there's a lot here. Change. Filter out messages with bad karma? What? Delete names entirely. Nope, not that. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff you can do. I am not seeing this one. Wait, I'm not seeing that one that you're showing me. Visibility. Replace common swear words with asterisks. Yeah, it's not at the bottom for me. Maybe an export or styling? No. Mechanics, maybe? No, it's invisibility. What the heck? Why do you have it, but I don't have it? Because I want some swears.
Raiders Cat has donated $2 and says I rated your mom. Ooh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was awful. That was horrifying. Yeah, it's not here. I'm going to send you a screenshot, Jacob, because I swear I'm not stupid. I swear it's not here. Maybe there's like a scroll button on visibility? No. Oh, is it featured chat overlay? Nope. Nope. Oh. Nope. I keep thinking I maybe found it. Nope. Oh, there we go. I found it. All right, somebody write a swear.
Accurate's Training Dojo says he sneezed at rating mom.
All right.
Egghead has donated $1.99 and says the writing needs to stop.
All right. Okay, I think we're good. I think it'll say the swear words now.
One JP Belly, one has donated say $2 in 00 and says actually Abby is the real G.
Abby is the real G.
Cooley Jerk says fuck.
Cooley Jerk says fuck. New toys are nice. New toys are nice.
Call Kitten says fuck this.
This is so fun.
Trib1 has donated $2 and says that's on 55th Street for reals. Cut.
For reals. No cap on a stack. I could do this literally forever. This is so entertaining.
Jesse Irwin has donated $1 00 and says what the Mel? It's Mel time.
Juan. That's funny.
Juan Carlos Buisman says, Tony Starks has donated $3,000 super chat. Looking good, Erudite. Love the show. Brett.
Brett. Yes, based. Thank you.
Kaneki Ken has donated $5 and says, Erudite doesn't steal my takes. I actually steal all her takes.
Based. True. Except for my religion takes.
Raiders Cat has donated $2 and says, never commit suicide. That's Custer shit.
Custer shit? What is Custer?
Qualum Kitten says, this motherfucker is so stinky. I can smell the shit from the basement. I can even play this dumbass StarCraft game.
Why is he so whiny? What is Custer shit? What does that mean? What did you get me to say? Uh-oh. Buster shit? I don't know what that means either. That's Buster shit? I don't get it. Buster what the motherfucker see on Crip. I still don't get it. I still don't know.
Moses Melosa says, Kyla saying no cap on a stack is way more entertaining than it has the right to be.
True. Okay, holy shit. This is I will never don't see a Custer.
Moses
Feels
Melosa
safe.
has donated $1.99 and says, don't call Costico.
Oh, okay. I think I'm getting it. Will you read that? No.
Sabado de Mona says, I'm is very fat. You sure no problem?
Man, it's like too quick. This is like Destiny's voice with XQC's delivery. True. Yay! Thank you for all the subs. Thank you. Okay, guys. Do you know what time it is? It's sleepy time for me. I gotta go to bed. I had a very bad sleep last night, so I need to like go to bed and fall asleep. Look, I got bit. There's so many mosquitoes in the house. I got bit by a bug while I was sleeping. It's so annoying. Okay. Oh my gosh. We'll do a couple more and then I gotta go.
Brian Callahan has donated $2 and says, I love black people.
Face. Thank you, Brian Callahan. I'm glad to hear that.
Cass C has donated $200.
Thank you, Cassie. All right, I'm going to send you guys off. Have a good night. Remember, big hug, big kisses. Remember to think well, and I hope you have a wonderful life. A life as wonderful as you are. So if you're a piece of shit, I hope it sucks. Just kidding. If you're here, you're of course not a piece of shit. There's no way. And I'm sending you off to watch otters play on Twitch. Have fun. It's amazing. I don't know if there's anyone I can send you to on Kick and YouTube. Miss Purple, I'm going to send you to this person doing ventriloquism. She's not there. Never mind. You're going to Foozy. Nope. He's too big of a name. Nope. Okay, well, I have nowhere to send you. Goodbye, Kick. Goodbye, everyone. Bye. Big hugs. Big kisses. Thanks for the gifted subs. I super appreciate it. Thank you for the 500 bits. Super appreciate it. Very, very kind and generous. Have a good night, guys. I will see you probably tomorrow. I think I have stuff booked the rest of the week. What day is it? Is it Wednesday or Tuesday? It's Tuesday. Wednesday. I'm pretty sure I have something booked for Wednesday for streaming. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Bye.